Alright. We're back. Hello. We're back with another tier list stream. This time we're covering the second half of Kanto. And yes, I'm getting straight into it because I'm already just facing that dread of like, oh, this is gonna be another 6-hour freaking live stream, ain't it? Oh boy. I'm not ready. But excuse me. But I will say, I am perfectly energized. I have everything ready. And thankfully this time, OBS did not crash on me. But yeah, thankfully OBS did not crash on me this time, so I'm not thrown off my game here. Which is good. Actually, I should probably put this on the charger. Sorry, I was looking at my phone and it's like, oh, I can't wait to check in on it periodically. And it's at 32%. I'm like, oh shit. And I noticed some people, it's like 32%. You still got plenty of time before you have to put it on the charger. And it's like, here's the thing though, you're not me. It's like, I normally don't tolerate this shit going on for a few hours. If I can help it. Yep. Alright. Anyway. Alright, so if you weren't here for last time, well, if you weren't here for sorry, I had to wait for the music, I was like, uh-oh. But anyway, if you weren't here for last time, well, as you can see, it's almost 9 hours long, and you may be wondering, Irie, why is it so long? And the question is simple. I'm deciding to act more like a... Why is this so loud? I'm acting like a, what is this? Like a teacher? I'm acting more like a teacher, and I'm reading out stuff. Just so you know, like, what Pokemon is going on. And, part of that, yeah, and obviously I'm having to also give my own personal experiences of a Pokemon, my own opinion. So, there's that. Not to mention, and having to do that for over 76 Pokemon is insane. So, I will say that I'm gonna try, keyword try to expedite this process a little bit so that we don't end up doing another, 8.5 hour stream. But, something I did notice is that, it's probably a good idea to just have this stream on in the background while you're doing stuff. Because, I'm not gonna lie, I was bored of myself when you're watching the stream. So it's like, oh, it's probably just good to be like, have this on as a podcast of sorts. But anyway, yeah, so we got up to number 76 in terms of the Kanto Dex / Global Dex. And for those who may not remember, number 76 is Golem. So, yeah. And in terms of the thumbnail, yeah, that's all the Pokemon we rated on Sunday in their appropriate tiers. And as you can see, the lower B and C tier have a lot to be... What's the word? What's the phrase? Leave a lot to be desired, that's it. Excuse me. I had a rough morning. But anyway, I'm trying to think of like what else there is to speak. Oh, so obviously as I said before, we're going to be finishing up the second half of Kanto today, and of course we are also going to be taking a break at some point. Now, thankfully, I don't have to do calculations. I already know which Pokemon we're going to take a break from, and I'm not going to tell you which one it is. But we'll get to it when we get to it. I will say that, I did finish up the Sinnoh playlist Monday night, and I started up the Unova playlist last night. And y'all, you're not gonna believe it, that the Sinnoh playlist has 70 videos. I checked the total time. It is still likely that Sinnoh playlist is gonna repeat, but thankfully we're not gonna be hearing as many of the same songs over and over again as we've been with the Kanto. Oh my god. But yeah, the Unova playlist... yeah, the Unova playlist is at 22 videos, and I still got 3 artists to go through. So, yeah. Alright, I think it's probably about time we just jump into this. Oh boy, okay. That's something to keep in mind. Alright. Alright, say goodbye to Twitter. And then we're gonna pull up the tier list. Oh, I guess I should go over the rules real quick. So if you look down in the description... So if you look in the description down below, there's obviously the rules we need to go over. And thankfully those haven't changed since last time. However, just keep in mind. So, as always, number 1, keep in mind that what I say in this is purely my opinion and should not be taken as fact. I know every Pokemon out there has its fans, but I may not be one of them, so please understand that there can and will be places where we'll have to agree to disagree. Essentially, if there's a Pokemon you like that I don't, or a Pokemon that you don't like but I do, whatever opinions you may have about that, just, you know, be respectful about it. Don't harass me over it. And just learn that it's my opinion, and it's just as valid as yours. Number 2. I'll only be covering Pokemon from games I have experience with, meaning this series of streams will only go up to Sword and Shield. This also means Pokemon that appear in games I never played, i.e. Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon and Sword and Shield DLC, will not be covered. Apologies to fans of ScarVio in advance. Pretty self-explanatory. And number 3, please don't harass me because I may not like certain regions. Meaning, by the time you get to hear my opinion of Kanto and Sinnoh, please don't harass me because I don't like those regions. Excuse me. Now, with that out of the way, let's move on into the tier list. Alright, so a quick recap for how the tier list is going to go. As you can see, we have the S, A, B, well, 2 B tiers and C tier. And the way that I rank in the Pokemon is due to their design, their stats, along with any personal experience that I have with them, and that'll basically determine which rank they go in. You know, so the S tier is basically Pokemon that I would absolutely love to have on my team no matter what, as you can see from these cutie patooties right here. The A tier is basically Pokemon that while I would really like for them to be on my team, I'm not necessarily gonna cry, you know, rivers over it. Now, in terms of the B tier, this is divided up into 2 because of what happened last time with Genshin, but needless to say, the B tier in general is meant for Pokemon that I personally think are good, but I'm not gonna be like, you know, like, it's neither here nor there if I want them on my team. The lower B tiers, of course, Pokemon that are probably going to be more likely to be on my team / I might like, whereas the lower B tier are basically Pokemon that, you know, I probably am more indifferent towards than anything. Whereas the C tier is basically Pokemon that, like, I just think are boring or I don't like. As you can see, there's a lot of Pokemon here in the C tier. So, as for what Pokemon are in which tier, we have in the S tier, Bulbasaur, Charmander, Charizard, Pikachu, Vulpix, Growlithe, and Arcanine. In the A tier, we have Ivysaur, Venusaur, Wartortle, Raichu, Clefable, Ninetales, Wigglytuff. In the higher B tier, we have Squirtle, Butterfree, Pidgeotto, Nidorina, Nidoqueen, Clefairy, Jigglypuff, Gloom, Poliwrath, Alakazam, and Victreebel. In the lower B tier, Charmeleon, Blastoise, Caterpie, Pidgey, Pidgeot, Spearow, Arbok, Sandshrew, both Nidorans, Venonat, Meowth, Psyduck, Mankey, Poliwag, Poliwhirl, Abra, Kadabra, Machop, Machoke, and Machamp. And finally, in the C tier, we have Metapod, Weedle, Kakuna, Beedrill, Rattata, Raticate, Fearow, Ekans, Sandslash, Nidorino, Nidoking, Zubat, Golbat, Oddish, Vileplume, Paras, Parasect, Venomoth, Diglett, Dugtrio, Persian, Golduck, Primeape, Bellsprout, Weepinbell, Tentacool, Tentacruel, Geodude, Graveler, and Golem. So, I think with that out of the way, let's get our first Pokemon of the second half ready to go. God, why do I always get that song in my head? Oh, Jesus. Okay. We have Ponyta, number 77 in terms of the Kanto Dex and in the Global Dex. Now, something I did notice last stream when I was watching the VOD, my cursor doesn't show up for whatever reason. And I should express, I do have it to where it's supposed to capture the cursor. So I don't know why it doesn't in this instance. I wonder if it's only because it's not in the active window. That could be it. Anyway. So moving on, obviously, if you want to know what, where I'm pulling all my information about the Pokemon from, it is from Bulbapedia, the community-driven Pokemon encyclopedia for all matters related to Pokemon. And in terms of how we're going to be running the, at least the introduction of each Pokemon, I'll be starting off with the name in both English and Japanese, then the typing, then what the Pokemon is known for, along with the abilities, and we go into the biology, and then we move on to the stats, and then that's pretty much where I take over in terms of my personal opinion. So, for example, we have Ponyta, which is a primary Fire-type Pokemon introduced in Generation 1. It evolves in the Rapidash at level 40. In Galar, Ponyta has a Psychic-type variant. And also evolves in the Rapidash at level 40 as well. Ponyta is known as the Fire Horse Pokemon, or in the Galarian variant, the Unique Horn Pokemon, and its Japanese name is the same as its English name. And in terms of the abilities, Kantonian Ponyta will have either Runaway or Flash Fire with Flame Body as its hidden ability, whereas Galarian Ponyta will have Runaway or Pastel Veil as its normal abilities, and Anticipation as its hidden ability. In terms of the biology as stated by Bulbapedia, it says, Ponyta is an equine Pokemon with cream-colored fur. It has brown eyes and triangular ears with reddish interiors. Yellow and reddish-orange flames make up its mane and tail. The mane forms a short crest on top of its head and a short strip down its back to its tail. Additional flames are present behind its elbows and knees. The fire appears about an hour after hatching. It has 4 long legs, each ending in a single gray hoof. These hooves are said to be 10 times harder than diamonds and act as shock absorbers. Ponyta are relatively lightweight for their size, as they have extraordinary jumping abilities and are capable of leaping tall buildings in a single bound. However, a newborn Ponyta is a weak runner and is actually barely able to stand. It gradually strengthens its legs and becomes faster by chasing after its parents and jumping over grass that grows taller by the day. In the anime, it is shown that Ponyta can control its flames so that its rider is not burned by them. and Ponyta only does this for those that it has accepted. Ponyta herds tend to live in grasslands, plains, mountains, or anywhere that they can run freely. In terms of the Galarian Ponyta, Ponyta has adapted in the forest of the Galar region after generations of being exposed to the life energy found within. Galarian Ponyta has chalk-white fur covering most of its body. Instead of flames, its mane, tail, and fetlocks are covered in a long purple and blue fluffy fur. I almost said fluffy. Its eyes are purple with light blue irises, and it has a small purple and white horn on top of its forehead. Galarian Ponyta can absorb the life energy located in the atmosphere and store it in its mane, which will then become more colorful and potentially release a shining glow if there is a lot of energy to use. Galarian Ponyta's horn has healing powers. It can heal any slight wound with a few rubs from its horn. Sorry, I was listening to music. By looking into the eyes of a person, Galarian Ponyta can read the contents of their heart. Should it find any evil, it will promptly go into hiding. As shown in the anime, Galarian Ponyta can send pleas for help in the form of visions to people, even if they're from another region. Galarian Ponyta and its evolution are the only known Pokemon that can have Pastel Veil as an ability. Now, moving on to stats. We're not going to read Pokedex entries this time. So one thing to keep in mind, both Kantonian and Galarian Ponyta have the same stats. Now, in terms of how these stats are read, they are basically read out as averages. This is not including the EVs, IVs, or natures, so keep that in mind. Now, in terms of these stats, Ponyta actually highest stat is speed at a nice 90 points, honestly. For a first form Pokemon, that's really good. And in terms of its second highest stat, it is attack at 85. However, everything else is below 70, with special attack and special defense at 65, physical defense at 55, and HP at 50. Now, admittedly, for a first form Pokemon, these are, like, the attack and speed stats are pretty freaking good. Honestly. And honestly, you know what I should have been doing is giving you guys, like, the other forms as well, just so, like, I'm not reading this out by myself. So, let me actually show you what Galarian Ponyta looks like. So yeah, that's what Galarian Ponyta looks like. And honestly, I love this form of Ponyta. Like, I love it so much. Like, I mean, granted, the Kantonian version, it's I mean, it's a fire horse. What else is there to say? But in terms of the Galarian Ponyta, like, look at, it's so, like, this is clearly a fairy horse. This is a fairy horse. I mean, I know it's psychic type, but honestly, like, it's so pretty. And I was so ashamed when I learned that, because I played Pokemon Sword, Galarian Ponyta is not available. Because I tend to pick versions of because it seems like I just have the worst luck when it comes to picking the versions of Pokemon that have Pokemon I want but can't get. But regardless, I love this. Like, it's so cute. And honestly, it just, like, the hair just looks like cotton candy. Like, I say the hair, the fur looks like cotton candy. It's so pretty. However, would I want Ponyta on my team? Oh, geez. To be fair, it's not going to be going in S tier. I will say that. But will it go in the A tier or the higher B tier? The thing is, right, I've never had a Ponyta. I've never tried Rapidash. Now, if I had Pokemon Shield, I definitely would have picked up the Galarian Ponyta, but I don't know what it's like. The only thing I know for sure, though, is that, like, I think if I remember right, isn't Galarian Ponyta found in the Glimwood Tangle? Which, for those who haven't played Sword and Shield, it is... Glimwood Tangle is basically like a place, like, or a transitionary period between Stow-Inside and Ballinley City town. And I think if I remember right, Stow-Inside is the 4th gym and Ballinley is the 5th gym. So yeah. What music is this? Ah, okay. I actually added one new track to the Kanto playlist because I forgot, like, oh yeah. This should have been a thing. But anyway. I mean... Ugh, fuck. I will say, like, if it was Cantonian Ponyta, I would have put it in the... I would have put it in the B tier. But the thing is, like, I would have put it in the lower B tier. But because we have Galarian Ponyta to consider, it's like, shit. Honestly, I would probably put it in the higher B tier. Because something to consider too is like Galarian Ponyta is only available in Galar, and that's a pretty recent like region to be added. Meaning like if I ever want to go back to replay like older Pokemon games, I would have to settle for Cantonian Ponyta, and it's like, bruh. Honestly, the only reason like why Ponyta is not in the lower B tier is because of the Galarian form. I mean, because again, look at the differences between Cantonian Ponyta and Galarian Ponyta. Honestly, I'm not gonna lie, Galarian Ponyta looks like a My Little Pony character, as opposed to Cantonian. Like, I'm not the only one who thinks this, right? Like, this is like you can totally see this in Gen 4 of My Little Pony, right? It would just need the cutie mark on its flank. Oops. Sorry, I'm currently moving around. But yeah, honestly, it's like, But I will say, I do like the coloring, too, on its mane. Why am I thinking of the trans flag? I mean, listen, I know Pride Month is next month, but geez. Anyway, let's move on to number 78 in the Dex. Probably Alright, so next up we have Rapidash. Let me get the Galarian Rapidash, because remember, so yeah, here is Cantonian Rapidash, and here is Galarian Rapidash. Very, very different from Ponyta. Alright, well, before we can speak into Galarian, we need to speak about Cantonian first. Alright, so Rapidash is keeping on with its primary fire typing. However, in terms of the Galarian variants, not only does it keep the psychic typing, it also gains the fairy typing. However, Rapidash is still known as the Fire Horse / Unique Horn Pokemon. However, its Japanese name is Gallop, or Gallop. Not really different, you know? Now, let me see here. I believe the ability, and it looks like the abilities for both variants are the same, so we can skip right on over to the biology. So, starting first with Cantonian Rapidash. Rapidash is an equine Pokemon with cream-colored fur and a pointed horn on its forehead. It has small red eyes and triangular ears with reddish interiors. Just making sure the picture's showing. Yellow and reddish-orange flames stream from the back of its head to form a long, flowing mane. A short version of the mane trails down its back to its equally fiery tail. Flames are also present on its fetlocks. It has slender legs, each with a single black hoof. Okay, what are fetlocks? Is it like the flames on like the elbows here, basically? I was never a horse girl growing up, so. Rapidash is a very agile Pokemon. It runs about 150 miles per hour, or 240 kilometers per hour, chasing everything that moves in hopes of racing it. With incredible acceleration, it reaches its top speed in only 10 steps. At full gallop, its hooves barely touch the ground. The faster Rapidash goes, the longer the swaying flames of its mane will become. Wait, the longer the swaying flames of its mane will become. Okay. At an all-out gallop, its blazing mane sparkles, a feature that is said to enhance its beautiful appearance. Rapidash is capable of traveling an entire region like Hisui within a day and a half. Rapidash lives in grasslands, but it can also be seen on mountains in Pokemon Snap. Moving on to the Galarian form, which I will now show you. In Galar, Rapidash takes on a new form with a white coat, pale blue eyes, and a long curly mane and tail, colored in streaks of pastel cyan and pink. Its horn is much longer than that of Cantonian Rapidash, and is deep violet in color with a spiraling white line running its length. Its fetlocks are adorned with long pink fur that stores psychic energy, which gives it a swift, airy gait, and has deep violet hooves. When using psychic energy, its horn glows with a yellow aura, and its colored fur glows with seemingly flowing color. Galarian Rapidash lives in forests and is known for being brave and prideful. It can channel its psychic power into a powerful psycho cut from its horn that can pierce through sheet metal. Galarian Rapidash and its pre-evolution are the only known Pokemon that can have Pastel Veil as an ability. Now, moving on into the stats. Alright, it does the same thing as Ponyta, where the Cantonian and Galarian variant have the same base stats. So let me move back up onto Cantonian Rapidash. Alright, so... how do I go about this? So, Rapidash is keeping on with speed as its highest stat, this time at 105, with attack at 100. However, most of its other stats seems to... However, much like many evolutions, all of its other stats have also increased, now with special attack and special defense at 80, physical defense at 70, and HP at 65. Now granted, it's not that much of a increase as opposed to Ponyta, but honestly, I think this is alright. This is pretty fine. Like, this is pretty fine. I mean, hey, it's got a 500 base stat total, which is always good. I mean, to be fair, if I'm looking at the, game locations, because those are always helpful. Excuse me. Oh, it's not in Glimwood Tangle. I thought it was. Oh wait, this is Rapidash. I should have looked at Ponyta like an idiot. But yeah, honestly, to be fair, like, considering how far along this is, these are good stats, honestly, for, like, a Pokemon that you probably don't get in your first couple of gyms. Wait, let me check back here. It says here, oh, Cerulean. Oh, you gotta evolve it. Fuck me, I'm an idiot. Alright, so, in terms of my own thing, I will say that, something I didn't consider was shiny form. And the funny thing is, in Legends Arceus, I do have a shiny Ponyta. I don't think I've evolved them yet into a Rapidash, but, basically, shiny form, I think, the flames are bluish white. And that looks cool as shit. However, I will say this, I do like Galarian Rapidash. Not as much as Galarian Ponyta, but honestly, it's keeping on with the My Little Pony aesthetic, honestly. The vibe. I mean, tell me that this isn't like a bootleg version of Princess Celestia. I mean, granted, I know that this is, like, I think the unicorn is supposed to represent, like... Because the thing is with Galar is that, like, Galar is basically the UK. And I know for a fact that, I don't know if it's not the national crest of the UK, the unicorn is definitely part of some important UK faction. But yeah, honestly, I do like Galarian Rapidash. Like, it is very pretty. And I will say, I love the fetlocks here. Like, they're so wispy. I mean, considering the fact that this gains a fairy typing, like, it makes sense. Like, it's a unicorn. It's supposed to be a little more, like... Because if you know anything about fae, like, they're supposed to be tricksy, mischievous little creatures. So it's like, you know, it makes sense. But in terms of Cantonian Rapidash, I mean, it carries on with the unicorn, but it's still just a fire horse. It's still just a fire horse. I mean, let me go back to the stats real quick. I mean, again, it's not bad. The stats aren't bad. I mean, unfortunately, the thing is with a lot of speedy Pokemon is that, like, they tend to have pretty crap defense. Honestly, I might put Rapidash in the same tier as Ponyta. Where it's like... Where I think, again, the Galarian form saves it from going into the lower B tier. But again, it's a Pokemon that, like, while I would like it, because I don't really know how good it is in battle, it's not going in the A tier. I mean, well then again, to be fair, because I'm thinking back to that Pony, because I did grind the Ponyta a little bit in Arceus, and I remember, God, I think one of the best. I think the thing is with Ponyta is that, like, you get Flame Wheel. That move's probably really good on a Ponyta, because Ponyta already has, like, really good speed and because the thing with Flame Wheel is that when you attack a Pokemon with it, your speed increases as well. And considering that Ponyta, I mean, so the very idea of a Ponyta using Flame Wheel to attack, it's like, I mean, it already has good attack, and then you consider the speed, it's just speeding, and then with the stab, it's like, Jesus. Yeah. I should express Flame Wheel on Cantonian Ponyta. But yeah, I think this is good. Rapidash being in the higher B tier, I think it's fine. Alright, moving on. Gonna save just in case, because you never know. Alright, we have number 79. We have number 79, which is Slowpoke. And yet again, Slowpoke is one of the many Gen 1 Pokemon that also got a regional variant. But this time it's of Galar. And I clicked on the chat by accident. And here is Galarian Slowpoke. Honestly, not much different. Just a lot more lazier with a yellow head and a yellow tail. Alright, so Slowpoke, so Cantonian Slowpoke at least, is a dual water psychic type Pokemon introduced in Generation 1. It evolves into Slowbro at level 37, or Slow King when traded while holding a King's Rock. Now, in terms of Galarian Slowpoke, it gains the psychic typing, and it can evolve into either Galarian Slowbro when exposed to Galarica Cuff, or a Galarian Slow King when exposed to a Galarica Wreath. These Slowpoke can also be found in Blueberry Academy's Terrarium. Slowpoke is known as the dopey Pokemon across both variants, and its Japanese name is Yadon. Alright, so both Cantonian and Galarian Slowpoke share the normal ability of Own Tempo, but Cantonian Slowpoke can also have Oblivious, whereas Galarian Slowpoke, Gluttony. However, both versions of Slowpoke can have the hidden ability of Regenerator. Now, Cantonian Slowpoke's biology is as follows. Slowpoke is a pink Pokemon that resembles a cross between a salamander and a hippopotamus. It has vacant eyes that never seem focused, curled ears, and a rounded tan muzzle. It has 4 legs, each of which ends in a single white claw. Its long tapering tail has a white tip. This tail drips a sweet, sappy substance that is attractive to many species of fish. Slowpoke uses the tail as a fishing lure. The tail often breaks off, but it will grow back. Slowpoke tails are considered a delicacy and commonly used as a cooking ingredient. In Alola, they are often dried and used in home-cooked stews, while in Galar, they are smoked and packaged as a curry ingredient. I can tell you that right now. I've cooked many a Slowpoke tail with it. Slowpoke is also known to dive underwater to hunt, but is often itself caught instead. Slowpoke has a notoriously dim intellect and often forgets what it was doing. It takes a long time to respond to outside stimuli. For example, it can take up to 5 seconds to process pain and can take an entire day to notice when its tail has been bitten. Slowpoke is commonly found at the water's edge. In some places, it is believed that Slowpoke's yang causes rain. This Pokemon is worshipped in those areas. Its vacant expression is said to help some people relax, while causing irritation to others. It is posited that those who lead hectic lives are most likely to become relaxed. As mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, researchers have debated if Slowpoke is either awake or asleep while it stands around doing nothing. Moving on to the Galarian form. Biology states, Galarian Slowpoke's body is a slightly different shade of pink and has gained yellow colorations on its forehead and tail. This tail is always down and is said to have a spicy taste. That's interesting. Galarian Slowpoke's diet consists of eating spices. Much like its Cantonian counterpart, Galarian Slowpoke is known to relax on seashores and riverbanks without a care in the world. However, sometimes it will get a very sharp look in its eyes as if it is about to think of something tremendous, although it would quickly forget and return to its normal expression afterward. It is believed that this behavior, along with the spicy taste of its tail, is a result of Galarica particles built up from its diet of native Galarica seeds affecting its brain and body. This must be Sword and Shield shit, because I don't know what any of this is. This must be the DLC stuff. This diet also affects Slowpoke's 2 different evolutions, including the shelter that it attaches to it, which is induced by either the Galarica cuff or the Galarica wreath. Due to the scent of the spice emanating from its tail, the Galarian Slowpoke often has difficulties while fishing. They can also be found in the coastal biome of Blueberry Academy's terrarium where Galar's regional life is simulated. Alright, now in terms of the stats, something to keep in mind is that both variants of Slowpoke share the same base stats. Now, in terms of base stats, HP is actually its highest at 90, with physical attack and defense at 65. However, it then quickly just devolves into nothing, with special attack and special defense at 40, and speed at a really bad 15. So these are, it makes sense with the name, right? Slowpoke. Now, I will say, in terms of this stuff, I don't have any experience with Galarian Slowpoke. The funny thing is, I remember when the first wave of DLC for Sword and Shield was announced, I remember that I got the update for Sword to prep for the DLC, so I did get the Slowpoke, but I never used it, because I was like, oh, I'll get the DLC, and I never did. However, in terms of Cantonian Slowpoke, oh boy. I will say, I did catch a Slowpoke in my replay of Pokemon Moon, and I did evolve it into Slowbro, mainly because, as I said, I don't have any friends I can trade with. But I never really used it for battle. I'm all about speed. I need speedy. I need glass cannons. I need agile glass cannons. I need speed. I need power. And Slowpoke definitely ain't one of them. Especially with that speed stat of 15. Hell no. This thing does not get anything from me. Not to mention, I'm not really a fan of the Dopey. I just get really irritated. Even with real life animals, I get irritated with the dopiness. It's like, for God's sakes, I just want you to look at me. I just want you to listen to me for once. So unfortunately, I think Slowpoke is going to be going either in the C tier or the lower B tier. You know what? I'll put it in the lower B tier. Because I think it can be pretty funny sometimes. I mean, I remember the anime where it's just like, it's so fucking dopey, it's so stupid that like, I mean, again, like I read out the description where it's like, it takes like forever to process what happened to it. And it's just like, man, if that ain't me on a bad day. Ow, fuck. Oh, God. Sorry, I got something going on with my mouth, so it's like I can't do much with it. But yeah, so lower B tier for Slowpoke. Alright, so moving on. Oh, whoops, I didn't. Whoopsie, my B. Moving on to number 80 of the Cantonian / Galarian decks, we have Slowbro! Now, I actually have 3 pictures to show you. One is, of course, the Cantonian version. The other one is of its Mega Evo. So this is it. And then, of course, the Galarian variant. Oh boy, this is an interesting coloration, ain't it? Alright, so obviously we're gonna be dealing with Cantonian Slowbro. Alright, so Slowbro is keeping up with the water psychic typing it has from Slowpoke. However, Slowbro can Mega Evolve into Mega Slowbro using the Slowbronites. And in terms of the Galarian variant, it keeps its psychic typing but gains the poison typing when... Okay, that's it. Sorry. Slowbro is known as the Hermit Crab Pokemon, and its Japanese name is Yadoran. Alright. Cantonian Slowbro shares the same abilities as Cantonian Slowpoke. However, Galarian Slowbro replaces one of the abilities from Galarian Slowpoke with Quick Draw. Hidden ability stays the same as Regenerator. However, as Mega Slowbro, it gains the ability Shell Armor. And in terms of Cantonian Slowbro, it reads: Slowbro is a bipedal pink Pokemon with a tan striped belly and a rounded tan muzzle. It has large vacant eyes, curled ears, and 2 small pointed teeth protruding from its upper jaw. It has 3 clawed fingers on its hands and 2 clawed toes on its feet. There is a shoulder attached to its tail. Is there? Doesn't look like a shoulder. Looks more like a fucked up perversion of its shoulder. This shoulder has a gray spiral shell with darker gray spots and small triangular eyes near the base. There are several spikes across the surface of the shoulder, and it holds onto Slowbro with many sharp teeth. Shelder developed its spiral form in an effort to suck more sweetness out of Slowbro's tail. If its tail or the shelter attached to it is broken off, Slowbro will revert to its unevolved form Slowpoke. That's interesting. Slowbro has lost the capability to feel pain due to the shelter's poison. That is fucked up. While typically lazy and unintelligent, Slowbro apparently becomes inspired when the shelter bites down on its tail. While it is capable of unleashing powerful psychic attacks, Slowbro is typically rather peaceful and usually prefers not to fight. Because it can no longer fish using its tail, it instead swims to catch its prey and allows the shelter to feed on its leftover scraps. Slowbro tends to live near ponds, lakes, and seashores. As mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, Slowbro usually sleeps at the same time Shelter bites its tail. On occasion, Slowbro sleeps even when Shelter is still awake. Alright, so moving on over to the Galarian form of Slowbro, as soon as I can get down to it. Here we go. Checking to see if the music is still playing. Alright, so Galarian Slowbro. In Galar, Slowbro's appearance differs due to Shelter biting its arm instead of its tail, causing a chemical reaction between the Shelter's poison and the consumed Galarica spices within the Slowpoke's body. The shelter attached to its arm resembles the shelter tail of its Cantonian counterpart, but is smaller, with a purple tip shaped like a stinger and lacking visible pupils. Galarian Slowbro itself has a slight color difference compared to its counterpart. being pinker with purple accents on its head, arms, and tail. Galarian Slowbro is considered highly dangerous for its tendency to indiscriminately attack its surroundings, the reason for which is due to its Shellder sometimes unconsciously biting down hard on its arm. Another reason is that Shellder feels bliss when biting hard enough to absorb Galarian Slowbro's poison. I am getting some weird vibes from this. However, Shellder will occasionally faint from the seeping poison, and Galarian Slowbro occasionally lashes out due to the itching caused by said poison. You know what? Fair. While normally zoned out, when facing a strong opponent, its body becomes stimulated, and it will sport a sharper expression. Galarian Slowbro attacks by grabbing at its Shellder's tongue, causing the Shellder to fire poisonous liquids from its tip. I'm not going to make the joke. It attacks at speeds rivaling the quickest of known reflexes. They can also be found in the coastal biome of Blueberry Academy's terrarium, where Galar's regional life is simulated. Galarian Slowbro is the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Shell Sidearm. It is also the only known Pokemon that can have Quick Draw as an ability. Moving on over to Mega Slowbro, so moving back up to this fucking monstrosity. As Mega Slowbro, it becomes engulfed by the Shellder so that only its head, arms, and white-tipped tail are visible. Its head pokes out of the Shellder's mouth and is surrounded by the Shellder's enlarged teeth. The Shellder has holes on its sides and an opening at its tip, allowing Mega Slowbro's arms and tail to stick out. Mega Slowbro balances on its tail due to its legs being engulfed. It can move by bouncing, using its tail as a spring. The spikes on the Shellder are now reduced to 4 on the bottom section of its body, and the dark spare dots are only visible on its middle section. Mega Slowbro's energy has gathered in the Shellder, which has increased its hardness. This allows it to act as armor so hard that nothing can scratch it. The Slowbro inside is virtually unchanged, but it gains some power and motivation from Shellder's digestive fluids. So you mean to tell me that this motherfucker is slowly being digested by this fucking shell, and instead of being totally in pain, it's just like, oh, I'm finally ready to live. Moving on to the stats. Alright, so first off we'll talk about Kantonian Slowbro here. So Kantonian Slowbro, physical defense goes way up to 110, and special attack goes up to 100. HP, of course, I imagine remains mildly the same, albeit with a slight increase at 95. Special defense is at 80, which is pretty good. Physical attack is at 75, however, the speed is, of course, garbage at a mere 30. Moving down to Mega Slowbro. So its physical defense just fucking skyrockets to 180, along with its special attack at 130. However, all the other stats remain virtually the same. It's just that, I guess it's just because it gets really hard to you know, physically kill it. And in terms of Galarian Slowbro, as soon as we can move down to here. Excuse me. Stats are a lot more rounded as opposed to Kantonian stuff, with physical attack and special attack both at 100, HP and physical defense at 95. Special defense does go down a little bit by 10 points to 70, and speed remains the same at 30. So in terms, so yeah, I don't have any experience with this, so I'm not going to count it. I will say, I do like the shade of purple. It's nice. It very much reminds me of coughing, honestly. And I never tried out Mega Slowbro because it looks stupid. And mainly because I just don't care for Slowbro as a Pokemon. Like, again, it looks like it gets a little bigger with a shell attached to its tail. And the fact that, like, apparently, if this motherfucker, the Shellder, and again, I can't believe that's considered a Shellder, like, just fucks off and dies or whatnot, this evolves back into a Slowpoke? Like, what's the point of keeping this, then? I mean, here's the thing, right? I think if I remember right, Slowking, I think, is definitely the better of the two evolutions for Slowpoke. But I mean, what does Slowbro really have going for it outside of the Mega Evo? You know, I mean, Galarian I don't care for, and I don't know what the fuck it's for. Like, I'm pretty sure if I gotta go back down to stats. I mean, okay, it has pretty nice special attack, honestly. And honestly, as a Psychic-type Pokemon, you know, Psychic types are notorious for having really crap, like, physical defense. I mean, we saw Alakazam's last time, right? So the fact that Slowbro has really good physical defense as a dual Psychic type, it's like that's actually pretty good. But the speed stat is just garbage, man. It's just fucking garbage. I want hard-hitting speedsters, you know? But yeah, honestly, this might have to go in the lower B tier. Yeah, sharing its Slowpoke, because it's like, it might be good to use as a last defense, but other than that, there's just nothing going for it, unfortunately. So yeah, nothing good for Slowbro, unfortunately, for me. Alright, save again, just in case. Moving on to number 81. And this one's a classic. Actually, does this have a regional variant? No, it doesn't. Okay. I was about ready to copy the link. Whoopsie. Next up we have Magnemite. And thankfully this has no regional variant, so we're good there. But yeah, this is nice. Anyway, Magnemite. So Magnemite is a dual-type electric steel Pokemon introduced in Generation 1. However, prior to Generation 2, it was just purely electric type. It evolves into Magneton at level 30, which then evolves into Magnezone when leveled up in a special magnetic field or when exposed to a Thunderstone. Magnemite is known as the Magnet Pokemon, and its Japanese name is Koiru, or Coil. Its normal abilities are Magnet Pull or Sturdy, with Analytic as its hidden ability. And in terms of the biology, it states, Magnemite is a seemingly robotic Pokemon that has a gray spherical metal body, with blue and red tipped horseshoe magnets on each side and a single large eye. It has 3 Phillips head screws on its body, 2 near the bottom of its body and the one on top of its head that looks similar to an antenna. The 2 bottom screws serve no noticeable purpose, although they may be its feet, as the Pokédex identifies a footprint similar to that of the screw's head. Even though Magnemite and its evolved forms are mechanical creatures, the anime has shown that it has emotions and a way of reproducing. It has even exhibited the need to eat, although its main form of nutrients is electrical currents. It is commonly found in locations such as power plants or caves with a strong magnetic field. Despite its modern artificial appearance, Magnemite has been depicted in carvings discovered at the ruins of Alph. I think the ruins of Alph are a Johto reference. It has also been present in AZ's retelling of the Kalos War, indicating that it has existed for at least 3,000 years. That's X and Y stuff. The magnetic units on Magnemite's body generate an electromagnetic field that allows it to defy gravity and can potentially disrupt electrical equipment. The units generate stronger magnetic fields the faster they rotate. Magnemite is not known to be unnecessarily aggressive, but they may approach trainers with little notice. If a wild Magnemite is approached, it may simply flee on rare occasions, as Magnemite does not care for interaction. However, if attacked, it will retaliate with non-damaging moves. In the care of a trainer, it can be a devoted fighter. However, it has been demonstrated that it may be deterred unless a strong bond is formed with its trainer. Should it run out of electricity, Magnemite will fall to the ground. Usually batteries can help recharge it in order for Magnemite to start moving again. Magnemite can be attracted to anything emitting electricity or a magnetic field, including gadgets such as a Poketech. Oh wait, Poketch. Isn't that the Gen 4 thing? It has even been shown to be attracted to electrical Pokemon producing such fields. With modern electrical lines buried underground, Magnemite attacks on power plants have increased. To prevent power outages, these power plants deliberately send out signals Magnemite can't stand to ward them off. As mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, Magnemite is known to sleep airborne by generating electromagnetic waves from its side magnets. There are rare occasions where, while Magnemite sleeps and muddles to the direction of its waves, it will loop in the air while sleeping. And in terms of the stats, so special attack is its highest at 95, which is, oh my god, for a first stage Pokemon with 2 other Evos, that's pretty good. Physical defense is at 70. However, all of its other stats are pretty bad. I mean, special defense is at 55, which is good. However, for an electric type Pokemon, Magnemite's speed stat is only at 45, with physical attack at 35 and HP at 25. Again, I'm not expecting, with electric type Pokemon, they're known to be speedy. They're known to be, like, I think if I remember right, they're number 1 in terms of, like, being the fastest Pokemon, normally, so that's pretty ridiculous that it's only at 45. Now, I will say this. People love to give Gen 5 all sorts of crap because of how a lot of the Pokemon in that thing look. I mean, again, we have Kling, Clang, and then Kling Clang, and then we have the Vanillite line, you know, and then Trubbish and Garbodor. Like, listen. Like, a lot of people love to give shit to Unova for those Pokemon, but let's not forget that Kanto also had its problems. I mean, for fuck's sake, look at this. Like, this is an anthropomorphic magnet with screws attached to it. Like, and here's the thing, I'm not necessarily saying it's shit. I'm not necessarily saying the design is bad. It's just, like, you know, let's just keep in mind that, like, you know, Kanto ain't exactly, like, you know, innocent in this regard either. And believe me, I think maybe at the halfway point, I'll probably give my impression of Kanto. And believe me, I got a lot to say about Kanto and its fans. But still. But I will say this. In my replay of Pokemon Moon, I did catch a Magnemite because I was in desperate need of Electric-type Pokemon. And, honestly... Like, I will say this. Magnemite is good for the early stuff. Because it has Thunder Wave. Or at the very least, it can get Thunder Wave. And those are always good for catching Pokemon and stuff, but overall, it also helps that, like, at least in terms of physical defense, like, it's pretty good. Like, it's pretty good. Like, let me go back to the, what did I say the physical defense was, 70? Yeah, physical defense is 70. Which, again, honestly, that's really good. Especially, like, well, actually, is this in terms of, like, Kanto? Like, in terms of, like, are these stat blocks from, like, has this remained the same in regards to Gen 1 as opposed to Gen 9? And it doesn't really say anything, so maybe. Honestly, for a pure electric type, back in red, green, and blue, 70 to physical defense stat for electric type Pokemon is really good. Oh, excuse me. But yeah, I think, like, honestly, it's just, like, again, I do think it's a pretty cool design, all things considered. But I feel like, if anything, it's just kind of it. So, I would honestly put it in the lower B tier. I would just put it in the lower B tier. Alright, next up is number 82. Oh, okay. Alright. We have Magneton. Honestly, it's just 3 Magnemite just strapped together. Alright, so, Magneton keeps on with its electric steel type, steel typing, with its electric steel typing, and obviously prior to Generation 2 was purely electric. And, yeah. So Magneton is, I think it keeps on with the, let me check. That's not what I wanted to do. I think it keeps on with the magnets type. Yeah. So it is still known as the magnet Pokemon. However, its Japanese name is Rare Coil, or Rare Coil. Its abilities remain the same as Magnemite's. And so the biology is as follows. Magneton is a robot-like Pokemon, the result of 3 Magnemite becoming linked together by a strong magnetic force, although a single Magnemite can evolve by itself when there are no other Magnemite in the vicinity. Each individual Magnemite has a gray spherical body with a single... Okay, wait a minute, why are you giving me this? With a single eye and a gray and red and blue tipped horseshoe magnet on each side. The topmost Magnemite has 3 Phillips head screws on its body, while the others appear to have only 2. The 3 Magnemite that Magneton consists of can be linked in several ways. Magneton is most commonly seen as 3 Magnemite on top and 2 Magnemite linked by the screws on the bottom, forming a triangle. In some cases, commonly seen in 3D games such as Pokemon Snap, the Magnemite will not be connected at all, remain in a triangular formation at rest, and are able to freely move within each other's vicinity to form other patterns. In this case, all 3 Magnemite have 3 screws. The magnetic forces that hold the 3 Magnemite together are powerful enough to dry up all moisture and raise the temperature by 3.6 degrees Fahrenheit, or 2 degrees Celsius, within a radius of 3,300 feet, or 1,000 meters. It can also be disruptive to electronic devices and induce earaches. It uses powerful radio waves to help it study the surrounding area. Might need to put on some lip balm here. Magneton's anti-gravitational powers enable it to fly through the air. Being composed of 3 Magnemite, it is about 3 times as powerful electrically, though not 3 times as intelligent. Even though Magneton is a mechanical creature, it still has the need to eat. As seen in the anime, food for Magneton consists of electrical currents. It is usually found in rough terrain, often near power plants. When sunspots flare up, Magneton tends to appear more often, presumably due to the changes in the sun's magnetic field. When rain clouds form, it also gathers in high areas prone to lightning strikes. As seen in Pokemon Adventures the manga, it possesses the ability to form its electricity into both into both platforms and barriers, As seen in The Future I Choose, which I believe is a movie. Oh, no, wait a minute. Oh, is that from Horizons? Shit. It can cause interference with phone and internet signals. In An Unexpected Picnic, another anime episode, I heard a Magneton can produce an EMP that can destroy computer software. Despite its modern artificial appearance, carvings depicting Magneton have been discovered at the ruins of Alph, and one was shown in a flashback to the Great War of Kalos, indicating it has existed for at least 3,000 years. It is believed to be an ancient Magneton that was alive 10,000... Oh, wait a minute, never mind, skipped over that thing, that's Gen 9. As mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, Magneton is known to sleep with its 3 linked Magnemite either stuck together or drifting apart by a strong magnetic force. It is theory that its magnetism is unstable while Magneton sleeps. As for its stats, physical attack stat is really good at 120. At 120, with its physical defense at 95, and I will say this, special defense and speed go up to 70, however its physical attack is at 60 and HP is at 50. I mean, the stat total is 465, which is pretty good, honestly, but I will say that in terms of my opinion here, at least in terms of the design, listen, it is just 3 magnets stuck together, guys. Not that much different as opposed to Magnemite. But in terms of how good it is in battle, like, I will say, the experience I had with my Magneton is pretty good, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I mean, there were definitely times where, it would miss attacks, even when it had, like, even when those moves have high accuracy, and it's like, what the fuck, why am I not landing this? But I will say, I think what really kind of saved the Magneton for me is the fact that it's a lot speedier than a Magnemite. I mean, granted, of course, it's still only at like 70 speed, you know, all things considered, but compared to how Magnemite's slow ass before, it's a massive improvement. You know. But I will say, like, I mean, I also gotta keep in mind, too, that's, like, I'm also using Pokemon to me. I keep saying to me, what is the fuck? I wish I knew what the hell the feature was in Generation 7. Like, what is that feature called? It's not a me. It's the breeding, not the breeding, the grooming stuff. But, yeah. So this is fine, I guess. Honestly, I'm not gonna lie, I would put it in the high B tier. Because it is honestly pretty good, especially if you, like, I will say this is not taking into effect of Magnezone. Oh my god, like, when we get to Sinnoh eventually, Magnezone, I think it's pretty safe to say where I'm gonna put that motherfucker at. But if we were to disregard Magnezone, this is honestly a pretty good Pokemon to have. Would I choose it over Raichu? No. But this is a pretty good backup in case Raichu, you know, needs to be replaced for whatever reason. Alright, so save, just in case. Alright, moving on to number 83. Oh boy, this Pokemon. I've never used this one. Oh. Okay, I was gonna say, it's like, why is the music not playing? Alright, so, the next Pokemon up is Farfetch'd! And, of course, like many Cantonian Pokemon, it has a Galarian form. I was about ready to copy the link by accident. Now, I will say this, I don't have any experience with this motherfucker. I remember its evolution of Surfetch'd. Surfetch'd! But yeah, so we have Farfetch'd. A punny name Pokemon. Alright, so... Farfetch'd is a dual-type normal flying Pokemon introduced in Generation 1. In Galar, Farfetch'd instead is fighting type, and it evolves into Surfetch'd after landing 3 critical hits in a single battle. What the fuck kind of evolution requirement is that? That sounds impossible! Well, actually, no. Oh, wait a minute. No, I remember now. No, I remember now. Like... I remember now. Farfetch'd is one of those Pokemon that's like... It's known for one thing only, but it's shit at everything else. Anyway... Farfetch'd is known as the Wild Duck Pokemon, and its Japanese name is Kamulnegi. Kamulnegi. In terms of its abilities, Cantonian Farfetch'd can have either the ability Keen Eye or Inner Focus, with Defiant as its hidden ability, whereas Galarian Farfetch'd will only have Steadfast and Scrappy as its hidden ability. And in terms of Cantonian Farfetch'd, it says... Farfetch'd is an avian Pokemon that resembles a light brown duck with a white underbelly. It has a flat yellow beak, brown eyes, a V-shaped black marking on its forehead, similar to a unibrow, and a 3-feather crest on top of its head. Its wings are as big as its body and appear to be prehensile enough to substitute for hands. It has yellow legs with webbed feet and a stubby tail. Farfetch'd is always seen carrying a leek stalk or spring onion. That's why in the Japanese name it has Negi. It carries this sprig in its wings, but sometimes chooses to hold it in its beak or feet instead. Unable to live without its stick, Farfetch'd will defend it with its life. Losing the stalk can leave Farfetch'd defenseless, and it will seek out a new one to replace it. Known uses for the stick include use as a weapon, nesting material, and emergency food source. When using the stalk to attack, Farfetch'd wields and uses it like a sword to cut through things. There are several different fighting styles involving Farfetch'd's leek. It is selective about which sticks it will use and has been known to fight over good ones. Farfetch'd is found in temperate grasslands where reedy plants grow, guarding the plants from anyone trying to disturb them. However, Farfetch'd is rarely seen, and thus it is thought that its numbers are decreasing and that it is at risk of extinction. Excuse me, what? According to sources such as the anime and the Pocket Monsters Encyclopedia, that's interesting, its population decline is caused by humans who hunted it down for food. One popular recipe suggested cooking it with its own leek. There have been attempts at breeding in order to increase the Farfetch population. In the anime, Farfetch'd are known to be able to swim like real-life ducks. Farfetch'd and Sirfetch'd are the only known Pokemon capable of using the leek item. Moving on over to the Galarian Farfetch'd. In Galar, Farfetch'd is a deeper shade of brown, with a more prominent black mark on its head and a much more unfriendly look on its face. The leek it carries with its wings is much larger in Galar than the leeks that Farfetch'd use in other regions, although whether it is related to the large leek used as a curry ingredient is unknown. Galarian Farfetch'd body has developed a much stronger frame that gives it the strength required to carry its leek. However, this sheer mass makes it hard for it to fly. It is renowned for its courage in battle and can use its leek like swords or javelins. As a result of surviving and experiencing many different battles, Galarian Farfetch'd develops the ability to evolve into Sirfetch'd. Okay, so in terms of the stats here... Oh boy. Alright, so Kantonian Farfetch'd has 2 stat blocks. First one is from generations 1 through 6. That's interesting. Okay, I will say this. It's a well-rounded Pokemon, but its stats are awful. With physical attack at its highest at 65, special defense at 62, speed at 60, special attack at 58, physical defense at 55, and HP at 52. Like, it's pretty well-rounded, but it's, not great. And then from Generation 7 onwards, however, physical attack increases to 90, which is honestly pretty good. But in terms of everything else, the stats remain the same. So really it just looks like from Generation 7 on, where Farfetch'd just gets like a, what? A 35... Wait, yeah. No. Yeah, a 35 point increase into attack. Which, I mean, to be fair, if it's supposed to be... Because I think if I remember right, Farfetch'd is supposed to be known as, like, the crit hit Pokemon. But that's all it's good for, is basically just, like, I'm just gonna raise critical hit ratio. However, Galarian Farfetch'd... Oh, it's pretty much the same. Actually, no. Oh, no. Fuck. I just opened up something I didn't mean to. Physical attack remains the same at 95. Speed, however, goes down by 5 points. Shit. I knew I opened something up. What else? Wait, am I reading this wrong? I'm looking at the differences. Oh. Okay, so physical attack goes up another 5 points, where its speed goes down 5 points. Okay. I was like, wait a minute. Am I reading something wrong here? Like, basically, it just looks like they took, like, the 5 points from Kantonian Farfetch's speed and just added it to Galarian Farfetch's attack. And that's it. Okay, I will say this. I've never used a Farfetch'd in my life, namely because, again, I don't care for it, honestly. And I didn't even know, like, here's the thing, I didn't even know that Farfetch'd had a Galarian form. Like, I knew about Sirfetch'd, but I just figured that this motherfucker evolved into it. I didn't even know about the evolutionary method. But that's because I didn't care for Sirfetch'd. I was just like, I don't care for it. And I think if I remember right, that's one of the Pokemon I got from my version of Pokemon Sword and Shield. Which, fuck right off. I hate that. But I will say this. Farfetch'd, I think, is known more for the meme potential because because here's the thing. I always think about the leak, right? But the problem is with the leak, I think about Miku. like, if you're a Vocaloid fan like me, right? Well, if you're a Vocaloid fan like I used to be, you would know that one of Hatsune Miku's most famous songs, and of course one of the things that she is known for are green onions, these leeks things. And the song I'm talking about, I always think about, Elvan Polka. How do you pronounce that first word? Elvan Polka? Like the meme, like that song that's about... Well, actually, no. Wait, is that the song that has the leek in it? Elvan Polka. Polka. For some reason, I'm not thinking that is, but it has to be. That's the only one I know that features the leek in a prominent way. And that song is fucking famous. Like 16 million views, I believe, at one point, right? Am I crazy? I don't remember. But yeah, I will say this. I do like the, what's that word? The cut, that's it. The cut of the... I do like the cut of the Galarian Farfetch's Gib. Like, he looks like... I mean, look at this big-ass leek. This is a big-ass fucking leek. Like, let me look real quick. How big is Farfetch? Like, it's not... Like, seriously, Farfetch'd is like a 2-foot duck. 2-foot duck. So it's small. But it's like, it has this big-ass leek. Oh, fuck. Why? Dude, I suddenly started thinking about this, like, this basically being, like, the duck version of Kazuma Kiryu. It's like fucking Yakuza duck. That makes no fucking sense, though, because it's like, dude, Galar's the UK! I mean, Galar I know has the punks. I mean, that's what we have in Spike Myth, but, like, those aren't the Yakuza. Anyway, where would I rate this? Honestly, I could not give a less of a fuck about this. So honestly, it's gonna go in the C tier. Oh boy. How do you spell Farfetch'd? Is it that? Yeah. So yeah, Farfetch is unfortunately joining the rest of the group here in terms of the C tier. Farfetch'd. 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 I don't care for ducks. Well, actually, no, I do care for ducks. But eventually we get to the duck Pokemon. Next up is... Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh man, we're never gonna get to an S-type at this point. Alright, so next up is... Doduo! Thank God, another Pokemon that doesn't have a regional form. Okay, just making sure the music is playing. Alright, so Doduo is a dual-type normal flying Pokemon introduced in Generation 1. It evolves into Dodrio at level 31. It is known as the twin bird Pokemon, and its Japanese name is literally Dodo. Dodo. In terms of its abilities, it can have either Runaway or Early Bird, and its hidden ability is its Tangled Feet. In terms of the biology, it states, Doduo is a two-headed bipedal avian Pokemon. Each head has a long, sharp beak and two beady black eyes. I actually should have been checking my OBS this whole time. I've had it off. And two beady black eyes. It has a bristly, down-like covering of brown feathers on its body and both heads. A male has black flexible necks, whereas a female has brown necks. Both genders have brown legs. Each foot has 4 digits ending in a sharp claw. Both heads have an identical brain. However, it is believed that on occasion they may possess different brains. It is also theorized that the two heads communicate with some form of telepathy for coordination. Even when sleeping or nourishing itself with food and water, one head is usually awake and alert and keeps a keen eye out for enemies. The two heads switch turns every hour or so, with both only sleeping at the same time when they feel completely safe. Both heads have the same genes and battle together in perfect sync. Due to its almost non-existent wings... Almost non-existent? Bruh, I'm looking at the wings right now. There are none. It cannot fly very well. However, it has developed legs that make it a powerful runner. Reaching speeds of 60 miles per hour, or 100 kilometers per hour, it energetically strides across the plains, leaving large 4-inch or 10 centimeter deep footprints behind it. It can better maintain balance while running by raising and lowering its two heads. Doduo lives in wide open plains, grasslands, and savannas. Alright, in terms of the stats for Doduo, they're not great. Like, literally, it's hot. Like, you would think that since, like, it's stated that it is an exceptional runner, its speed would be its highest stat, right? No, it's its physical attack at 85. But that doesn't mean that speed is falling behind, it's just at 75. However, everything else is literally garbage, with physical defense at 45, special attack and special defense at 35, as well as its HP at 35. Honestly, I would not have this. Like, I've never played a Doduo, nor would I ever want it. Yeah. Again, there are just some like, you ever just get those Pokemon that, like, you just know you couldn't find a use for? You know what I mean? You just could not be able to find a use for. And not even out of the fact that you think they're shit. It's just like, I just cannot see myself with it. This is one of them. Doduo is one of them. Doduo is one of them. And honestly, God, why am I now thinking of, like, the Ice Age version of Dodos? Like, you know, those fucking dumbass birds that all killed themselves just to prevent a human baby from eating a watermelon? Oh, excuse me. But yeah, it's a thing. It exists. And unfortunately, it's gonna go in the C tier. I will say though, I do like the naming. Like Doduo, like a duo of dodos. Like, that's pretty nice. Do like the punny name. Next up. Making sure the music's still playing. Next up is number 85. Can you believe we've gone through we've almost gone through like 10 Pokemon, and we're only like, what, an hour and a half in? Like, we're getting through this. We're getting through it way quicker than we thought. Alright, next up is... Dodrio! Honestly, a worser version of Doduo. Anyway, no. Alright, so Dodrio keeps on with his dual typing of normal and flying. However, it is known as the triple bird Pokemon. Its Japanese name is essentially the same as its English name, just, just pronounced as Dodorio. Its abilities remain the same as it was as a Doduo, and its biology states, Dodrio is a large, wingless, three-headed avian Pokemon. Each head has a long, sharp beak and a black V-shaped feather crest. It has bristly brown feathers covering its head and upper body, while its lower half is a smooth layer of black feathers. Its tail consists of 3 pale red feathers with lighter tips. Its wingless body rests on 2 long and slender but powerful legs, with feet that have 3 clawed toes in front and 1 in back. A male has black necks, whereas a female has brown necks. Both genders have brown legs. That is really funny. Each head has its own working brain and distinct personality. Each head represents and expresses either sorrow, anger, or joy. Despite being separate, it has the innate ability to use all 3 of its brains to collect data, formulate, and then execute complex plans and strategies. However, on occasion it may overthink, which causes it to become immobilized and unable to carry out any action whatsoever. Why does that sound like every individual with ADHD? Actually, I shouldn't say that. I mean, to be fair though, considering that I probably have ADHD, why does that sound like me, honestly? Just like... Being separate individuals on the same body, the 3 heads will continue to bicker until they, or at least one of them, gets to eat. Fair. This satisfies the other 2 heads, quelling them and temporarily ending their infighting. The strongest of Dodrio's heads and the thickest neck will become the leader and gain primary control of the body. Another form of adaptation that has acquired is the ability to have at least one head alert at all times. Makes sense. Extreme caution is advised when all three heads are facing separate directions. It is in this state that it is the most dangerous, and going near it may result in a severe pecking. Why the hell did it not state this for the Spiro or Firo? Remember the first episode of the anime, guys? Along with its three heads, it has 3 sets of hearts and lungs as well. Oh wow. This allows it to efficiently oxygenate and pump blood throughout its body, thus giving it increased endurance to run vast distances without rest. It is especially prone to race vigorously across grassy plains, even in arid seasons with little rainfall. As a result, despite being slower than Doduo, Dodrio can keep running for an even longer time. Ah, so Doduo is more for speed, whereas Dodrio is more for endurance / stamina. Interesting. As mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, Dodrio is known to usually sleep standing up, each of the 3 heads taking turns sleeping while one head stays awake. That should be take. However, should Dodrio become very tired, even the head that remains awake may start to doze off. Alright, so in terms of speed, stats. Yeah, that makes sense. So physical attack is at 110, speed is at 100, and it does seem like the rest of its stats are pretty rounded. I mean, physical defense is at 70, whereas special attack, special defense, and HP are all at 60. Oh wait, that's for generations 1 through 6. Ah, and in terms of Generation 7 onward, the speed actually is on par with its physical attack. Honestly, that's... Huh. I mean, I guess that could work? I mean, as I said before, like, Dodo is more for pure speed, whereas Dodrio is, like, endurance. I don't know, maybe I just don't get it. But I mean, still, I do like that, though, at the very least. That's, like, they're known to be very powerful. So it's like, yeah, it would make sense that, like, their physical attack is, like, high and such. But, honestly, this also doesn't really inspire anything in me. It's like Doduo, it's just worse. Honestly, the funny thing is, we're looking at a female Dodrio. These are brown necks. This is not a male. I don't know, it's just like, I feel like it just carries on with the Spiro / Firo problem, where it's just like, you know, we gotta make them look meaner. And it's like, why do most bird Pokemon, when they evolve, have to look mean? Like, why can't they just look cute? I mean, I guess that's part of the thing with Pokemon as a whole, is that, like, you're always going to have, like, the first stage of Pokemon where they always look so cute in order to draw you in, and then, like, when they evolve, that's when they just lose the cuteness and become mature. Like, I get it, but it's also like, ugh. Anyway, I think it's pretty obvious. This motherfucker goes into the C tier along with its predecessor, Doduo. I will say, though, much like Doduo, I do like the naming convention of Dodrio. You know, I mean, it's just more dodos, but this time in a trio. I don't know what I've been told. Why am I thinking of that now? I think fucking dodos. Next up is number 86. Next up is 86. Which is... Seal! Yay! Cutie patootie. Alright, so, Seal is a pure water-type Pokemon introduced in Generation 1. It evolves into Dugong at level 34. It is known as the Sea Lion Pokemon, and its Japanese name is Powell. Wait. Powell. Powell. How do you pronounce that in Japanese? Like, it has the English name. Well, or I should say the Romaji, but, like... How do you pronounce that in Japanese? It's Powwow. 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 Oh, no. I see now. I didn't see that the, God, that's so... Man, why is the Japanese language like that with the W's? Powwow. Anyway, So, its abilities can be either thick fat or hydration from Generation 4 onwards, with its hidden ability of Ice Body. And the biology is as states. Seal is a pinniped Pokemon with a thick hide covered in bluish-white fur. It has a pale tan maw with a large red tongue and a pair of tusks on its lower jaw. It has circular eyes and a black nose that is capable of closing when it swims. There is a small horn on its forehead, which it uses in combination with its tusks to bore through ice floes. It has 2 flippers on its chest and 2 more on the end of its tail. When the tail is raised, it resembles a water spout. Seal lives on icebergs in frigid ocean waters. Its warm fur and thick hide allow it to swim in waters as cold as negative 40 degrees Fahrenheit, or negative 40 degrees Celsius. It thrives in these cold environments, becoming more active as the temperature drops and tires easily in warm waters. Preferring to sleep during the day, it hunts for prey under sheets of ice in the late day and evening hours. While it is a graceful swimmer, it is awkward and struggles to move on dry land. And as for its stats... Alright, so special defense is at 70, which is its highest stat, and then it's followed up with HP at 65. However, its physical defense is 55, and then the rest of it is at 45, meaning its physical attack, special attack, and speed are all at 45. Oh wow, that's interesting. Okay, so on the base, so the thing is, if you don't know a lot about Pokemon, let me tell you something let me tell you something about it. So, for generations 1 through 3, meaning Kanto, Johto, and Hoenn, the way that special attack and physical attack were calculated with the moves was that basically there were a lot of Pokemon that before Generation 4, they were pretty bad, mainly because of how moves were classified. Now, I don't know a lot about this. However, the best way I can think of to describe it is that there were some Pokemon where they would get moves that would have been really good for them if it were classified as either physical or special. That's why physical and special. That's why I make it a difference to say physical attack versus special attack. Now, the thing is, right, is that obviously when it comes to the typings of Pokemon, every Pokemon is unique with its, type, with its stats and such in terms of the typing. However, remember how I said that electric type Pokemon are number 1 in terms of speed? Because usually the Pokemon that have that are really good at the speed stat are electric type. And it's pretty much like the same thing with other Pokemon. For example, psychic type Pokemon are probably really good at special attack, whereas fighting type Pokemon are good at physical attack. So there's that. And obviously you would consider that with moves that are the same typing as psychic, fighting, electric, etc. Well, maybe not electric, but psychic and fighting, that fighting type moves would be really powerful in the physical department, and psychic type moves are really powerful in the special attack department. You would think that, right? No. However, in generations 1 through 3, some of those moves, let's just, I could be wrong here, but I think there were a lot of moves that were misclassified as physical/special. Basically, I think there were some psychic-type moves that were labeled as physical, even though most psychic-type Pokemon at that point, during those points, were special attack-oriented, and vice versa. It's like, why? However, when Generation 4 came to be, they introduced the physical-special split, which basically means, I believe, they really just restructured a lot of the moves and such, and of course Pokemon as well. And basically it's not gonna mean a lot if you're not playing competitive, but when you're playing competitive, oh my god, that may as well have been a miracle to the competitive scene of Pokemon. And believe me when I say, if you ask a lot of competitive Pokemon players, what the physical special split are, like, is, like, they could probably tell you a lot more about it than I can. I'm just giving off my own explanation that is probably pretty poorly explained, like everything is. But regardless, I bring this up because the base stats for Seal mention that this Pokemon's special base stat in Generation 1 was 70. And it's very interesting they brought that up because if you remember, it says here that the special attack stat of Seal is 45. So that's just very interesting. It's like, why did they really take it down a notch? Why did they really take it down a notch with Seal? But anyway, I will say this. I do like Seal. I've never actually used a Seal before, but I love the design of it. It's so cute. It's like, this is the kind of dopey I like. You know, not a thought in that head. Like basically Seal is the, like, looks like the epitome of, like, head empty, no thoughts given whatsoever. Like, it's cute. It's cute. It's so cute. And yeah, I do like the fact that the tail does resemble a water spout, which makes sense considering Seal is, well, a seal. Although I will say when I was reading out the, biology and it said that, like, it is awkward and struggles to move on dry land, I was thinking more of an otter for some reason. But yeah, again, it's so cute. It is like more like a dog. It's like a water dog as opposed to like a seal. I will say, though, that unfortunately the stats do kind of bring it down a little bit, but honestly, I would probably put it at a high B. I would put it at a high B, because it is cute. It is cute. And hey, at least, and unlike Ponyta and Rapidash, where the Galarian form saved it from being lower B, Seal is up here all on the cuteness. Head empty, no thoughts given. Next up is number 87. I should actually be keeping a check on this. And it is Dugong. Alright, so Dugong keeps the water typing from Seal, but it gains the ice typing, and it was introduced in Generation 1. Did I read out that Seal evolved into it at 34? I think I did. Dugong also keeps up with being known as the sea lion Pokemon. However, its Japanese name is Jugon. Jugon. However, it does retain the same abilities it would have had as a seal, and the biology is as follows. Dugong is a pinniped Pokemon with a snowy white furry body. I love how they say that this is furry, and it's just like, where? Its fur renders it virtually invisible in snowy conditions. Its face has 2 black eyes, a black nose, and 2 tusks extending from its upper jaw. It has a streamlined body with 2 front flippers and a long flowing tail. Even in extremely cold and ice-packed waters, its tail allows it to be a swift and agile swimmer at speeds of 8 knots. I genuinely don't know what that translates into for me. On top of its head is a sharp horn, which allows it to cut through the thickest ice floes. It lives on icebergs adrift in frigid ocean waters. It thrives in lower temperatures, becoming increasingly more active the colder the weather. By storing thermal energy within its body, it is completely unharmed by even the most intense freezing weather. During daylight hours, it sleeps on bitterly cold ice or under shallow water. However, at night when the temperature drops, it becomes a hunter and searches for prey such as wishy-washy. Following a meal, it sunbathes on the beach. This raises its body temperature and aids in digestion. And as for its stats... Now, I will say this, they are definitely better than Seal, but unfortunately they're not super great. I mean, to be fair, special defense is at 95, with HP at 90 and physical defense at 80, and physical attack, special attack, and speed are all at 70. Honestly, this isn't that bad. And considering the fact that this might be like... Is this our first Ice-type Pokemon? Is this our first Ice-type Pokemon? Let me check. I think it is, because we've had other Water-type, but I don't think we had, like, Ice yet. So yeah, I think this is our first Ice-type Pokemon, because I'm not gonna necessarily count Vulpix, because that's a Alolan, and I'm thinking more in terms of, like, Kanto. But yeah, honestly, I really do like the design of Dugong. Like, I love the flippers. It very much reminds me of, like, of mermaids. And obviously you all know how much I love my merfolk, right? But it's also just really cute, but it also carries, like, that sense of elegance, in a sense. And I think it is just because of how the flippers are drawn here. Like, look, like, you can imagine this, like, in terms of, like, a mermaid's tail. I mean, you even have this whole thing right here as a mermaid's tail. Again, like, it's a really cute design with a sense of elegance, and I love the way the flippers are drawn. And honestly, I mean, I know it's a white seal thing. But it's also the fact that it's ice type too. Like, there's just like, it's just... And I think if I remember right, isn't there a real life animal called a dugong? I mean, obviously it's not spelled as, like, you know, with the word do. I think it's just pronounced as, like, let me see here. Yeah, it is a dugong. Yeah, there is a animal called the dugong. Like, okay, excuse me for a moment. I'm looking up on National Geographic. Oh my god! What the fuck is this? Actually, you know what? Okay. So I looked up I looked up the actual thing of a dugong, and honestly, this doesn't look like a fucking otter. Like, if anything, like, it looks more like a manatee. Like, it looks like a fatter, if you can believe it, a fatter and more like it just looks like a manatee. Like, are these what dugong... What the hell is this thing? Like, let me think. Can I show this picture? Like, here's what a dugong actually looks like. Or it can just not show up. That's great. Where the... Can I... Oh, am I not able to do this because of Google? Oh my god, it's got a plushie. That's adorable. Like, is there... I don't know where a good picture could be to, like, have a dugong. Can I get this? Maybe. No. Alright, you're gonna have to basically look up a picture of a dugong. But honestly, if you look up the picture of a dugong, and it should express, the Pokemon dugong is spelled D-E-W-G-O-N-G. The real life dugong is just spelled D-U-G-O-N-G. So yeah, if you look up that version of dugong, it just looks like a manatee. Like, it looks like a manatee. And honestly, I mean, I will say this, dugong looks, I will say this, the real life dugong is like that ugly shade of cute. You know, where it's just like, oh my god, you're so fat, and your face is so just bleh, that I love it so much. Anyway, back to what I was saying. Honestly, I would put dugong in the A tier. Because I do really like the design of it. Not to mention, I do like the typing of it too. Like, I mean, water I think is probably going to be like one of my favorite typings. Not my top 3, obviously, but definitely one of my favorite typings because I've always been more interested in the water. Not to mention, I think I've said before that I'm more of a marine animal person than I was a mammal. I guess I shouldn't say that. But marine mammal, like, I've always been interested in animals like this, where it's like, they're mammals, but they live in the water. But yeah, so that's dugong. Gotta save yet again. Alright, next up is... Oh boy. Oh boy, are we gonna have to make the joke with this? Actually, wow, I am surprised my OBS did not crash. Alright, so next up is... Not crash, freeze. Is Grimer! And Grimer was one of the Pokemon that got in a regional variant, so let me get that up too. So this is Cantonian Grimer, and this is a Alolan Grimer. Honestly, not much difference, is there, aside from a difference of color and teeth. But yeah, so, number 88. Alright, so Grimer is a primary Poison-type Pokemon introduced in Generation 1. It evolves in the Muck at level 38. However, in the Alolan variant, gains the Dark typing. However, everything else remains the same. It is known as the Sludge Pokemon, and its Japanese name is Beto Beta. Bet better. In terms of the abilities, Cantonian Grimer can have the abilities Stench or Sticky Hold with Poison Touch as his hidden ability, whereas Alolan Grimer can have Poison Touch or Gluttony with the Power of Alchemy as its hidden ability. What the fuck does that mean? Alright, so Cantonian Grimer's biology states... Grimer is a slimy amorphous Pokemon, born from sludge in dirty streams or seabeds that are exposed to lunar radiation. Lunar radiation? Is the moon radioactive? It has 2 large eyes with beady pupils and a gaping mouth with a gray tongue. While it lacks any visible legs, it does have 2 arms with 3 digits on each hand. Its purple sludge body contains a variety of pungent bacteria, which are so potent that it renders soil barren and incapable of supporting plant life. It is constantly oozing a bacteria-rich fluid from all parts of its body. Should it run out of internal germs, Grimer will die! Okay. Pieces of it often break off during travel and go on to become new Grimer. When combined with another Grimer, it produces new poisonous compounds. Due to its lack of a solid form, Grimer is capable of squeezing into any space or crevices with relative ease. It uses this to penetrate sewage pipes and feed off of the filthy wastewater inside. Its population fluctuates based on the availability of waste, which is Grimer's main diet. It can be found in polluted lakes and streams, as well as within cities and factories where trash and industrial waste can be found. In recent years, thanks to efforts in environmental improvements and a decrease in their food source of waste, Grimer is now facing extinction! Stop this! Stop this! Prior to Generation 4, Grimer and its evolved form Muck were the only known Pokemon that could have Stench as an ability. Moving on to Alolan Grimer, which I will now show. Here we go. The boy. Grimer was brought to Alola to deal with the excess waste generated by the region's increased population. Alolan Grimer eats solid garbage instead of sludge. This new diet has caused its body composition and form to change. Alolan Grimer's body is green with a line of yellow sludge along its lower lip that extends around behind its head, a bright blue tongue, and small black crescent-shaped spaces behind its eyes. It also has 2 blunt teeth, quote-unquote, in its upper jaw. I just realized my music is not playing. Sorry about that. Which are actually crystallized toxins formed by its diet. It is not known how to break down these toxic crystals, but direct contact with them is known to be dangerous. Lethal poisons leak out of Alolan Grimer's body when these crystals fall out. Because it produces and stores toxins within its body, Alolan Grimer does not produce a foul stench like Cantonian Grimer. There are usually about 100 Alolan Grimer found living near waste disposal sites in Alola, assisting people in dealing with garbage. Alolan Grimer is widely used and a very popular Pokemon used in garbage disposal facilities around the world. Alolan Grimer is perpetually hungry and must constantly eat trash. If no trash is readily available, it will eat other manufactured products instead. In addition to garbage, Alolan Grimer preys on Trubbish and Garbodor. Its introduction to Alola caused their populations to decrease in the region. They can also be found in the coastal biome of Blueberry Academy's terrarium, where Alola's island life is simulated. Alolan Grimer and its evolved form, Alolan Muck, are the only known Pokemon that can have Power of Alchemy as an ability. What the fuck does that mean? I don't know. In terms of its stats. Alright, so something to keep in mind. Both Cantonian and Alolan Grimer's stat blocks are virtually the same. Now, as for its highest stat, both HP and attack are tied at 80 points, with physical defense and special defense at 50, special attack at 40, and speed at 25. Now, I will say this. I actually caught a Grimer during my replay of Pokemon Moon, and I remember this one so much so that, yeah, his name was Slick, because of Oil Slick. And I will say this, it may be ugly, but you know what? It kind of grew on me. Honestly, I really did like Slick as a Grimer. Like, he was so good. So fucking good. Like, seriously, his speed may have been shit, but honestly, he could tank a hit. Like, oh my god, like, I use Slick so much to help me catch, like, not help me catch, but to actually defeat Pokemon, or at least get them down low enough for me to catch them. Like, holy, he is so good. Especially when you take into effect that Alolan Grimer gets Dark type, which is already a pretty bulky defense Pokemon, which is already a bulky defense Pokemon type. I don't know if I explained that right. But honestly, yeah. And not to mention, like, the Pokemon and Me thing really makes Slick so freaking cute. Like, seriously, when you go to pet him, you know, your hand just gets coated in disgusting sludge, but he still likes the pets regardless, and he just, like, and every time, like, he gets happy with the pets you give him, he just waves his arms like a wacky inflatable tube arm man, and it's so nice. It is so nice. Honestly, but in terms of a Cantonian Grimer, I never had a Cantonian Grimer. I stayed away from it because I didn't like the freaking, like, seriously, it's not the design, it's just the fact that, like, this is literally sludge. It's toxic sludge. It's toxic waste. And I didn't care for it. But Alolan Grimer is really nice. It really is. Honestly, I would put Grimer in the, I would honestly put him in the higher B tier. In the higher B tier. Like, it's so good. It's so good. But yeah, like, Slick was such a good buddy. He was such a good buddy. And don't get me wrong, I'd say was as if he died. It's like, no, he's still alive. He's just in the box with his other buddies. But still. Gosh. Alright, moving on to number 89. Oh boy. I don't want to hear any sex jokes about this, alright? We have Muck. And then, because it's Alolan, it's Alola. We have Alolan Muck. Oh, I didn't post it. There we go. So, Cantonian Alolan Muck. I don't want to hear any sex jokes. I know what the name is backwards. You don't need to tell me. Alright, so, Muck is... Okay, yeah, I was thinking the result, like, for some reason, I was just like, wait. Alright, so, Muck keeps on with its primary poison type, and of course, the Alolan Muck keeps up with its poison and dark typing. It is known as the Sludge Pokemon, however, its Japanese name is Beton. Anyway, abilities remain much the same as it was as a Grimer, and Cantonian Muck's, which is this thing, biology is as follows. Muck is a large, sticky, amorphous Pokemon made of living purple sludge. It has 2 small eyes with beady black pupils. It also has an enormous mouth with a gray tongue and strands of ooze connecting its top and bottom jaws. While it has no visible legs, it does have 2 arms with 3 fingers on each hand. However, it typically keeps one hand tucked in while it extends the other hand. Muck is a living biohazard. Now I'm just imagining Resident Evil Muck. Leaking toxins that instantly kill all plant life it touches. Even it being in close proximity to plants will cause them to wilt and die. Extreme caution is advised in avoiding any contact with this Pokemon, as an accidental brush-up can lead to severe sickness. The effects of this Pokemon can leave the landscape barren for 3 years. Holy shit. It will readily consume nearly any waste or refuse generated by people and Pokemon alike. Muck's body produces a powerful odor that can cause fainting. However, despite the risk Muck's stench contains, some fans of Muck believe its stench is a good thing. We sure about that? Muck can be found in heavily polluted bodies of water, factories, and cities, where groups can gather to consume trash that people throw away into the streets. However, Muck's population has declined due to recent environmental improvements and extermination efforts. This has led some to believe that it will go extinct at some point. Sludge ponds are being built to prevent its extinction. Thank God. Excuse me. Prior to Generation 4, Muck and its pre-evolved form Grimer were the only known Pokemon that have stench as an ability. Alright, moving on to Alolan Muck. Alolan Muck has a more vibrant coloration, consisting of green, pink, and yellow stripes with thin blue bands in between. The green, yellow, and pink stripes are capable of shifting downwards while the blue stays in place. It has various white crystallized poison shards protruding from parts of its body, especially from its mouth and fingers, giving the impression of claws and fangs. It has blue eyes with a black space behind them and a bright blue tongue. Its vivid coloration is a result of the garbage it eats, which causes chemical changes in its body. Its body contains over 100 different kinds of poisons. Chemical reactions of different poisons occurring within its body is the source of Alolan Muck's vitality. Oh my god, my mouth. Alolan Muck is unexpectedly quiet and friendly. However, if it is not fed trash for a while, its hunger will compel it to destroy its trainer's furnishings for food. It is thought that it cannot maintain its energy without a constant source of toxins, which causes its voracious appetite. The crystals covering its body have a tendency to break off, which makes it extremely difficult to deal with due to the concentrated toxins contained within them. Unlike Kantonian Muck, Alolan Muck does not produce a foul stench due to its toxins being contained within its body. Alolan Muck preys on Trubbish and Garbodor. They can also be found in the coastal biome of Blueberry Academy's terrarium where Alola's island life is simulated. Alolan Muck in its pre-evolved form, Alolan Grimer, are the only known Pokemon that can have power of alchemy as an ability. And in terms of the stats, much like Grimer, Kantonian and Alolan Muck's stat blocks are much the same. I will say this, the HP and physical attack stat of both of Muck is 105, which is really good. And then you have special defense at 100, physical defense at 75, special attack at 65, and speed at 50. Granted, 50 speed for a poison-type Pokemon, that's actually pretty good, not gonna lie. Excuse me. But in terms of personal appearance, as I said, I had Alolan Grimer, which of course meant I had Alolan Muck, and this was Slick. I honestly love Alolan Muck. I love the coloration, honestly. And I love the animation, too, because, like, I mean, obviously you can't see it on this, but the animation... Because remember how the biology for Alolan Muck stated that the green, pink, and yellow colors will shift downward. The animation for that is actually really good. Like, it's so smooth, honestly. It is so smooth, honestly. And it constantly occurs, too. It's not like, if you just click on the Pokemon in the screen, it's just like, it's one and done. No, it happens. It happens. But honestly, the stats, too, like, honestly, Muck is really good. Muck is really good. And this was me giving Muck a chance, because I needed a Pokemon that could withstand stuff, But yeah, Slick's such a good boy. He's such a good boy. I mean, yes, my hands I may have to like put my hands in disposable rubber gloves every time I want to pet him, but he's so good. He's so good. And yes, this motherfucker can smile. So honestly, I would put him up in A tier. I would put him up in A tier because I really do like Alolan Muck. Like, I do like the coloration now that I've actually given it a chance, and it's like, he's so friendly too. He's so friendly. Unlike this motherfucker, this boy is friendly. I don't know if I would have Kantonian Muck, honestly. Not to mention the fact that it's going extinct. It's like, what? Alright, next up, we gotta save real quick just in case. Alright. Okay, next up is number 90. Number 90 with... Shelter! Oh boy, Shelter! Alright, Shelder is a primary water-type Pokemon introduced in Generation 1. It evolves into Cloyster when exposed to a Water Stone. It is known as the Bivalve Pokemon, and its Japanese name is the same as its English name, which is Shelder. Its abilities can be either Shell Armor or Skill Link from Generation 4 onward, with its hidden ability being Overcoat. And the biology for Shelder is as follows, and this is a long one, so you're going to have to keep up with me. Excuse me. Shelder is a bivalve mollusk Pokemon encased within a spiky blue-violet bivalve shell. There's so many B's already. It has 2 round white eyes with tiny black pupils. Its enormously red tongue is used to burrow itself into the sand to sleep overnight and also to lure and capture prey. The tongue protrudes even when its shell is closed, and tugging it will cause the shell to pop open. It's soft. Excuse me for a moment. I saw that the music wasn't playing. I was like, what? Okay, it is playing now. Sorry about that. The tongue protrudes even when its shell is closed and okay. Its soft and tender body is well protected by its extremely durable shell, which is purported to be harder than diamonds and has historically been used by people to make shields. Sorry. It can make pearls from accumulated sand, though it discards them as they are typically in its way. Shelder has an unusually strong appetite for the tail of a Slowpoke and can develop a symbiotic relationship with the dopey Pokemon. After attaching itself to the Slowpoke's tail, the two undergo a metamorphosis and evolve into Slowbro together. Alternatively, if it attaches to the head of a Slowpoke in possession of a King's Rock, the two will instead evolve into Slowking. These relationships allow it to travel onto land and begin a new stage in its life cycle. In Galar, Shelder attaches to the forearms and heads of Galarian Slowpoke wearing Galarica cuffs or Galarica wreaths, causing the evolution into Galarian Slowbro and Galarian Slowking respectively. Regardless of which form the two Pokemon evolve into, Shelder's shell transforms into a spiny spiraled cone with several tiers. Sharp teeth develop around the rim of the shell to anchor it securely to the evolved Slowpoke, and its eyes now peek out from the bottom rim of the shell. In its crown form, Shelder will have a red jewel on its underside and a large horn on either side of its shell. Okay, so this is basically just talking about the Slowking stuff, which we haven't gotten to yet. Despite its hard shell, clamping onto an opponent will reveal its vulnerable parts. Because of this, it will only clamp itself to a foe as a last resort. It swims around its seafloor home by rapidly opening and closing its shell while facing backward. Despite its appearance, Shelder is surprisingly fast. Prehistoric Shelder were apparently preyed upon by Omastar, whose powerful bites were capable of breaking through its shell. Shelder and its evolved form Cloyster are related to Shellos and Gastrodon. Kingler, Rufflet, and how do you pronounce this Pokemon's name? Brushish are modern predators of Shelder. Prior to Generation 3, Clamp was its signature move. Prior to Generation 5, Icicle Spear was also its signature move, but other Pokemon could still inherit it via breeding. Additionally, prior to Generation 5, Shelder and its evolved form Cloyster were the only known Pokemon that have Skill Link as an ability. In terms of Shelder's stats, its physical defense is of course the highest at 100, however the rest of its stats are falling pretty short, with physical attack at 65, special attack at 45, speed at 40, HP at 30, and special defense at a measly 25. So I will say this, I caught a Shelder in Pokemon Moon as well, because again I was in desperate need of water types. But I don't really care for this Pokemon. And I also think it is kind of gross, the tongue. Like, the fact that it uses it to go underground in order to sleep. Like, I understand, like, why a snake does that, because, yeah, I mean, basically for snakes, like, they use their tongue as a way to sense out the environment and such. But that's mainly because snakes are damn near blind. I think they're deaf, and I don't think their sense of smell is very good. So it makes sense. However, with a Shelder, there's no such thing. It's not blind. I don't think it's deaf. And I don't even know if it has a nose. We don't ever see it outside of this form here. Outside of the shell here. Not to mention, I've tried to use this fucking thing for battle. It sucks. It fucking sucks. Honestly, I see it in this C tier. That's how you spell its name, right? Shelder? Shelder. Yeah. Okay. So yeah. Not a good pick. Not a good pick, honestly. Like, you're better off just waiting for this fucking thing to evolve into, Cloyster. Speaking of which, is music still playing? Yes. It's just really quiet. Oh, actually, give me a moment. I gotta do this so I don't get lost. Alright, how many Pokemon do we've got until my breaker here? Oh, we've still got a lot to go. Actually, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. Okay, 23 more Pokemon. That's good. But yeah, I will say this. We've gotten through... We got through 14 Pokemon within like 2 hours, give or take. So that's good. We're doing well. Alright, next up is number 91. And it is Cloyster. Alright, so Cloyster retains its water typing from Shelder, but it gains a new typing in the form of Ice. It is still known as the bivalve Pokemon, but its Japanese name is Parushen, or Parshen, and its abilities are retained throughout Shelder's time. That makes no sense. Anyway, Cloyster, and its biology is as stated. Cloyster is a black bivalve mollusk Pokemon. It is encased inside a light gray shell, which is surrounded by a second jagged blue-violet outer shell casing. It has one barb-like spike protruding from above its head, and multiple conical horns on its outer shell. Its shell is harder than a diamond with spikes that are even harder. Harsh tidal currents will affect the size and sharpness of these spikes. On its pearl-like face, it has 2 white eyes and a mouth. Aside from its face and head, its internal anatomy has never been seen. Once it has shut itself in, it is impossible to open its shell from the outside. This impressive defense allows it to withstand anything from a bomb blast to even a missile strike. Cloyster typically only opens its shell to attack an opponent. However, it is fully capable of retaliating against any enemy with its shell tightly closed. With rapid succession, it launches its spikes at the foe, keeping them repelled. The same projectile system it uses to launch its spikes is also used for swimming. It swallows seawater and then ejects it towards the rear, pushing it through with siphon jet propulsion. Being the result of Shelder evolving through an evolution stone, Cloyster is rarely found in the wild, though they can be found on the seafloor, nestled among the rocks and coral. However, it will actively hunt on land for slowpoke tails. Cloyster and its pre-evolved form Shelder are relatives of Gastrodon. Kingler is a natural predator of Cloyster. In Generation 1, Clamp was its signature move. Additionally, prior to Generation 5, Cloyster and its pre-evolved form Shelder were the only known Pokemon that could have Skill Link as an ability. And in terms of Cloyster's stats, now I will say this right now, Cloyster's physical defense is fucking insane at 180. That is ridiculous. And obviously, because of that, all of its other stats really do just fall to the wayside. I mean, to be fair, physical attack is at 95, with special attack at 85, and speed at 70. However, HP is at 50, and special defense is 45. Like, basically, like, it can withstand a fucking missile strike, but God forbid it gets hit with a Stone Edge. Actually, no, Stone Edge is a physical type move. Alright, so I will say this. I did evolve my Shelter into Cloyster, but I don't remember if I've ever used it in battle. Like, I think, like, again, it's just, I mean, I will say this. If it can't take a physical hit, but special defense is bleh. Yeah, and I think if I remember right, yeah, even the HP for this thing is fucking ridiculous. It's like in terms of like how bad it is, because like it has such good defense, but you mean to tell me that like it has crappy HP? Like, and you want to know the funny thing is that like, is that I nicknamed my Shelter Pearl. I mean, obviously because of the little creature inside the shell here. Ooh, excuse me. But yeah, I will say this. It's just like, I'm not really feeling it. Though I will say, I have seen the damage a Cloyster can do in terms of competitive scene. I have seen it. So honestly, I would put Cloyster on the lower B tier. So, yeah, there's just, I mean, it's like, it can be good if in the right hands, but I personally just wouldn't want it on my team. Unless I was, like, desperate. Anyway. Oh, I clicked on the picture by accident. Anyway, moving on. Save just in case. Next up is number 92 in the Kanto/Global Dex. I almost copied the link again. And it is Ghastly! 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 That's not how it sounds, is it? Alright, so Ghastly is our first Ghost Pokemon. However, it is a dual-type Ghost Poison Pokemon introduced in Generation 1. It evolves into Haunter at level 25, which then evolves into Gengar when traded or when exposed to a Link Cord. Ghastly is known as the Gas Pokemon, and its Japanese name is Gosu, or Gos. Pretty much reminds me of the Land of the Illustrious Phospholite. You know. And it has the ability Levitate, which honestly, if you get an electric type Pokemon with that, ground types are fucked. And its biology is as stated. Ghastly has no true form, due to 95% of its body being poisonous gas, with the other 5% believed to be made up of the souls of those who die from the gas. However, it consistently appears as a black spherical Pokemon surrounded by a purple haze. Did you hear my voice just fucking crack? Ghastly has a wide pink mouth with 2 visible fangs. Excuse me. Though its eyes seem to extend past its round body, visible eyelids surround them. It produces a faint, sweet smell. The toxic gas surrounding the main body can induce fainting and suffocation, and it is capable of enshrouding an enemy of any size. Ghastly's gaseous form makes it one of the lightest Pokemon in existence. The anime episode The Tower of Terror suggests that Ghastly has a playful personality, often frightening and playing pranks on people for fun. However, it has shown a willingness to preserve or pass on the memories of departed humans. It is also shown in the anime episode The Ghost of Maiden's Peak, changing form and creating illusions. And it is capable of phasing through solid objects and forming tangible hands out of its gases. Ghastly can be found within caves and old dilapidated buildings, but may also be seen outdoors during nighttime. Its gaseous body will dwindle away when exposed to strong winds, so they huddle together in decent-sized groups under house eaves to avoid the wind. It may also cause flickering lights in abandoned houses. As mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, Ghastly is known to sleep while floating. A sleeping Ghastly is said to give a sudden surprise should someone approach it. In Generation 1, Nightshade was its signature move. And in terms of the stats... Holy shit. Special attack is 100 with speed at 80. However, the rest of its stats are pure garbage with physical attack and special defense at 35 and HP and physical defense at 30. So, so it's like the special attack and speed is ridiculous, but the fucking defense? Nah, fam! Alright, so I have caught a Ghastly as, of course, like I think I pretty much caught like most of the Alolan decks at this point. And, here's the thing. Ghastly, annoying as fuck. Mainly because of one move that they will have, which is Curse. You know, the one move that works differently depending on whether or not the Pokemon that has the move is a Ghost type. Like, basically, if you don't know, like, for those who are not aware, who may not know or may not remember, Curse, when it is on a non-Ghost type Pokemon, it's essentially supposed to lower your speed drastically, but up your physical attack and physical defense. However, if a Ghost type uses it, it instead cuts the Pokemon's health in half and places a curse upon the opponent, so that with every turn that passes, until the Pokemon that cast Curse is dead, the opponent Pokemon will lose health. And as I said before, that is so fucking annoying when you're trying to catch this son of a bitch. But I will say this too, I also just, like, I mean, the design is just like, I don't know, it's just very boring. Like, again, it's just a gas. It's just a gas ball. It's like, basically just think of the sun except with the purple haze around it. Why do I feel like that's actually been a thing that's been... Why do I feel like that's a thing that's been done before? But honestly, it's just like... I don't necessarily like it, man. I don't. You know, I mean, I like Haunter and Gengar. But in terms of this, it's just... I don't know, it's just... honestly... If it, like, and not to mention too, I remember the move pool for Ghastly. It's fucking terrible. Honestly, I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna put it in C tier. Like, honestly, I would not ever have this Pokemon on my team if it weren't for the fact that I need a Ghost type, and because Haunter's way better. But honestly, it's just, I don't like the design of Ghastly. I just don't. Speaking of which, moving on to number 93. We have... Dun-dun-dun-dun! Haunter! A way better Pokemon. So, Haunter keeps up with its Ghost Poison dual typing. It is still known as the Gas Pokemon, however, the Japanese name is Ghost, or Ghost, pretty much. But it keeps the same ability of Levitate as Ghastly. And Haunter's biology is as follows. Haunter is a purple Pokemon with a gaseous body. It has a round head flanked by 3 large spiked protrusions on either side. It has triangular eyes with small pupils and a mouth with a long pink tongue. The gases composing its head curve into its mouth to form several pointed teeth. Disembodied hands with 3 clawed fingers each float in front of its body. Its body tapers into a jagged tail. Haunter's gaseous form makes it one of the lightest Pokemon in existence. Haunter hides in very dark places, such as caves, and is afraid of light. If a human or a Pokemon comes near Haunter, it will stalk the victim while floating and beckon it to come closer. Once approached, it will then lick the victim with its gaseous tongue, inflicting convulsions in the victim that last until death. Holy shit! It can also float through walls. It has been shown in the anime that it can control its hands from far away and can control any Pokemon that it touches with its hands. Haunter have also been depicted as being able to create illusions, pull out spirits from an individual's body, and even remove its own eyes from its face. Despite its predatory nature, it is known to entertain and prank people, such as in the anime episode The Tower of Terror. Additionally, in the anime episode A Ship Full of Shivers, it is even shown to feel intense loyalty to a deceased trainer. As mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, Haunter is known to sleep while floating. A sleeping Haunter will steal the life force of anyone who comes near using its gaseous tongue. In Generation 1, Nightshade was its signature move. And in terms of the stats, I believe if I remember right... Oh no, I don't remember right. So its special attack is still its highest stat, but this time at 115 with its speed at 95. However, much like Ghastly, the rest of its stats do remain crap. With special defense at 55, physical attack at 50, and both HP and physical defense at 45. I could have sworn that Haunter was really good at physical attacks, or is that Gengar? Like, I remember one of these fuckers being weird with that. I will say, in terms of this, I do like Haunter a lot better than Ghastly. I do like Haunter a lot better than Ghastly. You know, like, I think it's cool. I think it's nice, you know? I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm saying I do think it is also rather annoying, but it's a lot less annoying than Ghastly. But yeah, and yeah, it's known to be a pretty mischievous Pokemon. I mean, most ghost Pokemon are, which makes sense. But yeah, like, it can be a little mean, but it can also be pretty funny. So honestly, and I will say this, because I could never, because this was the Pokemon I named, Jester. I caught Jester as a Ghastly, I evolved him into a Haunter, and I can't evolve him into a Gengar because, again, I have no friends IRL to trade with. My throat is starting to ache. But, honestly, I would put Haunter in the upper B tier. I mean, I will say this, like, Haunter's pretty good. Haunter is pretty good with the move pool, too. But I will say this, it's like, I don't know, it's like, I don't know, it's like, would I keep just a Haunter? And it's like, if I could evolve it into Gengar, I would. So, yeah, Haunter gets by on Ghastly. Ghastly gets into C tier, whereas its successor goes up into high B tier. But now, we move on to the next Pokemon, which is number 94, with probably one of the most famous Pokemon outside of Pikachu. Gengar! And Gengar is also a Pokemon that has a Mega Evo, so let me get that out too. And there's Mega Gengar. Mega Gengar. I'm gonna accidentally say something really fucking offensive if I keep that up. But yeah, so here is regular Gengar. Such an asshole. Alright, making sure music is still playing. Alright, so Gengar keeps its Ghost Poison dual typing as always. However, it has two forms, Mega Gengar and Gigantamax Gengar. Unfortunately, I can't say the Gigantamax form. It can Mega Evolve into Mega Gengar using the Gengarites, and can Gigantamax into Gigantamax Gengar if it has the Gigantamax factor. Gengar is known as the Shadow Pokemon, and its Japanese name is Gengar, which is basically one letter off from being Gengar. And in terms of the abilities, Gengar gets Cursed Body from Generation 7 onward. From Generation 7 onward, but it used to have Levitate from Generations 3 through 6. And as Mega Gengar, it gains the ability Shadow Tag, which is also really annoying. Alright, so the biology for Gengar is as follows. Gengar is a dark purple bipedal Pokemon with a roundish body. It has red eyes, a wide mouth that is usually curled into a sinister grin, and pointed ears. On its back are numerous spikes, and it has smaller spikes on top of its head, similar to tufty fur. Its arms and legs are short with 3 digits on both its hands and feet. It also has a stubby tail. Gengar has the ability to hide perfectly in the shadow of any object, granting it exceptional stealth. However, Gengar's body acts as a heat sink. Its presence cools the temperature of the surrounding area by nearly 10 degrees Fahrenheit, or 5 degrees Celsius, because it absorbs the warmth. It is shown in the anime that Gengar can fly, possess people and other Pokemon, create illusions, and extend its tongue by several meters. In Generation 1, Nightshade was its signature move. Gengar is very mischievous and at times malicious. It enjoys playing practical jokes and casting curses, such as pretending to be one's shadow, then behaving erratically. When the quarry notices, the Gengar takes delight in its victim's terror. However, Gengar has been known to be loyal to a trainer who treats it well. Being the result of an evolution via trading, Gengar is rarely found in the wild, though they can be found in caves and dark places where shadows form. It is especially fond of urban areas such as cities and back alleys, but only during the night. As mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, Gengar is known to sleep deeply while hiding in the shadow of a target it plans to curse. Moving on to its forms, we have the Mega Evo first, which states, as Mega Gengar, a portion of its body sinks into the ground and its arms and tail lengthen. The lower portions turn a more reddish purple and a third eye appears on its forehead. This new unblinking eye is oval, yellow, and allows it to see into other dimensions. The spikes on Mega Gengar's back are more numerous and pointed, and additional spikes appear on its hands and tail. Its ears are now considerably longer and tilt backward. Mega Gengar has the ability to access other dimensions and has a vicious nature. Mega Gengar has no interest in opponents unless perceived as prey. Its relationships are warped due to Mega Evolution. It now desires to take and curse the life of anyone or anything in its path. It may even curse its own trainer. Mega Gengar sinks into another dimension to wait for a chance to attack. Now, unfortunately, I don't have Gigantamax Gengar to show, so you're just going to have to imagine it if you can't look it up. As Gigantamax Gengar, it becomes larger, with portions of its body sinking into the ground, and only the head, tail, and arms remain. Its body changes from dark purple to light purple, and its eyes become white with yellow sclera. The inside of its mouth changes to resemble a tunnel with a long purple tongue sticking out. 3 red clouds surround the top of Gengar's head. Gigantamax Gengar's mouth is rumored to not lead into its body. Due to the cursed energy, it is believed to instead lead into the afterlife. By laying a trap, it attempts to steal the lives of those it captures. Should someone stand near its mouth, they can hear the voices of their loved ones calling out to them. Gigantamax Gengar is the only known Pokemon capable of using the G-Max move, G-Max Terror. My god. It is always the ghost-type Pokemon that have the most fucked up evolutions? The most fucked up, like the most fucked up, histories. Now, in terms of the stats, alright, so we have Gengar, we have base Gengar stats with its special attack at 130, its speed at 110, and special defense at 75. However, its physical attack is 65 with its physical defense and HP at 60. But as Mega Gengar, that already massive special attack increases to even more ridiculous heights with 170 and its speed at 130, its special defense at 95, and its physical defense at 80. However, its HP and physical attack remain the same. Now, I never owned a Gengar. Never, ever, ever in my life have I ever owned a Gengar. I would like to, though, because honestly, I'm not gonna lie. I know it's supposed to be an asshole. I know it's supposed to be malicious. I know it's sent to curse. But honestly, think of this as a plushie. It looks like a plushie you can hug. It looks like a very huggable plushie. Like, just imagine squeezing the ever-living shit out of it, right? And then and I will say this, I like the Mega Evolve form. Like, it's so free, like, it looks like it is just ready to fuck your day up. And if you look at if anyone's ever seen shiny Mega Gengar, like, oh my god, it is purely like a white spirit. Like, that's the white ghost right there. But I also think about, like, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Red and Blue Rescue Team, where a Gengar was one of the antagonists for the entire game. And he was such a prick in that. He was such a fucking prick in that. Like, basically, it's like, he tries to take you to the afterlife at the end of the game, and he doesn't because it's like, oh, his conscience is just, like, screwing with him, right? But regardless, it's like, he also invades your dreams and tries to basically make you have nightmares, like an asshole. But regardless, it's like, I would love to have a Gengar. I would love to have a Gengar. Honestly, I would put it in the A tier. Honestly, I would love to have a Gengar. I really do. Like, I love the design. I love the Mega design, too. And I love the stats. And honestly, Gengar has a really nice move pool, too, if I remember correctly. Not to mention, Gengar is just fucking cool. I should be allowed to have cool Pokemon every once in a while. Like, I'm not just, like, I mean, listen, I know my S tier has a bunch of cuties in it, but look at the Arcanine here, guys. Like, Arcanine is not, like, Arcanine can be cute, but it's also cool as shit. So, yeah, don't come at me. Alright, next up is number 95. We're almost 20% of the way through. 20% of the way through, you know what I mean. And it is... Onix! Oh my god, I'm not gonna lie, one of the scariest motherfuckers if you're playing Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, like, Jesus Christ. Alright, Onix is a dual-type rock-ground Pokemon introduced in Generation 1, and it evolves into Steelix when traded while holding a metal coat. It is known as the Rock Snake Pokemon, and its Japanese name is Iwaku, or Ewok. Ewok. Yeah. Its abilities can be Rockhead or Sturdy with weak armor as its hidden ability, and its biology is as follows. Onix is a Pokemon composed of a giant chain of gray boulders that become smaller towards the tail. Its length makes it the tallest rock-type Pokemon. It has black eyes and a rounded snout. On top of its head is a rocky spine. As it grows older, it becomes more rounded and smoother, eventually becoming similar to black diamonds. Inside its brain is a magnet that serves as an internal compass, guiding Onix wherever they need to go and prevents them from getting lost while digging. Onix tunnels under the ground at over 50 miles/80 kilometers per hour, which causes tremors and a terrifying roar that echoes a long way. Hard objects encountered while tunneling are absorbed into its body, which makes it very sturdy. It also consumes the boulders for food. The massive winding tunnels it leaves behind are used as homes by Diglett. As seen in the Pokemon Stadium series, Onix is capable of rotating its head or any part of its body in a full 360 degrees. It is a very aggressive Pokemon that will constantly attack humans and other Pokemon when in pain, as seen in the anime. As seen in the Pokemon Adventures manga, Onix can be separated from its body segments in battle and be fine later on, either regenerating or reattaching to its body segments. It is said that an Onix that lives for about 100 years will evolve into a Steelix after its composition becomes more diamond-like. It can be found in mountains and caves. As mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, Onix is known on occasion to sleep while in the middle of digging through tunnels. Onix is believed to be a deep sleeper due to the protection offered by its sturdy body. And in terms of the stats... Holy shit, those stats. So, physical defense is its highest at 160. However, the rest of its stats are pure garbage again. I mean, granted, the speed stat is 70, which is really good. But honestly, the physical attack and the special defense are at 40, with HP at 35 and special attack at 30. Granted, a lot of ground/rock type Pokemon don't really have high special attacks, so this is honestly par for the course. But for fuck's sake, you mean to tell me that this thing can't even hit hard? It's supposed to become aggressive, right? Why the hell does it not have good attack stats? Like, come on. You can't tell me that it wouldn't be able to beat the shit out of you if it could. Anyway, I will say this. As I said, if you heard me before, this is one of the scariest motherfuckers to ever run into in Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. Like, and I should express the 2D stuff. I don't know about the 3D. But, like, the reason I say that is because, like, okay, my first encounter with this motherfucker in the Mystery Dungeon series was in Blue Rescue Team. When you're in the penultimate dungeon in the main story, which is Magma Cavern, you encounter Onyx, and they are so scary to run into because they're so big in comparison to you. Like, you are a tiny little creature, and you have this giant-ass rock snake looking down at you. Like, the sprite specifically has it looking down at you from atop its pedestal, essentially. And it is so scary when you run into it as a kid. Like, oh my god, it's so... Like, I remember being like, holy shit, I don't ever want to run into that. Like, try to avoid it whenever you can, right? But honestly, in regards to regular games, like, this is, like... You know, like, I will say this, the special defense stat makes it so bad in regard... Because, like, you can just defeat this with a really good, like... water/grass type attack, and it's just like dead in one hit. You know, and it sucks because it's like, I don't like Onyx, but I really love its evolution of Steelix. I don't know, it's like, to me, it's like, I honestly would never consider getting an Onyx unless I wanted to get a Steelix, so honestly, it's probably going in C tier. Honestly, it's just like, it doesn't deserve my, like, it's scary, but other than that, it's like, I don't want it. I don't want it. It's like, unless I'm getting a Steelix, which I'll never will at this point, I'm not getting an Onyx. Alright, next up, we're almost close to 100, guys. But yeah, we're almost, oh, whoops, God, I'm screwing up in terms of the links here today. Anyway, in terms of the next Pokemon, it is Drowsy, another asshole Pokemon from Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. Alright, so Drowsy is a pure Psychic-type Pokemon introduced in Generation 1. It evolves into Hypno at level 26. It is known as the Hypnosis Pokemon, and its Japanese name is Suripe, or Sleepy. Its abilities can be Insomnia or Forewarned Generation 4 onwards, with Inner Focus as its hidden ability, and its biology is as follows. Drowsy is a bipedal Pokemon that resembles a tapir. It has tired-looking eyes, a short trunk above its mouth, and triangular ears with brown interiors. The upper half of Drowsy's body is yellow and the lower half is brown. A wavy line separates the two halves. It has a round belly and short legs. Its feet are brown except for its two toes, which are yellow. The bottom of each foot has a small round pink pad in the middle of it. There are 3 fingers on each of its hands. Drowsy is believed to have a common ancestor with Munna and Musharna. Drowsy is able to put people to sleep and can then sense the person's dreams. This is so it knows what kind of dream it would be eating. It has certain preferences for the dreams it eats, and it is known to love fun dreams and become ill from bad dreams. It will rarely eat the dreams of adults, as the dreams of children are seemingly tastier. Drowsy remembers every dream it has eaten and may show past meals to a person it trusts. It eats dreams through the victim's nose. What? So it is said that Drowsy is standing over a person's pillow if their nose itches while they are asleep. What the fucking creepy ass shit is this? Drowsy lives in grasslands and savannas. That is some creepy behavior. What the fuck? Speaking of the stats here, they're not great. Special defense is at 90, but everything else could literally be fuck all. I mean, HP is its second highest stat at 60, but like, y'all. Physical attack is at 48, physical defense is at 45, sorry. Special attack is at 43, and speed is 42. Like, this is a shit Pokemon. Why would I want this? It's creepy too, man. It's creepy too. And the reason I said it's an asshole in Pokemon Mystery Dungeon is because I'm thinking to Explorers of Time's Darkness and Sky, where this dude is the first major boss battle you get, and he's an asshole. Like, he basically tries to threaten a kid into getting treasure for him, and if not, he was basically gonna kidnap him and use him as a hostage to get money. And it's like, what an asshole. But still, this is a creepy freaking Pokemon. It is a creepy Pokemon. I don't like it. Not to mention that whole thing of like, oh, it's gonna stand over you while you sleep so it can eat your dreams. Like, listen. If you're a Vocaloid fan, I think you'll know what I'm gonna say next. I may like the Vocaloid song of like, oh god, I don't remember what the hell its Japanese title was, but like, it was Monochrome Dream Eater. Like, that song may be catchy, but bruh, I'd rather have Len be standing over me while I sleep than this creepy ass motherfucker. Like, imagine waking up once in the middle of the night and just seeing this fucking elephant trunk ass having face standing over you, ready to eat your dreams, staring into your dead ass eyes. It's like, Jesus Christ, no, you don't get to be anywhere near me. You get to go in the C tier. So creepy. I hate it so much. Alright. Next up. Number 97. Which is... Hypno! Is that a spider? Oh fuck, it's a spider. Alright, maybe if I just leave it alone, it won't notice me. Go away, you don't want to be crawling to her here. Anyway. Hypno! The evolution of Drowsy, and it's even creepier. Alright, Drowsy. Hypno carries on with its pure psychic typing. It is still known as the Hypnosis Pokemon, but its Japanese name is known as Suripa, or Sleeper. And it carries the same abilities as Drowsy, and its biology is as follows. Hypno is a bipedal, slightly humanoid Pokemon. Is a bipedal, slightly humanoid Pokemon that has yellow skin. It has triangular ears with brown interiors, sleepy-looking eyes, and a large nose. On its neck, it has a ruff of white fur, which is longer on the female. Hypno has 5 fingers on each hand and holds a pendulum in its left. The pendulum resembles a flat silver ring and is used for hypnotism. Hypno is never seen without it. It has 3 toes on each foot, which also have a pink pad on the undersides. Hypno is able to put people to sleep by swinging its pendulum. It is known to reside away from humans and on less traveled roads. While it awaits its prey, it polishes its pendulum. Whew. Too many P words. If anyone comes by, Hypno will hypnotize them and eat their dreams. Oh no, this is the monochrome dream eating Baku. It carries away people having good dreams and is even known to have stolen a child at one point. Creepy ass motherfucker. However, in the Alola region, it preys primarily on Kamala, and cases of Hypno targeting humans are notably rare. Some Hypno are even known to assist doctors in hospitals when their patients cannot sleep at night. In the trainer school in Pokemon Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, a Hypno is shown to be capable of creating illusions, namely by disguising itself as a human and causing illusory children to appear. Why is this motherfucker so, like, there's, as much as I hate to make jokes of this freaking nature, because it's really weird to bring them up in Pokemon. Isn't Hypno known to be the pedo Pokemon, like the pedo bear of Pokemon? Because of this shit, it's so weird! Anyway, the stats. I will say this, the special defense stat went up significantly to 115, with its HP following up with at 85. Physical attack and special attack are both at 73, with physical defense at 70, and speed at 67. Honestly, the stat increases from Drowsy to Hypno are not bad, especially in terms of that special defense. Oh my god. See, this is what a psychic type needs, is more special defense. But regardless, I like this even less than Drowsy. I like this even less than Drowsy. And it's so funny considering the fact that, like, bruh, how is this motherfucker not in Pokemon Tower or in Lavender Town? Actually, wait a minute. No, wait. No. I'm thinking of Sabrina. Because it doesn't Lavender Town have a gym, and it's Sabrina as the leader. Sabrina's the ghost type, right? Let me check. Sabrina. Here we go. Not the ghost type. Yeah, she's the psychic type gym leader. Oh no, that's Saffron City. Why did I think it was Lavender Town? Wait, why did I think Lavender Town had a gym? Am I crazy? I think I'm getting mixed up with the anime because Sabrina was fucking creepy in the anime. I wonder, does she have a hypno? No, she doesn't. She had an Alakazam. That's it. I don't know why the hell I thought she had hypno. I don't know why the hell I thought Sabrina was a ghost type and that she had a hypno. Regardless, this is a creepy ass motherfucker. I don't like it. I don't like it. And the fact that it like targets children specifically, like, I mean, Drowsy, at least Drowsy was never known to be like creepy. He was just an asshole. But like, Hypno is fucking creepy. Hypno's creepy. Screw this thing. You're going in the C tier, bud. Fucking creepy ass motherfucker, man. Oh my god, it's always why do we always have the weird ones in the second half of these things? Alright, save just in case. Alright, next up, we're approaching the 100s, guys. We are approaching the 100s. And I will say this, we're almost 3 hours into this, and we've gotten through 20 Pokemon, which is good, honestly. I feel like we're doing a lot better in this instance as opposed to Sunday. We have Krabby! Alright, Krabby is a pure water-type Pokemon introduced in Generation 1. It evolves into Kingler at level 28. It is known as the River Crab Pokemon, and its Japanese name is essentially Crab. And its abilities can be Hyper Cutter or Shell Armor with its hidden ability of Sheer Force, and its biology is as follows. Krabby is a crustacean Pokemon with a strong outer shell protecting its small body. Its upper half is red and has its eyes and two small spikes on the top of its head. Its light tan arms are also connected to its upper body. Its lower body is light tan and doubles as its jaw with two fangs overlapping its upper body. Its hips are visible on the lower front of its body connected to its four long, thin legs. Each leg has a single claw-like foot. The main features of Krabby's body are the two large red pincers at the end of its arms. Krabby uses them as its main form of offense, and as a form of balance. Sometimes, Krabby may lose a claw during a battle or have a damaged claw forcibly removed. However, the claw regenerates over a short period. In the wild, Krabby lives near the edge of water in both fresh and salt water. Krabby is most commonly found on beaches where it burrows in the sand. In times of scarce food sources, it may eat sand to regain nutrients and will be very aggressive in defending its home. Its main form of defense is creating foam to shroud its body, in order to confuse opponents into thinking that it is bigger than it actually is. As seen in the anime, Krabby generally keeps to itself, but will quickly defend itself if provoked. Prior to Generation 3, Krabby and its evolved form Kingler were the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Crabhammer. And in terms of the stats... Holy shit. Alright, so physical attack stat is its highest at 105 with physical defense at 90. However, all the other stats are garbage, with speed at 50, with 50 as its speed, 30 as its HP, and 25 for both special attack and special defense. I've never used a Krabby myself, nor do I really have any, like, inkling to, but my most fond memories of Krabby... Where'd the spider go? Oh. But my most fond memories of Krabby are, of course, from Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Explorers of Time, Darkness, and Sky. Because, I mean, you guys saw me when I streamed Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Randomized a few years ago, where we got to that scene of the partner Pokemon, or I guess in the playthrough we saw Hybe, the Meganium, going out onto the beach with the Krabby blowing bubbles into the air, with the sun setting over the ocean into the horizon, and we had that beautiful song playing in the background. Oh my god, like, those are my most fond memories of Krabby. I don't know, it's just, I feel, it feels, not to, like, I will say this too, Krabby I feel like is the most, like, realistic in terms of, because it's, like, obviously most of Pokemon are based off of, like, real-life animals. And I feel like Krabby's, like, pretty close to an actual crab, obviously just bigger and more cartoonish. But I will say this, it's like, I don't really have any, like, memories, man. I don't really have any fun, like, outside of the Pokemon Mystery Dungeon stuff, I don't really have any fond memories of Krabby. I don't know. What would I use for this, honestly? What would I put this as, though? I'll probably have to put it in C tier, because I just don't really have any attachment to it. Sorry, Krabby. Alright. Next up, number 99. Oh, for fuck's sake. Can we please get to Pokemon that I want to put in the A/S tier? I have not put an S tier Pokemon at all yet. What the fuck? What do you mean this thing has a Gigantamax form? I didn't know that. Anyway, next up is Kingler. Oh my god. Okay, let me get to it first. Alright, so Kingler carries on with its pure water typing. However, it can Gigantamax into Gigantamax Kingler if it has the Gigantamax factor. It is known as the pincer Pokemon. Its Japanese name is the same as its English name. Does Krabby have Hypercutter? I know Shell Armor, but Hypercutter maybe? Can I just see a picture of this thing? What the fuck? Why does it look like that? Sorry, it's just like I'm looking at this thing and it looks fucking... Oh my god. It's like Mr. Krabs. Anyway, Anyway, the biology of Kingler states... Kingler is a crustacean Pokemon resembling a crab. Its strong shell covers the outside of its body, featuring a red upper half and a light tan lower half. Its upper half is topped with 6 tall, thin spikes that resemble a crown. Its light tan arms are also connected to its upper body. Its lower half doubles as its jaw with 6 fangs overlapping its upper body. Its 2 outer fangs are much larger than the inner 4 and are roughly a half as tall as Kingler's entire body. Its hips visibly protrude from its lower body and connect to its 4 long, thin legs. Each leg has a thin claw-like foot. Kingler's main features are its orange pincers. Its left claw is roughly twice as large as the other and is as hard as steel. Kingler is often found on the edges of water, usually the ocean. Its powerful claws have 10,000 horsepower and are capable of prying open the shells of Shellder and Cloyster. While Kingler's large left claw is its main tool for offensive maneuvers, it is so large and heavy that Kingler can barely lift it. It causes balancing problems, and Kingler may become quickly fatigued from continuous use. However, it has been shown to communicate with other Kingler by waving its pincers around. Prior to Generation 3, Kingler and its pre-evolved form Krabby were the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Crabhammer. And then in terms of Gigantamax form, as Gigantamax Kingler, it has gained a larger, spikier appearance. 3 red clouds float around the crowned spikes on its head, and the white sclera of its eyes are bright red. It now has foaming bubbles around its mouth in the shape of a mustache and long beard. The left pincer of Kingler has become much larger, and its arms and legs have become longer as a result of Gigantamaxing. There is white striped armor similar to teeth inside the pincers. The arms and legs both have several spikes. Kingler's claw-like feet have become orange and straighter. The left pincer of Gigantamax Kingler can destroy anything it hits. The bubbles it releases are strongly alkaline. Should any opponent be struck by the bubbles, their bodies will quickly melt away! Holy shit! Oh my god! There is no fucking way! Gigantamax Kingler is the only known Pokemon capable of using the G-Max move, G-Max Foam Burst. Jesus Christ. Alright, in terms of the base stats for Kingler, alright, physical attack is at 130, which is pretty good. Physical defense is also pretty good at 115, and the speed is actually pretty decent at 75. However, its HP is 55 with special attack and special defense tied at 50. Jesus Christ, the Gigantamax form can literally melt you? What the hell kind of Pokemon is this? Seriously, that's so fucking crazy. Like, what the fuck? Oh my gosh. I will say this though, I don't really have any good I don't really have any memories of Kingler. It's just there. It's just there, and I don't know how else to put it. At least with Krabby, I at least had like the fond memories of Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, but with Kingler, there's just nothing. Well, actually, I guess I shouldn't say that. I guess but then again, this could also tie in with Krabby, because I think about Pokemon XD, Gale of Darkness, where like you go to like the seaport town. I forget what the name of it is, and there's a restaurant that's in the style of Krabby or Kingler, and it's just like, oh yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah, like a seafood restaurant in the shape of a Kingler / Krabby. That's actually kind of cool, honestly, and it makes sense. Anyway, I'm probably gonna put this in the C tier because I don't know what to say else. I don't know what else to say, honestly. It's just there. It is just there. Alright. Saving that. Next up is number 100! We're finally at the 100 mark, people! We're finally at the 100 mark. And as soon as I get to it, we'll get there. We have Voltorb. Oh boy. Alright, Voltorb is a pure electric type Pokemon introduced in Generation 1. It evolves into Electrode at level 30. However, it does have a Hisuian variant, but we will not be discussing that here nor there. It is known as the Ball Pokemon, and its Japanese name is Biriridama. Or, yeah, and that's literally this, Biriridama. And it can have the abilities of Soundproof or Static with Aftermath as its hidden ability, and the biology is as follows. Voltorb is a spherical Pokemon that resembles a buttonless Pokeball with eyes. The top half is red, while the bottom half is white. Because of its resemblance to Pokeballs, it is thought that it was created when one was exposed to an energy pulse. This is supported by the fact that its components do not occur naturally. Voltorb is generally found in power plants and other areas with electric fields where it feeds. It was first discovered in the plant where modern Pokeballs were invented. It has a volatile temperament and will explode if agitated or bumped by the slightest contact. Due to being constantly mistaken as a Pokeball, Voltorb has reportedly zapped many humans as a result. And in regards to the stats, I mean, speed is its highest at 100, which makes sense because it's pure electric. However, its special attack and special defense is tied for 55. Its physical defense is 50, HP is 40, and physical attack is a measly 30. fuck this Pokemon, honestly. It and Electrode are so fucking annoying. Like, seriously. Oh, excuse me. But yeah, fuck this thing. It's so annoying. And it's like, you wish it wasn't as fast. Because again, like, I mean, it has the move self-destruct. Like, it's annoying as Graveler in that regard, where it's just like, if you are not lucky enough to get away from it before it can do anything, it will freaking use self-destruct. It will explode on you. And if not that, it will have Sonic Boom, which I don't know what it's like in the mainline series of games, but I remember in Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, that son of a bitch will hit you for 20 points on each hit of Sonic Boom. And usually it was twice in a row, so 40 points of health just lost. And that can quickly become both annoying and very effing dangerous. So fuck this thing. I hate it so much. It goes in the C tier. God, why is the C tier getting so much Pokemon? When are we gonna start adding Pokemon to the S tier? Come on, Pokemon, you need to give me something here. Alright, next up on the list. Oh man, this one's even worse. And it is Electrode. Sorry, I started thinking of the joke. It's either Electrode or Elecchode. It's like gross. Just fucking gross. I hate it so much. Wait, what? Okay, I was gonna say, like, what? Alright, Electrode keeps on with its pure electric typing. With its pure electric typing, it's still known as the ball Pokemon, but its Japanese name is Marumine. Marumine. And it carries on the same abilities as Voltorb, and its biology is as follows. Electrode is a round Pokemon resembling an upside-down Pokeball with a mouth and eyes. Its top half is white, while its lower half is red. For this reason, many trainers try to pick it up, mistaking it for an item. Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out how to read that. The TCG cards depict Electrode as hollow. Many know it by the nickname Bomb Ball due to its unpredictable and explosive nature. That should tell you right there what tier it's going to be in. Electrode tends to live in power plants where fresh electricity is being generated, which it consumes. As a result, it often causes blackouts. The more electric energy Electrode consumes, the faster it moves. Electrode explodes in response to even the smallest stimulation, simply to entertain itself, or because it has taken in too much electricity. However, unlike Voltorb, Electrode can control its explosive ability at will. When full of stored electricity, it has been known to drift with the wind. What do you mean, drift with the wind? Anyway, its stats are... Speed is fucking ridiculous. Oh wait, there's 2 stat blocks, because of course there is. So from generations 1 through 6, its speed was at 140, with special attack and special defense at 80, physical defense at 70, HP at 60, and physical attack at 50. Meanwhile, in Generation 7 onwards, the speed gets a 10-point increase to 150, and that's about it. All the other stats remain the same. So, if you thought Voltorb was annoying before, Electrode can go fuck itself on a pike. Because I hate, like, I don't know which I hate more, Voltorb or Electrode. Because both of these motherfuckers can fucking kill me in one hit with Explode, and they can both suck the smallest dick ever. Fuck this thing. I hate Pokemon that can do that. I hate Pokemon that can do that and it's always whenever it's at low health. It's like, just fucking die to a regular attack, please. Do not kamikaze yourself, please. Like, that would make it so much worse. So, it's going into C tier. Electrode. Fuck this thing. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. Alright. Save. We should be coming up on the break, honestly. I mean, it just depends, I guess. Alright, next up is 102. Number 102 in terms of both the Kanto Dex and the Global Dex. And it is Execute. Now, do we think this is 6 Pokemon and one that is just known as a collective, or is it just one Pokemon in 6 bodies? Who knows? Alright, Execute is a dual grass psychic type Pokemon introduced in Generation 1. It evolves into an Executor when exposed to a Leaf Stone. However, well actually, we shouldn't say that yet. I'll keep that a secret. It is known as the Egg Pokemon, and its Japanese name is literally Tamatama, and I think if I remember right, is it Tama or Tamagol? I think it's Tamagol that is basically just egg. It's just egg. It has the ability Chlorophyll, and it can have the hidden ability of Harvest, and its biology is as stated. Execute is a Pokemon resembling a group of 6 light pink eggs, usually seen arranged with 5 heads huddled around the 6th. Each head has a slightly different facial expression, but each face has triangular eyes with tiny black pupils and a small mouth. Each shell has some cracks, and one member of the bundle usually has its yellow insides or brain exposed. More numerous cracks are a sign that it is close to evolution. Despite looking like eggs, Execute is actually more closely related to plant seeds. It is believed to carry genes of plants and other species. Execute gather in swarms of 6. The heads communicate with each other by using a form of telepathy that only they can understand. Should the number of Execute be reduced to less than 6, the remaining Execute will attempt to replace it with a similar, similarly sized Pokemon as seen in the anime. It needs 6 Execute in order to stay balanced, or else it becomes nervous and cowardly. Pidgeotto and Crabrawler are its natural predators, which it chases off with psychokinesis. Execute inhabits jungles and forests. Execute in the Alola region tend to be heavier than those from elsewhere. This is due to the shells being packed full. Execute and its evolved form Executor are the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Barrage. And in terms of the stats, they're not that great. So physical defense is at 80, and that's probably the only decent stat it's good at, with HP at 60, timed with special attack, special defense at 45, and physical attack and speed at 40. Now, to be fair, I did catch an Execute in my replay of Moon, but that's only so that I could get the freaking Alolan Executor, which we will see, and it looks fucking stupid. But it's that stupid of like, god damn it, I can't help but have it on my team. But in terms of just regular Executes, honestly, what is there to say? It is just a bunch of eggs. And the thing is, I don't like eggs. I've eaten eggs, and they don't, to me, I just don't like the texture. They're way too fluffy. Which is weird, because it's like, I'll eat cotton candy, but with the texture of eggs, it may as well just be like, bleh. It's like paper. So in terms of Execute, they're not special. Honestly, I know them more in terms of just causing status effects as opposed to, being, good in battle. And even then, they're, worthless status effects. So it's like, what reason would you have to have this outside of, getting the evolution? Honestly. I mean, they are pretty funky. I'll give you that. They're pretty funky. Honestly, they're just gonna go in the C tier. I gotta remember how to spell it here. Is that how you spell execute? Execute. Yeah. Okay. Good to know. God, there's so many Pokemon in the C tier. Now, moving on. Number 103. Seems I can get to it. Again, we should be getting close to our break, which honestly, considering we're making good time here. Alright, next up is Executor. And because we did say it was in Alola, we also have to feature Alolan Executor. Yes, this coconut-looking motherfucker. Alright, so Cantonian, Alolan. Cantonian, Alolan. So let's start off with Cantonian. Alright, so Cantonian Executor keeps on with its dual type of grass and psychic. However, in Alola, the psychic type is replaced with dragon. And all Execute and Alola evolve into this form regardless of their origin. These Executor can also be found in Blueberry Academy's terrarium. Executor is known as the coconut Pokemon, and its Japanese name is Nashi or Nasi. And Cantonian Executor will keep its ability of Chlorophyll from Execute, whereas Alolan Executor will get Frisk. However, they both share Harvest as a hidden ability. Now, Cantonian Executor's biology is as follows. Executor is a tall bipedal Pokemon that resembles a coconut tree or palm tree. Its body and legs are light brown with thin black rings, and its legs are thick with two-toed feet. There is a light yellow paw pad on each foot's underside. It has thin green leaves sprouting from the top of its body. Executor has 3 round light yellow heads that resemble coconuts, each with different facial expressions. Executor's heads think independently and don't appear interested in one another, so it makes a lot of noise as each head speaks its mind. They still appear to get along, though, for they never squabble amongst themselves. If all the heads want to go in a different direction, its body is unable to move. They are able to communicate telepathically as well, and sometimes use it to come to a joint decision. It uses psychic powers to fight, and since all 3 heads are capable, its power is tripled. If one of these heads grows too large, it falls off and groups together with others to become an Execute. Wow, that is a cycle right there. In the anime, Executor also has been seen in groups of its own kind, meaning that it is not a solitary Pokemon. Executor has been referred to as the walking tropical rainforest or the walking jungle. It can be sluggish during cloudy days due to the lack of sunlight. Being the result of an evolution via evolution stone, Executor is rarely found in the wild, though they can be found in forests and jungles. Executor and its pre-evolved form Execute are the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Barrage. And now we move on to Alolan Executor. Whoops. Due to the abundance of sunlight in the Alola region, the Executor that live there grow over 5 times taller than those in other regions. The region is considered to be the best environment for Alolan Executor. Alolan Executor's neck is thinner and much longer, causing it to more closely resemble a coconut tree or tropical palm tree than its Cantonian counterpart, which resembles the shorter desert palm. It has a long tapering tail with 2 leaves and a 4th light green head on it. It has a long tapering tail with 2 leaves and a 4th light green head on the tip. I'm not gonna lie, when I first saw that, I was freaked out. I was like, oh my god, this is fucking weird. This extra head can also act on its own and defend the rear. The tail can use weak telepathy to scan the surrounding area. Its long neck can be used as a whip to attack enemies with its hard head. However, its neck can also be a weak point, as it will become dizzy swinging it around. Its increased height reduced its need for a psychic defense and has instead awakened its draconic powers, resulting in its psychic powers becoming weaker. Imagine that! Like, you grow taller, and thus you get draconic powers. Oh my god, does that mean that all the shorties in the world are inherently psychic? Ancient carvings and murals depict this Pokemon. Alolan Executor is considered the pride of the Alola region by its natives. Alolans take pride in its appearance, claiming this is what Executor ought to look like. Its extra height makes it the tallest and heaviest grass type. Alolan Executor can be found on Executor Island, a former trial site in Alola, which is not only shaped like an Executor, but contains many wild Executor, giving the island its name. They can also be found in the coastal biome of Blueberry Academy's terrarium, where Alola's island life is simulated. In Generation 7, Dragon Hammer was its signature move, but Tropius could still inherit it via breeding. In terms of these stats. Alright, so from Generations 1 through 6, Cantonian... I should probably move this back up here. Cantonian Executor has a ridiculously high special attack stat, 125, with HP and physical attack at 95, physical defense at 85, special defense at 65, and speed at 55. Like, honestly, this is a pretty good Pokemon to have, even if it does look stupid. However, from Generation 7 onwards, it gains an additional 10 points in special defense, upping it up to 75. However, with Alolan Executor, special attack is still its highest at 125. However, its physical attack got upped a little bit to 105, but its speed got lowered to 45. Now, I will say this. Executor is fucking stupid. However, it is the kind of stupid that makes me like it, as opposed to makes me hate it. Mainly because of the design. I mean, look at the fucking Alolan Executor. This thing freaks me out. I don't like it. But the fact that, its origins are that, like, it just grows 5 times larger, and because of that, it gains draconic powers as opposed to psychic. It's like, what? Huh? What are you talking about? And then you get to Cantonian Executor, and it's just like, it's just a fat-ass tree. I don't know, honestly. I might honestly put this in the lower B tier, honestly. Because it's so fucking stupid that it works. Yeah, and I will say that... Oh. Is that how you spell Executor? And I will say this, too. If you ever need to grind... The Alolan in Pokemon Moon and maybe Ultra Moon, Alolan Executor is the shit. Just get you an Ice type, have the experience share on, and you'll get a shit ton of freaking experience. Oh yes, thank you. I don't know how long the music was not going on. Honestly, I haven't been listening to the music. I took my headphones out like 3 hours ago, honestly. Because it's gonna kill me on the inside. So yeah, Alolan Executor gets pushes this fucker up to lower B tier because it's so funny. Alright, boop, 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 boop. Next up is number 104. Actually, okay. Alright. Next up is... Cubone! The baby! Another baby! Alright. Cubone. Cubone is a pure ground-type Pokemon introduced in Generation 1. It evolves into Marowak at level 28. It is known as the Lonely Pokemon, and you want to fucking hug it. And its Japanese name is Karakara. It can have the abilities Rock Head or Lightning Rod with Battle Armor as its hidden ability. And the biology for Cubone is as follows. Cubone is a small bipedal dinosaur-like reptilian Pokemon with a light brown hide that covers most of its body, except for its cream-colored belly. 2 small claws, one on each hand, serve as its thumbs, and 1 large nail in each foot makes up its toes. It has 2 small spikes on its back and a short tail. On its head, Cubone wears the skull of its dead mother as a helmet. Because of this, much of its actual face has never been seen, except for its triangular black eyes and a small area surrounding them. The skull has 2 rounded horns on the top of its head and a tooth-like point on the lower sides. Under the skull, Cubone has a brown snout. The small Cubone survives only through the immense skill it possesses in wielding the bone it carries as a weapon. It is called the lonely Pokemon because of its tendency to keep to itself and avoid social situations due to the trauma caused by the death of its mother. Cubone will often weep at night in mourning of its mother. When Cubone cries, the skull that it wears on its head vibrates and emits a, quote, a plaintive and mournful sound, end quote. On the night of a full moon, the cries are said to be especially terrible. Cubone seems to recognize its mother in the full moon, and so it howls with a particular sadness. Its cries attract Mandibuzz, a natural predator. It is said that a Cubone will evolve into a Marowak once it comes to terms with its mother's death. As mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, Cubone is known to cry while sleeping. Why are you making this so sad? It is theorized that Cubone's dreams are about its deceased mother. The dreams Cubone have make it cry, but crying makes it stronger. Cubone lives in rocky areas, usually on mountains or in caves. It also once inhabited the Pokemon Tower in Lavender Town, where deceased Pokemon were buried and mourned. Cubone and its evolved form Marowak are the only known Pokemon capable of learning the moves Bone Club and Boomerang. Cubone and Marowak are also the only known Pokemon capable of using the Thick Club item. In Generations 2 and 3, Bone Rush was another one of their signature moves. And in terms of the stats, Cubone is not great. I mean, its physical defense stat is good at a 95, but unfortunately, literally everything else is at a 50 or below. I mean, look at this. HP, physical attack, and special defense are all at 50, with special attack at 40 and speed at 35. Like, I mean, again, I'm not expecting special attack with ground types. But I will say this, I do like Cubone, and it's like, it is cute. It is cute. But it's, but it's also like, do I want to deal with a traumatized pet? God, that sounds so fucked up to say. Do I want to deal with a pet that has been traumatized? And it's like, listen, listen, you gotta, like, here's the thing, right? I gotta think about myself. Like, can I give a pet the care and love it needs from me? And if I don't think I can, I will pass it over. Because I feel like that's better for it in the long run, as opposed to me getting it out of some misguided need to help it, only to realize I fucked up. But regardless, it's cute. And honestly, and I always think about, like, the theory, right? That, like, that basically, like, well, actually, is it a theory, or has it been a creepypasta where it's like, oh, a Cubone is actually supposed to be, like, a Kangaskhan's lost baby or something like that? I mean, like, actually, has there ever been fan art of something like maybe a Kangaskhan that loses its baby and a Cubone coming across with a mommy, and it's just like, oh, the two are together, woohoo! Honestly, though, I would get a Cubone just because it's so cute. I'll put it in the A tier. But I will say this right now, it's fucking useless in battle. Don't ever send it out, otherwise it will get triggered. Oh, Jesus Christ. God, I feel like I'm thinking too much of Hellsing Ultimate Abridged. I haven't watched that show in forever. Why am I thinking of it? Alright, it's gonna be a little bit of a trek to get back to where we were. Also, I forgot to take the picture out. Whoopsie. Alright, how close are we in terms of, Oh my god, I thought we were close! Damn it, I want to take a break already! Alright, my B, I guess. Alright. Alright. Next up on the list is 105. We just gotta get to 114. And that is... Marowak! However, it has an Alolan form. Man, not gonna lie though, like, look at how different it is. It's like, look at this. It's like, I mean, it's the same pose, but it's a different design overall. Like, geez. Anyway, so, Marowak keeps on with its pure ground type. However, in Alola, the pure ground type is replaced with a dual type of fire and ghost. It evolves from Cubone when leveled up at night, starting at level 28. All Cubone and Alola evolve into this form regardless of their origin. It is known as the Bone Keeper Pokemon, and its Japanese name is Gara Gara, not Kara Kara, Gara Gara. Now, Cantonian Marowak keeps its abilities that it had as Cubone. However, the Alolan Marowak can have either Curse Body or Lightning Rod, and it as its normal abilities, and it has Rock Head as its hidden ability. Now, Cantonian Marowak's biology is as follows. Marowak is a bipedal Pokemon with light brown skin and a cream-colored underside. 2 small claws, one on each hand, serve as its thumbs, and 1 large nail on each foot makes up its toes. It has a short tail with a small spike near the tip. Marowak's head is composed of the skull it once wore as a mask. It can no longer remove the skull, which has become part of its body. The skull has 2 pointed spikes on the back, similar to ears, and tiny nostrils on the tip of the snout. Marowak's triangular brown eyes are also located in the skull. Marowak is well known for its ferocity with its bone club, which is said to collect from a hidden graveyard. Despite its small size, Marowak's body is as sturdy as armor. Upon evolution, Marowak has overcome the grief of its mother's passing. Now ferocious and violent, Marowak is an adept combatant that uses the bone it carries as a weapon and a boomerang. Having evolved, it seeks vengeance on its natural enemy Mandibuzz, which prey on Cubone because of its naturally weak and timid demeanor. Marowak has also been recorded pounding on boulders with the bone club it carries to tap out messages to others. It lives in mountains to test its skills. As mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, Marowak is known to sleep while using its bones similar to a pillow, possibly being at peace. On occasion, it is seen affectionately holding onto the bone while sleeping. Marowak and its pre-evolved form Cubone are the only known Pokemon capable of learning the moves Bone Club and Bonemerang. Marowak and Cubone are also the only known Pokemon capable of using the Thick Club item. In Generations 2 and 3, Bone Rush was another one of their signature moves. Moving on to Alolan Marowak, it says, in the Alola region, Marowak was faced with an abundance of its natural enemies, Grass-type Pokemon. This harsh environment led it to bond closely with its friends, which is said to have created a sort of sixth sense and caused it to take a new form. Alolan Marowak's body is black and it has pale gray eyes. There is a dark flame-like mark on its skull between the eyes. Compared to regular Marowak's squatter, thicker body, Alolan Marowak is relatively thin. White markings resembling shoulder blades, vertebrae, and hip bones are visible on its back. The bone Alolan Marowak uses is longer than the one regular Marowak uses. It customarily mourns its companions by burying them and dancing in mourning. Alolan Marowak rubs the bone it wields against its forehead to light the ends in a green flame and then twirls the flaming bone. It specializes in an attack where it releases a weak ball of flame from its bone that will relentlessly pursue its foe. Alolans would fear for a conjurer due to its rarity and the fearful sight of it dancing with its bone. The dance is also used as a way of mourning for its lost allies. Once its flames have spread onto an opponent, they are impossible to put out with water. The flames are known to cause both mental and physical pain. Alolan Marowak is the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Shadow Bone. And then a special Alolan Marowak in Alola serves as the totem Pokemon for the Wela Volcano Park's Island Trial, which I did fucking do. Alright, so moving on to its stats. One thing to keep in mind, both Cantonian and Alolan Marowak stats are the same. So, physical defense is its highest at 110, with special defense and physical attack at 80, and HP at 60. However, special attack is at 50 and speed is at 45. Granted, it's a lot better than a Cubone, that's for sure. But I will say, that I do have a Marowak, an Alolan Marowak, and I do like the design of the Alolan Marowak, especially in terms of the flames of the bone here. Like, it's so, like, I love that the flames are a different color. They're not necessarily, like, they're not red, orange, or anything like that. They're more of a tealish blue color, which I really like. And I wonder if it is supposed to resemble will-o-wisps, because those are known, because will-o-wisps are known to be more bluish flames that suck away your life force as opposed to regular flames. I mean, it is Fire Ghost. But yeah, and I really love the dark coloring of the Marowak too. Just like, I don't know, I really like the design. However, I will say this, I don't know if I'm just using it wrong, or if, like, I just have the worst luck, but bro, why does my Alolan Marowak fucking sucks. The Guardia, which is her name, fucking sucks. It's like, why? Why aren't you hitting these moves? Like, the funny thing is, right, is that, like, they do not give you any fire/ghost type moves upon the Cubone evolving into Alolan Marowak. Instead, it just continuously gives you ground type moves, and it's like, why are you giving me ground type moves for Pokemon where the attack power is not there anymore? Like, I don't get stabbed from ground type moves anymore. Why not? And the fucked up thing is that I didn't realize until later is that Alolan Marowak is said to evolve at level 20. Well, the Cubone is said to evolve into Alolan Marowak at level 28, right? And it just said that its signature move was Shadow Bone. You want to know what level you get Shadow Bone at? Level 27. So it's like, what kind of fucked up move is that? Where it's like, you can't get Shadow Bone. Like, basically, and the thing is, you can't get to a move learner until, like, Mount Lanakila, which is at the end game. So why the fuck would you care? So why the fuck would the... I don't get that. Why? Why won't you give me the option to have Shadow Bone available, like, upon evolution? Why do so many other Pokemon have that option where it's like, if you want to learn a signature move of it, you can learn it upon evolution? Why didn't you do that for fucking Alolan Marowak game? Come on! Oh my god. I hated that shit. I still don't even have the fucking move because I don't have Guardia in my party. But I guess in regards to, like, where would I place the Marowak at? Honestly, I'm gonna place it in the lower B tier because I do like the Alolan design. I do think it's really cool, but seriously, my personal experience just really just bogs it down to, like, that lower B. Because if it wasn't for that, I would have placed it in the higher B tier. Honestly. Like, I think I only got a Cubone/Marowak in the first place so that I could have something against this Salazzle. Wait. Hold up. Let me check real quick. A special serves as the totem Pokemon. Wait. What are you talking about, the totem Pokemon? No. No, that's not how it goes. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Why do I remember battling a Salazzle? The Salazzle's the totem. Is this a Pokemon Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon difference? It is! Yes, okay, so let me rephrase that. So, an Alolan Marowak can be a totem Pokemon in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, because in Pokemon Sun and Moon, it's just a Salazzle. It is just a Salazzle. Also, are you fucking kidding me? You gave that... You son of a... Dude, the games want to fuck you up. The games want to fuck you up. Alright. Next up... Actually, before I do that, I gotta take care of the pictures here real quick. Alright, save again. Alright, next up is 106. Excuse me. Alright, so next up is Hitmonlee. Alright. Alright, so Hitmonlee is a pure fighting type Pokemon introduced in Generation 1. It evolves from Tyrogue at level 20 when Tyrogue's attack is higher than its defense. Hitmonlee is known as the kicking Pokemon, and its Japanese name is Sawamura or Sawamular, with its abilities where its abilities can be either limber or reckless from Generation 4 onward, with Unburden as its hidden ability. What the fuck is this image? And the biology of Hitmonlee states, Hitmonlee is a humanoid Pokemon with an ovoid body. Here we go again. Yeah, with an ovoid body. Lacking a distinct neck and head, its upper torso has almond-shaped eyes with black space around them and appears to lack a nose and mouth. Primarily brown, it has cream-colored segmented arms and legs. Each hand has 3 legs and each foot has 3 clawed toes. The soles of its feet and its ankles have circular yellow pads. Hitmonlee is an exclusively male species with no female counterpart. Hitmonlee's legs freely contract and stretch similar to a coiled spring, and one particular Hitmonlee can do this with its arms as well. Oh, and this is from the manga. The source of its power comes from the ligaments in its legs that Hitmonlee can fully control. This flexibility allows Hitmonlee to run with lengthy strides, giving it greater reach for its kicks. Its excellent sense of balance enables it to kick in succession from any position. Hitmonlee's kicking strength is incredibly powerful owing to its diamond-like soles. Right before kicking an opponent, Hitmonlee will harden the muscles on the sole of its foot, allowing it to maximize the full power of its kick. It has sometimes been nicknamed the Kickmaster. After battling, it rubs down its legs to relax the tight muscles. Rarely found in the wild, it is primarily found in urban areas. It has been seen competing with either Hitmonchan or Hitmontop. Hitmonlee has had several kicking moves as signature moves: High Jump Kick prior to Generation 3, Jump Kick prior to Generation 4, Rolling Kick prior to Generation 7, and Mega Kick in Generation 2 and from Generations 4 to 6. Prior to Generation 5, Reckless was Hitmonlee's signature ability. And in terms of the stats, admittedly, these are kind of good stats. Its highest stat is of course its physical attack at 120, with special defense honestly at 110, and its speed at 87. However, its physical defense is only 53, with HP at 50 and special attack at 35. Now, I've never had a Hitmonlee. I don't think I've ever had a Hitmonlee or any of these other fuckers right here. Oh, excuse me. But yeah, I've never had a Hitmonlee or any of the other Pokemon. And I think that's mainly because, like, I don't really care for fighting-type Pokemon. I mean, it's funny that, like, one of my top 3 Pokemon of all time is a fighting type, and yet I don't have fighting type as listed as one of my favorites. The only thing I know about Hitmonlee is that's supposed to be based off of Bruce Lee because of the kickboxing stuff. And then, of course, we got the other Pokemon, which is supposed to be based off of Jackie Chan, sorry. But yeah, it's just like, this is a weird Pokemon, man. This is a weird Pokemon. I mean, don't get me wrong, I do like the idea of kickboxing and such. And I feel like there's not nearly enough, like, kickboxers in media as opposed to plain boxers. But, yeah. Honestly, I got nothing for it. I think it's gonna go into the C tier. God, can we please get an S tier Pokemon? Like, I think we have to be approaching S tier soon, at least. Alright, next up is 107. So we got 7 more to go in terms of, taking our break. And that is... Hitmonchan! Alright, Hitmonchan is a pure fighting type Pokemon introduced in Generation 1. It also evolves from Tyrogue at level 20, but when its defense is higher than its attack. It is known as the punching Pokemon, and its Japanese name is Ebiwala. Ebiwala, yeah. With its abilities being either Keen Eye or Iron Fist from Generation 4 beyond, with Inner Focus as its hidden ability, and its biology is as follows. Hitmonchan is a tan humanoid Pokemon that is exclusively male and has no female counterpart. There are 5 blunt protrusions on top of its head, and it has structures resembling pads over its shoulders. It appears to be wearing a light purple tunic and kilt, as well as red boxing gloves and light purple boxing shoes. The gloves are actually masses of muscle. In between the tunic and kilt is a small black area.
They can't even describe it.
As its appearance suggests, Hitmonchan specializes in punching. It can throw punches that are too quick to be seen with the naked eye. Its punches are said to be as fast as a bullet train. It starts attacking foes with combo punches from both sides before finishing with a single straight punch. A single straight punch by Hitmonchan can launch foes over 300 miles per hour. By punching with a corkscrew motion, it is even capable of drilling through concrete. Even a light graze from its punches will result in a burn. However, Hitmonchan requires a break every 3 minutes while fighting. Despite the need for frequent breaks, it has an unwavering spirit and will never give up in a difficult situation. Usually found in urban areas, it is rarely seen in the wild. It often competes with Hitmonlee and Hitmontop. In Generation 2, Mach Punch was his signature move, but Tyrogue could still inherit it via breeding. Prior to Generation 5, Iron Fist was Hitmonchan's signature ability. And in regards to these stats... Okay, that's surprising. Its highest stat is surprisingly special defense at 110, with physical attack at 105. Its physical defense, however, at 79, and its speed at 76. However, its HP is at 50, and special attack is at a 35. Granted, the special attack is not that worth it, because fighting types are usually physical-oriented anyway. Honestly, I honestly think these are better stats than Hitmonlee's, honestly. But it still is it's still a boring ass Pokemon, man. And this one is supposed to be based off of Jackie Chan, although I don't think Jackie Chan was ever known to be a freaking boxer. I know he was a martial artist, along with Bruce Lee, but it's like, listen, we gotta go with the names here, like Hitmonlee, and then we have Hitmonchan. I don't know about Hitmontop though, but that's a Pokemon we won't get to till Gen 2, so next week. Excuse me. Sorry, I am working off of not much sleep. But yeah, there's honestly nothing to it. Like, and the fact that apparently these gloves here are supposed to be masses of muscle, that's really gross, honestly. I don't know, I'm not feeling anything in regards to this, so unfortunately I think it's gonna be joining its brother here. In the C tier. So yeah, there's that out of the way. Alright, next up is 108. Oh god. Why, Lord, do you do this to me? Oh, Christ on a stick. Okay. Is Lickitung. I think we already know where this Pokemon's gonna go. Alright, Lickitung is a pure normal type Pokemon introduced in Generation 1. It evolves into Licky Licky when leveled up while knowing Rollout. It is known as the Licking Pokemon, and it has the Japanese name of Beroringa. And it's not Bello, it's Bero. It can have the abilities Own Temple or Oblivious, and it has Cloud9 as its hidden ability. The biology for it is as stated. Lickitung is a bipedal amphibian Pokemon with a round body and a thick, powerful tail. It has soft pink skin with curved yellow lines on its belly and a yellow ring marking on each knee. It has a thumb-like claw on each hand and a single large nail on each foot. There is a yellow spot on its palms and the soles of its feet. It has beady eyes and a long prehensile tongue, with nerves that extend its entire length. The tongue is likely connected to its tail, which twitches and retracts when the tongue is pulled. That's really gross. At over 6 feet and 6 inches, or 2 meters, Lickitung's tongue is twice as long as its body. Sticky, smelly saliva coats its tongue, which causes a tingling sensation when touched and can cause rashes if not cleaned off. It is used for capturing prey, mainly bug-type Pokemon, reaching for berries, exploring its environment, attacking, and cleaning. Although the effectiveness of its cleaning is questionable as its saliva leaves behind its smell. Lickitung's saliva can also be used as a strong adhesive after cooking it. Lickitung remembers things by their texture and taste, although it apparently dislikes sour things. The tongue is both dexterous and powerful enough to lift people, as seen in the anime. When capturing prey, Lickitung prefers swallowing them whole after paralyzing them with its tongue. Lickitung can be found in grassy plains and meadows. And as for the stats, they're awful. HP is, of course, its highest at 90. However, its physical defense and special defense are at 75, with its special attack at 60, and its physical attack at 50. Its physical attack at 55, and speed at a measly 30. Okay, do I really need to go into detail about why I don't like this thing? Oh god, it's so gross. It's so gross. There's something, like, it's just, no. And the fact that its tongue is longer than its entire body, and the fact that it's just dangerous to have licking you, it's like, gross. No, I am like Michael Scott from The Office. No, God, please, no! No! Yeah, just no. It goes in the C tier. Hell nah. How do you spell Lickitung, by the way? Is it this? That seems about right. Yeah, it is. Oh my god, we are never gonna get a freaking S tier at this rate, are we? Screw this thing, I hate it. Alright, next up is 109. Oh my god, they're really testing my patience, aren't they? Alright. We got coughing. Alright. Coughing is a pure poison-type Pokemon introduced in Generation 1. It evolves into Wheezing at level 35. It is known as the Poison Gas Pokemon, with its Japanese name as Dogasu, or Dogars. It has the abilities Levitate or Neutralizing Gas from Generation 8 onward, with Stench as a hidden ability from Generation 7 onward. And its biology is as stated. Coughing is a spherical Pokemon filled with toxic gases. It has vacant eyes and a wide mouth that usually has 2 pointed teeth in the upper jaw. However, a full set of teeth has been seen in the anime. Below its face is a cream-colored skull and crossbones marking. Several geyser-like protrusions, which usually release a mustard-colored gas, cover this Pokemon's body. Coughing's purple skin is very thin, and overinflation can cause it to explode. The TCG game depicts Coughing as having a hollow body. What is with the hollowness? Coughing creates gases within its body by mixing toxins with garbage and produces more gas in higher temperatures. These gases are oh boy, what is that word? These gases are malodorous and can cause sniffles, coughs, and teary eyes to those around them. The gases are also lighter than air, allowing Coughing to hover. When agitated, it creates a more toxic gas and expels it through the holes in its body. As shown in the anime, Coughing's gas can be ignited by fire or electricity. It feeds on the fumes of raw, rotting trash found in gas dumps and polluted air. Coughing at one point was plentiful in Galar due to factories. Coughing is most often found in urban areas. Coughing and its evolution, wheezing, are the only known Pokemon that can have neutralizing gas as an ability. And in terms of the stats, not good. Physical defense is its highest at 95. However, its physical attack is only 65, special attack at 60, special defense at 45, HP at 40, and speed at a measly 35. I don't like this Pokemon. It's an asshole in Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. He's such a dick. And we might as well just call this motherfucker, like, mustard gas Pokemon. Like, holy. Whew, excuse me. But yeah, it's just, I've got nothing special to say about this. I've got nothing to say. I got nothing special about this to say. Honestly, it's gonna go in the C tier. So bad. Too bad, so sad. I want to go a break. I want to have better Pokemon. Alright, 110. 110. Oh boy, okay. God. I think part of the reason why Kanto is taking so long is because it has so many fucking forms we gotta show. Alright, so next up is wheezing. And of course, because I just mentioned forms, we gotta bring up the Galarian version. Which is this motherfucker looking like a fucking... like, this is the equivalency of... I was gonna say German. Of British old men. Anyway... So, wheezing carries on with the pure poison type that it has a coughing. However, in Galar, it gains the fairy typing, and all coughing in Galar evolve into this form regardless of their origin. It is still known as the poison gas Pokemon, but the Japanese name is Matadogas or Matadogas. Both variants can have levitate or neutralizing gas from Generation 8 onward. However, in Cantonian wheezing can have stench as a hidden ability from Generation 8 onward, but Galarian wheezing has Misty Surge as a hidden ability. Now, Cantonian wheezing's ability is as follows. Let me move back up to this thing. Wheezing is a purple Pokemon consisting of two spherical heads connected by a thin tube with another sphere in the center. The heads have different sizes and features. The left head is larger and has prominent eyebrows, pointed teeth protruding from its lower jaw, and two flat teeth in its upper jaw. The smaller right head simply has two pointed teeth, one at each corner of its mouth. The larger head has a cream-colored skull and crossbones marking below its face, while the smaller head has a ring marking instead. It is covered with many geyser-like protrusions, which usually expel mustard-colored gases. Wheezing is said to form when poisonous gases pool and two coughing fuse over many years. Very rarely, two coughing can become a wheezing in a short time span because of a sudden mutation. Triplet wheezing have been discovered, although they are extremely rare. Each of wheezing's heads contains a different toxin. It mixes its gases by inflating one head and deflating the other. When its gases mix, wheezing becomes more toxic and putrid. Wheezing can hover in midair, presumably due to gases lighter than air, as is the case for coughing. Despite their stench and poison, wheezing's gases can be used to make top-grade perfume by diluting them to the highest level. Wheezing lives in urban areas. It seeks a dirty, unkempt house and nests there. At night, when the people in the house are asleep, it will go through the trash. Wheezing feeds on the dust, microorganisms, and especially gases emitted by garbage and toxic waste. Wheezing's body expands and smells worse upon inhaling poisonous gases. The Cantonian wheezing used to be common in Galar and created more potent toxins than their Galarian relatives. Wheezing in its pre-evolved form are the only known Pokemon that can have neutralizing gas as an ability. Oh my gosh. Moving on to Galarian wheezing. In the Galar region, its appearance has changed due to absorbing polluted air from factories. It has a gray body with the skull, crossbones, and ring patterns changed to the color yellow. Both heads have a hat-like tube located on top of them that constantly releases purified air. 5 puffs of green poison gas clouds can be seen floating around it. The gas clouds also partly cover its faces. The larger head has a mustache-like cloud on its upper lip, while the smaller head has clouds on its face in the shape of eyebrows and a beard. Galarian wheezing consumes particles from polluted air and expels clean air instead of droppings. The toxins within Galarian wheezing's body are accumulated into poison gas clouds that leak and drift around it. The gas is its best weapon in battle, being potent enough to stun and immobilize an enemy with just an opponent with just a whiff. Galarian wheezing preys on Trubbish for the fumes it produces. Galarian wheezing is also the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Strange Steam. Additionally, in Generation 9, Galarian wheezing is the only known Pokemon that can have Misty Surge as an ability. Now moving on to its stats. Something to keep in mind, both Cantonian and Galarian wheezing have the same stat block, and that means its highest stat is defense at 120, with physical attack at 90, special attack at 85, special defense at 70, HP at 65, and speed at 60. Now I will say this. These are a lot better than coughing stats. And I will say this, I do like the design of Galarian wheezing, even if it is fucking ridiculous. And the fact that apparently it's better for the environment than the freaking actual wheezing, it's like, okay, alright, you're actually doing a little bit better with the environment. It's so funny, now that I'm thinking about it. Why is it that I'm encountering, where it's like, why is it that apparently, like, the Kanto poison type Pokemon are all getting like these environmentally conscious forms. I mean, granted, I know Galar was definitely all about like climate change and like what we can do to solve an energy crisis, but still, it's like, it's crazy. It's freaking dickin' crazy. Honestly, I think it is for this form that I'm going to move wheezing up into the lower B tier because it is pretty nice. And again, it has clean air. It has clean air. Really clean air. I mean, and again, not to mention, can you imagine Galarian wheezing speaking its name in a British accent? Like, what would it even be called? Like, wheezing! I don't know. Actually, how would you say that? How would you be able to say that in a British voice? I don't think you can. Now it's giving me the idea to, like, see if there's a British voice actor that could say Wheezing's name in that, like, raspy old man voice that it's supposed to have. Alright, we're almost there. Number 111. Are you fucking kidding me? Alright, next up is Rhyhorn. Oh man, I remember this from the first movie. Alright, I'm gonna get up and I'm still gonna be talking. So, Rhyhorn is a dual-type ground rock Pokemon introduced in Generation 1. It evolves into Rhydon at level 42, which then evolves into Rhyperior when traded while holding a Protector. It is known as the Spikes Pokemon, and its Japanese name is Sihon, or Sirhorn. Excuse me, I'm away from the computer for a moment. There we go. It can have the abilities Lightning Rod or Rock Head with Reckless as a hidden ability, and its biology is as stated. Rhyhorn is a rhinoceros-like Pokemon with a body covered in gray rocky plates. Its underside and rear are smooth, and it has 4 short legs with 2 claws on each foot. It has a triangular head with narrow red eyes, 2 fangs protruding from its upper jaw, small triangular openings on the upper sides, and a short horn on the tip of its snout. A female will have a shorter horn than a male. I'm not going to make the joke. A spiked ridge runs along its back. In addition to its rocky hide, its bones are 1,000 times harder than human bones. Rhyhorn's brain is very small, giving it a one-track mind. When it runs, it forgets why it started and continues until it falls asleep. However, it may recall the reason for demolishing something. Listen, destruction is the only thing on its mind. Leave it be. Due to its short legs, it is inept at turning and it can... Okay. Due to its short legs, it is inept at turning and can only run in straight lines. It does not care if obstacles get in the way, merely smashing through them or sending them flying, although it may feel pain the day after a collision. This personality is how Rhyhorn expands its territory. Rhyhorn is powerful enough to shatter skyscrapers or mountains instantly after charging forward with head tackles. Rhyhorn lives in rough terrain. A Rhyhorn's territory expands to 6 miles. And in terms of its stats, not great. Not great. Physical defense is at 95 and it is its highest stat with physical attack at 85 and HP at 80. However, both its special attack and special defense are tied at 30 with speed as its lowest at 25. Again, we're expecting a ground rock Pokemon to be speedy. Impossible. Forget that. I will say though, I do have there is a bit of a soft spot in me for Rhyhorn, and I think that's just because I think about how you can ride it. But also because it can be cute. It can be. I mean, look at it. I mean, because in the fact that this can be used as a race Pokemon, you know how in X and Y, your mother Grace was known as a Rhyhorn racer. Apparently you can race these motherfuckers. I don't know. I think it looks adorable. I think it's pretty cute, honestly. I mean, yeah, it's pretty spiky. But I honestly really like it. And again, you can ride that, and you can ride the Rhyhorn at your home. Can you honestly imagine that? Honestly, I would put this at a high B. Is that how you spell Rhyhorn? Please? Yes. Okay, good. I was like, is this how you spell Rhyhorn? I don't remember. Anyway, moving on. 112. 112. Next up is Rhydon, not Rhyhorn, Rhydon. One of Giovanni's other Pokemon. Alright. Rhydon keeps on with the dual typing of ground and rock. However, it is known as the drill Pokemon, and its Japanese name is Sidon. Sidon. And yes, that is the same Sidon as from Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild / Tears of the Kingdom. It still carries the same abilities that a Rhyhorn does, and its biology is as stated as Rhydon is a large gray bipedal Pokemon with features similar to both dinosaurs and rhinoceroses. It has narrow red eyes and 2 fangs in its upper jaw. On the tip of Rhydon's snout is a cream-colored horn, which is smaller on a female than on a male. There are several other spikes and projections on its head. On top is a spike that curves forward, 2 triangular points resembling ears on the sides, a wide wavy crest under each ear, and spiky ridges on each cheek. It has a cream-colored abdomen divided into strips by thin divots. A rocky plate on its chest slightly overlaps its abdomen. There is a row of spikes down its back, and they have a long tail with thin black stripes. Rhydon is a physically powerful Pokemon. It is recorded as being able to topple buildings with a sweeping blow of its tail, and its horn can bore through solid rock and shattered diamonds. Rhydon sharpens their horns by clashing them together. Its armor-like hide protects it from heat and physical blows. It is stated to be capable of passing unscathed through streams of magma, 3600 degrees Fahrenheit, and withstanding a direct blow from a cannonball without being harmed. However, because of this tough hide, it is insensitive. Despite its well-developed brain, it can be forgetful. Rhydon lives in rough terrain like in caves or on top of mountains. Due to its evolution allowing Rhydon to walk on two legs, it can expand its territory to more than a Rhyhorn's original habitat limit. And in terms of the stats... Holy shit, that's good. Holy shit, that's good. Its physical attack is at 130, with physical defense at 120 and HP at 105. However, special attack and special defense are tied at 45, whereas speed is 40. But honestly, I would take it. Honestly, I would take it. I remember this Pokemon both in terms of being Giovanni's Pokemon, and of course, I think if I remember right, I know Bulbasaur is like, you know, numerically the first Pokemon in the Pokedex, both in terms of Kanto and in terms of the global dex, but conceptually, Rhydon is the first Pokemon ever to have existed. And I will say this, it's dopey. There's something about it that I'm just like, you are a stupid boy, and I love it so much. You are a stupid boy, and I love it so much. And the fact that its Japanese name is Sidon, it's like, god, nah. I mean, granted, I know, like, Rhydon ain't no sexy fish man, but it is a big boy. I should never be allowed. I should never be allowed to be a monster fucker. I should never be allowed to be a monster fucker. But honestly, the stats are actually really freaking good. And the fact that it evolves into Rhyperior, which we won't get to till Sinnoh, but oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Honestly, I would put this at an A. I would put this at an A. It's cool, and I would like to have it. We're finally getting some new tiers here. Alright, save just in case. Next up, 113! What? Day 113! Excuse me. Alright. We're close. Next up is Chansey! Chansey! Alright, Chansey is a pure normal type Pokemon introduced in Generation 1. It evolves from Happiny when leveled up while holding an oval stone during the day, and evolves into Blissey when leveled up with High Friendship. It is known as the Egg Pokemon, and its Japanese name is literally called Lucky! Lucky! Or Lucky. It can have either Natural Cure or Serene Grace with Healer as its hidden ability, and its biology is as stated. Chansey is a pink ovoid Pokemon with stubby arms and dark pink feet. It has tiny eyes and 3 hair-like growths on each side of its head. The tufts of hair have dark pink tips. On the center of its belly is a dark pink pouch that contains a single white egg. The egg is said to be very nutritious, and it lays several new ones every day. It can lay eggs? Finally, it has a short tail. Chansey is a female-only species with no male counterpart. A kind-hearted Pokemon, Chansey will share its eggs with injured people and Pokemon. However, Chansey will never share its egg to those with evil hearts. The eggs become more delicious if Chansey is raised with love and care. Chansey's egg is used as a high-class cooking ingredient due to the nutrition it has. As a result, Chansey have been referred to as doctor's doubles because of its eggs. Due to its egg being over-harvested, Chansey is extremely rare in the wild and is said to bring good luck and happiness to those who manage to catch it. Fleeing from those seeking its egg has made this once slow species much quicker on its feet than in the past. It is more commonly found in urban settings. Chansey is the only known Pokemon capable of using the Lucky Punch item. Chansey and its evolutionary relatives are the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Soft Boiled by leveling up. Now, in terms of its stats, I can tell you they're not good. So here's the thing. Chansey's highest stat is HP at 250. By the way, that is the max. That is max HP, 250, with special defense at 105. However, the rest of its stats are pure garbage, with speed at 50, special attack at 35, and physical attack and physical defense tied at a measly, and I'm talking measly, 5 points. This thing cannot hit for shit and it has really crap defenses. But you know what? It is a fucking tank. This, ladies and gentlemen, and all that are in between, this is what we call a stall Pokemon. These are Pokemon that you send out mainly to stall. Like the Wallers, basically. The Wallers. Man, I've seen these so often in Pokemon centers as Nurse Joy's assistants in the anime. But admittedly, I don't really have a lot of kinship with them. Namely, I don't have a lot of kinship with them. It's just like, it's alright, I guess. It's alright. It's just, Meh. Honestly, I would probably put it in the lower B tier. I mean, listen, you want a fucking tank, this is your babe. This is your baby here. Other than that, it's okay. Alright, last Pokemon before we go on our break. 114. And it is Tangela. Tangela. Oh boy. God, man, I can't imagine how hard it must be listening to this fucking playlist every damn day. Anyway, so Tangela is a pure grass-type Pokemon introduced in Generation 1. It evolves into Tangrowth when leveled up while knowing ancient power. It is known as the Vine Pokemon, and its Japanese name is Monjara. It can have either Chlorophyll or Leaf Guard from Generation 4 onward as its normal ability, with Regenerator as its hidden ability, and the biology is as stated. Tangela is a plant Pokemon covered by blue seaweed-like vines that obscure its face. There is a small opening in the vines that reveal its eyes surrounded by a black space. The vines give Tangela a round shape, but it is unknown what it looks like without them. Its vines are covered in fine hair and are always growing. If damaged or lost, replacements are grown. There is a pair of red boot-like feet poking out from under the vines, but no visible arms. Tangela can ensnare and entangle anything that moves too close to it with its vines. The vines constantly jiggle and sway, unnerving enemies and causing a tickling sensation if ensnared. Tangela's vines will snap off easily and painlessly if the target pulls on them, so it can quickly escape. The vines of Tangela are said to have a refreshing flavor and scent. In Galar, its vines are used as herbs. Tangela can usually be found in temperate grasslands and has been known to swing on tree branches using its vines. And in terms of the stats, and I know Tangrowth is a thing, but that's 4th gen. So its highest stat is physical defense at 115 with special attack at 100. However, its HP is at 65 with speed at 60, physical attack at 55, and special defense at 40. So not, unfortunately not that great in terms of battle, but hey, at least it can get a little bit of defense. I think it's more so just for like, not necessarily stalling, but much like, like, oh, we'll be more of a support Pokemon and such. But in terms of all this, it just looks like spaghetti. It looks like blue spaghetti with feet. Like just, it's squid spaghetti. Squid ink spaghetti. I've never had that before. Is it good? I imagine it is, but the look of it can just go fucking bleh. Because squid ink is black. Why would you want black spaghetti? Like, that just tells me there's something wrong with it, or something like that. But who knows? Who knows, right? But, honestly, I don't really have any special feelings towards it. I've never caught a Tangela, honestly. And again, it's just a mess. It's just a mess of spaghetti. It's a mess spaghetti. Spaghetti mess. Messy spaghetti. Messy spaghetti. Honestly, I think it would go in the C tier. I don't really hold any special feelings for it whatsoever. Anyway. I think that's supposed to be 37 Pokemon that we ranked, and that was within 4 hours and 19 minutes. So we're doing a little better. We're doing a little better in terms of expedite. But, okay, so let's give a quick recap before we go on break here. So, in terms of the S tier, we have Bulbasaur, Charmander, Charizard, Pikachu, Vulpix, Growlithe, and Arcanine. Hasn't changed. A tier, Ivysaur, Venusaur, Wartortle, Raichu, Clefable, Ninetales, Wigglytuff, Dugong, Muck, Gengar, Cubone, and Rhydon. So we got a few there. The higher B tier, Squirtle, Butterfree, Pidgeotto, Nidorina, Nidoqueen, Clefairy, Jigglypuff, Gloom, Poliwrath, Alakazam, Victreebel, Ponyta, Rapidash, Magneton, Seal, Grimer, Haunter, and Rhyhorn. We got a lot there. Lower B tier, Charmeleon, Blastoise, Caterpie, Pidgey, Pidgeot, Spearow, Arbok, Sandshrew, both Nidorans, Venonat, Meowth, Psyduck, Mankey, Poliwag, Poliwhirl, Abracadabra, Machop, Machoke, Machamp, Slowpoke, Slowbro, Magnemite, Cloyster, Executor, Marowak, Weezing, and Chansey. And in terms of the C tier, Metapod, Weedle, Kakuna, Beedrill, Rattata, Raticate, Fearow, Ekans, Sandslash, Nidorino, Nidoking, Zubat, Golbat, Oddish, Vileplume, Paras, Parasect, Venomoth, Diglett, Dugtrio, Persian, Golduck, Primeape, Bellsprout, Weepinbell, Tentacool, Geodude, Graveler, Golem, Farfetch, Doduo, Dodrio, Shelter, Ghastly, Onix, Drowsy, Hypno, Krabby, Kingler, Voltorb, Electrode, Execute, Hitmonlee, Hitmonchan, Lickitung, Koffing, and Tangela. Alright. Okay. Let me get some music set up. Let me get some music set up. Alright. Ba-ba-da-ba-da-bum. Oh boy, I have to go through so much music just to find the one track I want to use. Actually, I was gonna say, I don't think I have to, honestly. Anyway. Get some lo-fi tracks up in this bitch. Alright, we're gonna be taking a quick break. Hopefully it'll be quick. Because we have 37, I think we have like 37 more Pokemon to get to. Before, we can move on, before we finish off tonight. Honestly, I think the reason why the Kanto Dex is taking so freaking long is the fact that we have to go through all the regional variants and the Mega Evos, because Gen 1 obviously had to get so much crap for it. Which is not fair. But anyway, it is break time. That means you can go get something to eat, something to drink, go to the bathroom, basically do whatever it is you want, because we're going to be taking a break. You know, and honestly, I might do the same thing I did last time, where it's just like, I might just have my mic muted for the entirety of the break, because, I want to give myself some time to rest. So, yeah. Music's still gonna be going on though, and I'll still be here, I'm just gonna be non-verbal for the most part. So, yeah. See you guys. So go take a break. I'll be back when we have to go back. I'll be back when it's time to go back to the tier list stream. So see you all later. Alright, I am back. Got everything situated. Got everything situated. Now I think it's time that we dive back into this. And don't worry, I even retweeted the stream, so I don't have to do that either. Alright. That was close to what, a 40-minute break, maybe? Yeah. Alright, just getting the playlist ready. Come on. Alright. Let's get back into this. Alright, next up, in terms of Pokemon, we're on number 115, and it is, as soon as I can get it up, Kangaskhan! However, she has a Mega Evo, and I gotta put that up too. There we go. Look at that. Alright. Kangaskhan is a pure normal type Pokemon introduced in Generation 1. While it is not known to evolve into or from any other Pokemon, Kangaskhan can Mega Evolve into Mega Kangaskhan using the Kangaskhanite. She is known as the parent Pokemon, and her Japanese name is Garuda. Garuda. And it can have either Early Bird or Scrappy from Gen 4 onward, with Inner Focus as a hidden ability, but when it Mega Evolves, it gains the ability Parental Bond. And according to the biology, it states, Kangaskhan is a large bipedal marsupial Pokemon that vaguely resembles a kangaroo. It has a brown hide with several raised patches and a cream-colored belly. It has large cream-colored ears, narrow red eyes, and a short rounded snout with 2 fangs in the back of its upper jaw. On top of its head is a thick black plate. There are epaulet-like growths over its shoulders and a row of spikes down its back. It has 3 clawed digits on each hand and foot and a thick tail. On its belly is a pouch that contains a baby Kangaskhan. Unlike its parent, the baby is light purple and has smooth skin. Kangaskhan is a female-only species with no male counterpart. Kangaskhan is a nurturing Pokemon that protects its young at all costs. It can move really fast, even with the baby in its pouch. The baby leaves the pouch only rarely until it is 3 years old. In order to avoid crushing the baby, Kangaskhan sleeps standing up. If the mother feels the environment is safe, it will allow its young out to play. However, it will violently attack anything that it sees as a threat to its young. As mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, Kangaskhan will defend the baby in its pouch even while it sleeps. They are known to raise other species of Pokemon alongside their own children, and records exist which describe a childless Kangaskhan raising a lost human child. Regardless of how badly injured it becomes, the mother will not cease fighting until its young is safe. It uses quick jabs to intimidate its enemies. Although it was nearly hunted to extinction, Kangaskhan can be found in savannas and other grasslands. Prior to Generation 3, Dizzy Punch was its signature move. Moving on to Mega Evo, Mega Evolution, it states, as Mega Kangaskhan, the mother Kangaskhan appears unchanged. However, the baby temporarily grows and gains some new features. There are now raised patches on its knees similar to those seen on its mother. These patches also appear aligned horizontally along its waist with the larger patch on its belly. Small spike growths appear underneath its ears. The child is feisty, hates to lose, and will boldly challenge its opponents to protect its mother. The mother's happiness over its child's growth is the source of its additional strength. However, it feels uneasy about the child's future, as it is only skilled at fighting and nothing else. It is also saddened by the reminder that its child will one day leave. Mega Kangaskhan is the only known Pokemon that can have parental bond as an ability. And according to its stats, so base stats of Kangaskhan, just regular Kangaskhan, it has HP as its highest at 105 with physical attack at 95, speed at 90, and physical defense at 80. Oh, physical defense and special defense tied at 80, but special attack is only a 40. Honestly, that's not that bad considering. And then with Mega Evo, oh my god. And then with Mega Evo, its HP remains the same, but its physical attack raises to 125, with its defense, special defense, and speed all up to 100, and special attack and even its special attack is raised up to 60. Granted, not that much of an increase, but considering where it was, like it's overall like 100% increase. I say that, but still. Honestly, I will say, I've never used a Kangaskhan to fight before, but I can understand the fear. I can understand the fear of it. Like, it is, like, it can pretty much wreck your house. It can pretty much wreck your shit, can it? Like, imagine going up to this Pokemon in the wild. Like, imagine going up to this thing in the wild, you know, or better yet, its baby in the wild with this bitch, like, lingering nearby. Oh my god, that's fucking scary. You know, I mean, granted, I don't know how good it is in battle, but considering those stats, I mean, it has to be pretty alright. Right? I mean, it has to be pretty alright, right? Honestly, I think it'll go in the lower B tier. Alright, now I gotta figure out how to spell it. Kanga, so Kanga, and then... Okay. Kangaskhan. I had to think, I was like, wait a minute. How is it like, how do you spell it? I can't spell some of these Pokemon's names. But yeah, I mean, not to mention too, look at the baby. It's adorable. It's adorable. And I can honestly see why it's maybe considered like a fucking Cubone when you think about it. Anyway. So that's that done. Next up is 116. We just gotta get to 151. So next up is Horsey. I mean, I think it's pretty easy to see what this is based off of, ain't it? Alright. Horsey is a pure water-type Pokemon introduced in Generation 1. It evolves into Seadra at level 32, which then evolves into Kingdra when traded while holding a dragon scale. It is known as the Dragon Pokemon, and its Japanese name it's Tatsu. Funny thing is, it says here it's Tatu, and I'm like, nah, that's Tatsu. Tatsu. It can have either Swift Swim or Sniper from Gen 4 beyond, with Damp as a hidden ability, and its biology is stated as... Horsey is a light blue Piscine Pokemon that is similar to a seahorse. It has red eyes, a long tubular mouth, and 3 spike-like fins on either side of its head. Its ridged belly and single dorsal fin are cream-colored. Highly adept in the water, it uses its dorsal fin to swim in any direction while facing forward. It has a tightly curled tail that it can use as both a balance and an anchor when caught in a strong current. In safer environments, it uses its tail to play with other members of its species. Horsey feeds on insects and moss gathered from rocks. If Horsey senses danger, it sprays water or dense black ink from its mouth at its attacker. It can shoot more precisely at insects flying above the surface of the water. Horsey nests in coral reefs and islands throughout oceans with gentle currents. Many eggs are laid every year, and the young are raised by the male Horsey rather than the female. Horsey swims with dance-like motions, creating whirlpools in the process. It tends to compete with each other to see who can create the biggest whirlpool. And in terms of its stats, oh, that's cute. Honestly, not that great. I mean, both physical defense and special attack are tied at 70 with speed at 60. However, physical attack is only at 40, HP at 30, and special defense at 25. Now, granted, I will say, Horsey is cute. Horsey is cute, and it's based off of a seahorse. What can we say? And I also really like that little tidbit that, like, when Horsey lays eggs, they're rather raised by the male they're raised by the male rather than the female. Because that is a real fact with real seahorses that I think if I remember right, male seahorses are the ones that give birth, while the females just kind of like, or at the very least, the male seahorses tend to raise the young, whereas the female just kind of go off somewhere. But, yeah, I think it's cute. I mean, I want to say, I do have a Horsey on my team too, but it's like, again, a lot of these Pokemon are Pokemon that I want to get the final Evos of, and it's like, I can't because I have no friends IRL. And not to mention, it's impossible to do it now because the 3DS server's shut down. But, yeah, I think it's fine. Honestly, I would probably put it in the lower B tier as well. There we go. Horsey. I'm gonna accidentally say Hosea. Actually, what is... God, isn't there like a name that's basically Hosea, but it's spelled similar to Horsey? Just like take out the R in it, and it's Hosea. I could be wrong, obviously, but still. Alright, so there's that done. Next up is 117. Which is Seadra. Alright. Seadra continues on with being a pure water type Pokemon, and it is still known as the dragon type, and its Japanese name is the same as its English name. However, in terms of its abilities, one of its abilities is replaced with Poison Point, while it still keeps Sniper from Generation 4 onward, and the hidden ability remains the same, and its biology is as stated. Seadra is a light blue Piscine Pokemon that is similar to a seahorse with a cream-colored belly covered in rough scales. It has a long tubular mouth, narrow black eyes, a fin-like ridge above each eye, and spiny pectoral fins. Well, I guess those are pectoral fins, aren't they? It also has a large coiled tail. It has a pair of dorsal fins with sharp cream-colored tips that exude venom. Seadra's venom is toxic enough to induce numbness and even fainting in humans, but it is still prized among practitioners of traditional medicine. Seadra can swim in any direction while facing forward by rapidly flapping its fins and tail. It catches its prey by spinning its body to create large whirlpools. When its prey is exhausted, Seadra swallows it whole using its long snout. Seadra makes its nest by either railing between or anchoring itself to branches of coral under the ocean. After a female Seadra gives birth, the male Seadra will take care of the young. It is markedly vicious and will mercilessly attack those who venture near its nest. During this time, the male's venom also becomes thicker and stronger than usual. Oh my god, why did I think? Why am I here? Why am I allowed to suffer? Anyway, in terms of this stats, it's a lot better than Horsey's. I mean, physical defense, special attack are still ties at 95 though, with speed at 85. However, the physical attack raises up a little bit to 65, with HP at 55 and special defense at 45. So honestly, it's a lot better than a Horsey, although it's still like Still But yeah, like, basically this is what happens when like Seadra is basically like, let's just give it a meaner look and make it bigger. I mean, I will say I do like the fins here that act as wings for the Seadra. And I will say, and again, I love the fact that apparently it's funny how it's not considered a poison type and yet it has venom. But I will say I do like the fact that it's just like listen, don't come near my babies, otherwise I will fucking kill you. Like, it reminds, God, it's not a swordfish. What? It reminds me of like the lion seahorse, or like that is what it's called, right? The dragon seahorse. Wait, what is it? Like, like the leafy seahorse. What the hell is it called? Is it like leafy sea dragon? That's it. Yeah, the leafy sea dragons. Honestly, the leafy sea dragon is fucking cool. Like, it's so, like, it very much reminds me of the lionfish, which I for the longest time thought it was called a dragonfish, and I only got that, and I only corrected myself when I had to look it up because I was doing I was writing a siren with my OCs of Ven and Ferret, and I was like, I really like the color scheme of the dragonfish. I should look it up just to make sure I got it right. And I'm looking it up, and it's just like, and I'm looking up dragonfish, and those exist, but they're the ugliest motherfuckers ever. And I realized later on, it's like, oh, it's called a lionfish. I'm fucking stupid sometimes. What can I say? Listen, my expertise lied in whales and porpoises and such. I didn't necessarily research fish. Anyway, I think Cedra's gonna go up with Horsey in terms of the tiers. Like, so lower B. But yeah, it honestly reminds me of the leafy sea dragon. Honestly, like, it just. I mean, I know it's. I actually, isn't there a Pokemon that is more based off of the leafy sea dragon, and I just can't remember it? Anyway, moving on. Gonna save just in case. Alright, 118. And it is Goldeen. Oh my god, this Pokemon. I have so much bad memories with it. How am I doing in terms of this? Oh, I need to go back right after this. Okay. Good to know. Goldeen is a pure water type Pokemon introduced in Generation 1. It evolves in the Sea Kings at level 33. It is known as the Goldfish Pokemon, and its Japanese name is Tosakinto. It can have the abilities either Swift Swim or Water Veil, with Lightning Rod as its hidden ability. That is interesting that it would have that. And the biology for it is stated as: Goldeen is a white Piscine Pokemon with orange markings. It has circular blue eyes with orange lids and prominent pink lips. On its forehead is a large horn, which is larger on a male than on a female. It has a small, wavy dorsal fin surrounded by an orange patch and long pectoral fins with orange markings at the bases. Goldeen's billowing tail fin is orange around the base and turns white towards the edges. Its tail is admired by many for its beauty and similarity to a ballroom dress. Goldeen has a Goldeen has a wild temperament and will use its horn to smash its way to freedom if kept in an aquarium. It competes with others of its kind to determine which has the strongest, thickest horn. Humans swimming near it must exercise caution lest Goldeen rams them. Goldeen is a very common sight in any body of fresh water, including ponds, lakes, and rivers. It can be seen swimming upstream in large schools during the breeding season in spring. Its strong fins allow it to maintain a steady speed of 5 knots while swimming upstream. It is known as the water dancer due to its elegant movements in the water. In Generation 1, Waterfall was its signature move. And in terms of the stats here, they're not great. Really not great. Physical attack is its highest at 67, along with speed at 63, and physical defense at 60. However, special defense is only at 50, HP is at 45, and special attack is at 35. So it's honestly not that great. Here's the thing. Goldeen is fucking useless. Goldeen is useless. Like, I cannot... Like, if anybody ever plays Super Smash Brothers, Goldeen is one of the Pokemon that you can, like, that you can play as when you get the Pokeball assist. And it's useless. It just flops around like a fucking fish. I mean, ironically, I know. On land, and it doesn't do anything. It does nothing. It's useless. Like, I will say this. In terms of the design itself, I do, outside of the lips freak me out. I do like the design. It reminds me of betta fish. You know, the kind of fish that have those long, very, frilly tails and such. And the fish that you can't keep more than one in a singular environment. Because otherwise they'll kill each other. Yeah, like, that's what Goldeen reminds me of. But regardless of that, it's fucking useless. I've never caught a Goldeen, and it's for good reason. The looks are not enough to save it for me, honestly. So honestly, it's gonna go into C tier. There we go. But yeah. And I will say too, I also like the coloring, like the fact that it's mostly white but with splashes of red. Like, it's very pretty, but again, it doesn't do it for me, unfortunately. Alright. Next up is 119. 119. And it is Seeking. Punny name, I know. Alright, Seeking, it keeps on with its pure water typing. It is also known as the goldfish Pokemon, but its Japanese name is Azumao, and it has the same abilities as Goldeen. The biology for it states, Seeking is a primarily orange and white Piscine Pokemon. It has round dark eyes, prominent pink lips, 2 small fangs, and a cream-colored horn in the center of its forehead. A female will have a smaller horn than a male. Most of its body is orange with a patch of white under its mouth and along its underside. There are several black markings on its body, 2 thick lines under each eye, a large wavy patch on its back, and several speckles near its tail. It has billowing pectoral fins and a pair of tail fins shaped like butterfly wings, all of which are white speckled with black. However, its dorsal fin is pure white and rigid. Seeking is a very powerful swimmer that is found in rivers and streams. It can swim not only against a river's current, but up waterfalls as well. In the autumn spawning season, it grows fatter and more vibrant. It travels upriver where male Seeking engage in elaborate dances to court females. The female would go for the Seeking with the most graceful dance. Seeking uses its powerful horn to bore holes in riverbed boulders in order to shelter its eggs from water currents. A mated pair take turns patrolling around their new nest for roughly a month and defend it with their lives. There are 2 different groups of trainers who are obsessed with Seeking's horns or dorsal fins. However, the groups cannot get along with each other. In Generation 1, Waterfall was its signature move. So it's very much like a salmon, which is weird because we already have a salmon Pokemon in Kanto. Now, Seeking is better than Goldeen, but unfortunately it's not going to be enough to save it here. Because here's the thing. Physical attack is at 92, with HP and special defense tied at 80, and speed at 68, but with physical defense and special attack tied at 65. Here's the thing. I honestly think in terms of the, so it's interesting that both Goldeen and Seeking are known as the goldfish Pokemon, but Goldeen I feel like fits more of the goldfish variety than the Seeking, because the thing is, right, is that the Seeking to me is more of a koi fish. You know, I mean, granted, I've seen koi before. I actually remember back in my childhood, my mother actually built a koi pond in our backyard in the backyard at my childhood home in Georgia. And she built it all by herself, and she got koi fish. And she took care of those koi fish until it was time for us to move away from there. So I know how big koi fish are supposed to be. Like, they're pretty big for fish. And this is honestly, like, one of the more I think this is a little bit more of a common koi coloring. But I will say this right now, I honestly think the Goldine has it better in terms of design. Just because less is more, I guess. Whereas with this one, it's just like, eh. And again, it's the fucking lips. It's like, why do the fish need to have prominent lips? Like, is it just to make them stand out more? I don't like it. I don't like it. It's joining its predecessor in the C tier. Alright. Oh, whoops, I think I fucked up in terms of, yeah, I did. We're getting there. Oh, we're getting there. We're getting there, we're getting there, we're getting there. Alright, next up. Why am I thinking of Metroid? Am I in need of help? Alright, next up is Staryu! Alright. Staryu is a pure water-type Pokemon introduced in Generation 1. It evolves into Starmie when exposed to a Water Stone. It is known as the Star-shaped Pokemon, and its Japanese name is Hitodamon. Hitodamon. That's interesting. And its abilities can be either Illuminate or Natural Cure, with Analytic as its hidden ability. Its biology is stated as Staryu is a golden-brown echinoderm Pokemon with 5 appendages. These appendages surround an exterior organ called the core. The core resembles a golden metal casing with a red gem in the center, which is held in place by a golden ring looped around Staryu's lower left point. If any of Staryu's appendages are lost or eaten by predators like Luminion, it is unharmed and can grow them back with ease provided the core is still intact, much like regular starfish. When the sun goes down, Staryu's core glows its brightest. Many Staryu will float from the seafloor to the surface and align themselves with stars of the night sky as their core flickers, displaying a connection with the celestial bodies of space. The anime has shown that if Staryu becomes weak, its core will grow faint and flash slowly. During the ends of summer, groups of Staryu tend to gather while lighting up in a steady rhythm. Staryu can be found at the very bottom of the ocean on the seafloors. There are times, however, when Staryu finds itself in rivers that lead into the ocean as seen in Pokemon Snap. In Generation 3, camouflage was its signature move. Oh boy. In the Pocket Monsters Encyclopedia and the original Japanese version of the anime episode The Waterflowers of Cerulean City, Staryu is classified as hermaphroditic. I mean, that is an actual term. I don't know if I want to say, like, what that means, because I'm worried that might be a slur. But essentially what it means is that, basically Staryu is, I don't know if I would say intersex? Because usually when I think of hermaphroditic, I think in terms of human, which usually means intersex. And I'm not going to say the actual word because I'm afraid it might be a slur, and I don't want to be canceled. But still, if that's true, then why the heck is it considered an unknown gender? Like, to me, that just seems like, oh, Staryu doesn't have a gender. You could just say non-binary. But then again, back in the 90s, that term might not have existed. I don't know yet. I don't know my queer history. Anyway, the stats. They're not good. Special attack is... Oh, wait a minute. No. Speed is actually its highest stat at 85, with special attack at 70. However, special defense and physical defense are both tied at 55, with physical attack at 45 and HP at 30. Now, here's the thing. I normally wouldn't catch a Staryu, but I did in Pokemon Moon, mainly because, again, I was desperate for water types and I needed it. However, Garnet, which is what I named my Staryu, actually turned out to be really useful, but for a completely different reason. So, remember how I said that one of its abilities could be Illuminate? Well, in terms of, at least in Pokemon Moon, and I think this is the case for all the gens in which Staryu appears, Illuminate basically makes it easier for wild Pokemon to find you. Now, here's the thing. Normally, that wouldn't be super useful. However, for me, specifically, there were obviously Pokemon that I had to catch that were very rare catches. Like, for example, Dratini. Dratini had a 1% encounter rate in, like, somewhere in the Pony Island. And the thing is, because Gen 7 essentially removed the ability to fish wherever you want, and instead you have to swim at these specific spots within a path, you know, that makes it much harder to encounter Pokemon, especially when the encounter rate when you're surfing is already lowered enough. However, in these specific spots, you also have the option to fish up items. And trust me, when you're sitting at a freaking spot for like over an hour trying to catch a 1% encounter Pokemon, and all you're fishing up is just like items upon items and then like the occasional Pokemon, it gets rather annoying. So I just threw Staryu out with a smoke ball. I think that's what the item is called. Where basically Garnet made it so much easier for me to try and catch rare Pokemon, but also the smoke ball gave me the ability to run away from the Pokemon that I wasn't looking for. So honestly, Garnet was pretty freaking good in that regard. You know, at least it made the Pokemon finding a little bit easier. So and honestly, Staryu could take a couple of hits at least. Like, Garnet could at least take a couple of hits. You know, and it helped that it was super speedy too. So honestly, I think just for that alone, I would put Staryu in the lower B tier. Honestly, I would put Staryu in the lower B tier because honestly, Garnet helps out so much with that. Alright, moving on to 121. We have 30 more left. We have 30 more left. And next up is Starmie. Alright, Starmie keeps its water typing from Staryu, but it gains the additional typing of Psychic. It is known as the mysterious Pokemon, and its Japanese name is the same as its English name. However, its abilities are still retained from Staryu, and its biology is as follows. Starmie is an ectoderm Pokemon that resembles two violet starfish with 5 appendages each. The front starfish has a golden formation in the center. In the center of the golden casing is its red jewel core, which can glow in 7 colors and has developed to resemble a cut precious stone. The second starfish is semi-attached to the back of the first and can spin 360 degrees. This rotational action is how Starmie swims through the ocean. It can also launch itself out of the water and fly through the air for short periods, as seen in Pokemon Snap. From its core, Starmie can emit electrical waves that are powerful enough to reach the furthest parts of the universe. The multicolored glowing of its core is also believed to be a method of communication with other members of its species. As seen in the anime, the core will go dark if Starmie is knocked unconscious and will sometimes flicker if Starmie is low on health. Because of its body shape and habit of sending transmissions skyward, some people believe this Pokemon can be extraterrestrial. It has been known to cause headaches on people when approached. It is rarely seen in the wild since it requires a rare evolution stone to evolve, but it can be found in the deepest parts of the ocean. It feeds by absorbing tiny plankton into its body while swimming, and it is preyed upon by Lumineon. Wait, how does it evolve again? It's a water stone. Water stone is not that uncommon! Like, just go to Celadon City and buy it! Anyway, for its stats, it's actually a lot better than Staryu. I mean, the speed is fucking ridiculous at 115, with special attack at 100, special defense and physical defense tied at 85, with attack at 70, and HP at 60. Like, honestly, this is a pretty good upgrade from Staryu. And I love how it's considered the mysterious Pokemon. It's like, what is so mysterious about it? It's just a garnet. It is a garnet. Oh my god. I mean, not to mention the little bit of the punny not to mention the little punny names of Staryu and Starmie, like, and all that. I will say though, I did evolve I did evolve Garnet into a Starmie. But I haven't really used them that much, mainly because by the time I finally evolved Staryu and Garnet into Starmie, their job as a freaking what's the word? Their job as a Pokemon finder was pretty much done. Like, by that point I had already long caught the Dratini. God, what other... Oh, I was also looking for a Bruxish. Oh my god. That fucking Bruxish. Bruxish? How do you pronounce that Pokemon's name? Like, you'll know what I'm talking about if you know Generation 7. Like, the ugly-ass fish Pokemon that is, like, lipstick. But anyway... But yeah, I do think in terms of the stat upgrade, it's really good, honestly. I just don't know if I would have it on my team. Like, again, like, I was grasping for water-type Pokemon, but I didn't even use Garnet out to really battle. I just used them as a Pokemon finder, which was great. Honestly, I'll put Starmie with Staryu. Also, if you can see here, like, the C and B tiers are growing so much that, like, the pictures aren't even showing up on this page anymore. I have to scroll all the way down to the second. Oh, excuse me. Anyway, moving onward, we have 122, and oh boy, this Pokemon. And of course it has a freaking Galarian form. Next up is Mr. Mime. And as I said before, it has a Galarian form as well, which is creepy as fuck. Look at this. It's like, why? Why, Lord, why? Alright, so, Mr. Mime. So, Mr. Mime is a dual-type Psychic Fairy Pokemon introduced in Generation 1. However, prior to Generation 6, it was just a pure Psychic type. It evolved from Mime Jr. when leveled... Oh my god. It evolves from Mime Jr. when leveled up while knowing Mimic. However, its Galarian variant switches it up to Ice Psychic, and it evolves into Mr. Rime at level 42. All Mime Jr. and Galar evolve into this form regardless of their origin. Kantonia Mr. Mime is not known to evolve in any other Pokemon. So Kantonia Mr. Mime is known as the Barrier Pokemon, whereas the Galarian Mr. Mime is known as the Dancing Pokemon. However, their Japanese name is the same, and it is Barriard. Kantonia Mr. Mime can have the abilities of either Soundproof or Filter from Generation 4 onward, and their hidden ability can be Technician, whereas Galarian Mr. Mime can have either Vital Spirit or Screen Cleaner with Ice Body as its hidden ability. Now, Kantonian Mr. Mime's biology is stated as: Mr. Mime is a bipedal humanoid Pokemon. Blue growths resembling clown hair extend from the sides of its pale pink head, and there is a magenta circle on each cheek. Its jaw is curved inward, resembling the mouth of a wooden dummy. It has a round white body with a magenta spot in the middle, light pink arms and legs that connect to its body via magenta spheres, and small white coverings over its knees. Its white hands resemble gloves with magenta pads on the tips of its white fingers, and its dark blue feet curl upward at the tips. From birth, this Pokemon is an excellent pantomime. As it matures, it gains the ability to solidify air molecules by vibrating its fingertips. This ability allows it to create invisible objects with its gestures. It punishes those who interrupt its act or are not impressed by slapping them. Can I do it? There we go. That's as much as I can get without hurting myself. In the TCG, Mr. Mime is shown to be adept at rock climbing. Mr. Mime is usually very rare but can be found in suburban areas. As mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, it is hard to tell whether Mr. Mime is either sleeping or pretending to be asleep due to its masterful pantomime skills. Excuse me. In Generation 2, Substitute was his signature move. Prior to Generation 6 and 8, Mr. Mime in its pre-evolved form, Mime Jr., were the only known Pokemon that could have Filter as an ability. Moving on over to Galarian Mr. Mime. This fucking freaky motherfucker. Galarian Mr. Mime are mostly blue and white. It also has blue growths resembling clown hair on its pale head. However, these also extend and cover its cheeks, creating a mutton chop style sideburn effect resembling earmuffs. It has wider shaped eyes and a small blue triangle for a nose. Oh, I just realized the music is not playing. Excuse me, I'm sorry. It has a suit-like body comprising a white top, blue shoulder spheres, blue bottom trousers. I'm gonna say apple bottom jeans with the fur. And a diamond-shaped crystal that resembles a tie. It has mitten-like hands and feet that are more defined, resembling blue shoes with light blue soles, presumably made out of ice. Through its feet, it is able to control the temperature and create a floor of ice, which it can kick up to act as a barrier. It is widely known in the region for its talent in tap dancing, contrasting Cantonian Mr. Mime's talent in pantomiming, and is likely the result of Mr. Rhyme's influence over Mime Jr. imitating their dance steps. Galarian Mr. Mime and its evolved form, Mr. Rhyme, are the only known Pokemon that can have Screen Cleaner as an ability. Alright, in terms of its stats... Alright, so... Cantonian Mr. Mime. Its highest stat is its special defense at 120 with special attack at 100 and speed at 90. However, its defense is at 65, physical attack at 45, and HP at 40. So honestly not that bad, but here's the thing. Cantonian Mr. Mime, as far as I know, is more of a support Pokemon than anything. You basically don't use Mr. Mime to fight. However, with Galarian Mr. Mime, which I admittedly just avoided because this is fucking freaky, speed is actually its highest stat at this point at 100, with special attack and special defense tied at 90, physical attack and physical defense it's tied at 65, with HP at 50. Honestly, it does seem like, it seems like it's a little bit more rounded as opposed to just like Cantonian Mr. Mime. But unfortunately, I don't know how Galarian Mr. Mime is in battle. Or even its move pool. Like, I know for Cantonian Mr. Mime, like, it's basically, it's more of a support Pokemon. It's meant to buff you up, or debuff the enemies. And here's, but I know some people may be like, which do I find creepier? Cantonian Mr. Mime or Galarian Mr. Mime? Here's the thing. I feel like because I'm so used to Cantonian Mr. Mime from, like, the anime and acting like it's basically... I don't know if I should make that joke or if it's not appropriate. But regardless, like, considering that I'm so used to Cantonian Mr. Mime with, Delia, I think that's Ash's mother's name. Like, I'm used to this one. Galarian Mr. Mime, though, is freaky to me. Like, I think it's just because, like, I think it's just, like, the skin that is, like, close to as white as possible. Like, it's way too close to actual flesh. Like, the flesh color. And it just looks freaky. It's like, it reminds me of, I don't think I ever talked about this, but when I was younger, like, I'm talking, like, when I was, like, below the age of 10 years old, I actually used to be really scared of, of people in like the big well, not animal costumes, but like, you know, like basically if you were to have taken me to Disney World when I was younger and put me in front of like, you know, Mickey or Minnie or whatnot, I probably would have been terrified because I genuinely don't know why. Like, I got so scared of people that were in those costumes. Like, even though I know that it's like, they're there to entertain you, they're there to make you happy, they're there to make you smile and laugh, I would just get scared. I don't know how to describe it. And this Galarian Mr. Mime here reminds me of that kind of shit. It just looks freaky to me. It just looks so freaky to me. I don't like it. But even then, like, even with Kantonia and Mr. Mime, like, I'm not a competitive player. I know a bit about the competitive scene, but my knowledge only goes far back as, like, Gen 6. You know, I didn't really participate in Gen 7. I say participate as if I was a competitive player. I never was a competitive player. I watched other people play competitively, but it was only for like X and Y and Auras. I never went beyond that. So honestly, and even then, I don't think a lot of people picked Mr. Mime. So regardless, Mr. Mime is going in the C tier. God, please get this fucker out of my face. Alright, so there's that done. Moving on, 123. God, I wonder if you can hear my computer just screaming in agony. Alright, next up is Scyther! Scyther! Alright. Scyther is a dual-type bug-flying Pokemon introduced in Generation 1. It evolves into Caesar? I should probably say Scizor, because I'm going to accidentally say a slur for schizophrenic people. When traded while holding a metal coat. It is known as the Mantis Pokemon, and its Japanese name is Strike, or Strike, literally Strike. It can have the abilities Swarm or Technician from Generation 4 onward, with Steadfast as a hidden ability, and its biology is as follows. Scyther is a bipedal insectoid Pokemon. Its body is primarily green and has a thin cream-colored section between its head, thorax, and abdomen. Female Scyther have larger abdomens than male Scyther. Its reptilian head has 2 narrow triangular eyes and 3 blunt horns extending from its forehead. Its arms end in large white scythes, which it uses for both hunting and fighting. 2 pairs of cream-colored wings extend from its back. While these wings do allow Scyther to fly, it rarely does so. Scyther's thighs have large upward-pointing spikes. Its feet are tall, rounded, and conical, almost extending to its thighs. Each foot ends in 3 small white claws on its front side. Scyther is an adept hunter that tears at its prey with its scythes. Thanks to its green coloration, it can camouflage itself well in the grasslands and forests where it lives. Humans rarely encounter wild Scyther in these areas, however. Said to be like a ninja, Scyther can move so quickly that it cannot be followed, increasing the effectiveness of its scythes. It maintains the sharpness of its blades through battle, as well as by cutting through hard objects, such as trees. It can cut down a massive tree with just a single slice, although it cannot penetrate Taruntula's elastic threads. What the fuck is that? Is that a Gen 9 Pokemon? Yeah, that's a Gen 9. I don't know what the hell that is. The anime has shown the wild Scyther forms swarms with a single leader chosen through combat. When a challenger successfully defeats a current leader and replaces it, the defeated leader is exiled from the swarm. It has also been shown that Scyther becomes aggressive when faced with the color red. As for its stats, 500 stat total, holy. So, physical attack is its highest at 110, with speed following it at 105, and physical defense and special defense are both at 80, with HP at 70. The only real downside is its special attack at 55, but honestly, this is some pretty good stats. These are some pretty good stats, especially for a, like, first evolution Pokemon. Oh, and I guess, like, to be fair, back in, the red, blue, and green days, this was the only Pokemon. It's actually pretty good, honestly. And I will say, I do like... obviously, people know how much I like Scythe. Like, I wish I had a Scythe as a weapon. God mouth is, I'm sorry, my mouth is aching right now. And it's not because of talking, it's through an unrelated issue. But honestly, like, I do like Scyther. I do. I mean, even with its ridiculous cry of Scyther! Like, it is pretty cool. And I always get a little scared of it whenever like I approach it, because I remember, because it is available in Pokemon Legends Arceus, and I always get so scared because I'm like, oh fuck, this thing can kill me in one hit, fucking run! I just don't know where I would put it. I mean, to be fair though, like, it is good, but I don't know if I would necessarily want to have it on my team. Honestly, I would put it in the lower B tier. I would put it in the lower B tier, honestly. I mean, it's cool, but I also don't know if I would have it, honestly. God, we really need to get better. We really need to get more tiered Pokemon, man. Alright, so following up... Oh, dear lord, not this one. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. This is going immediately in the C tier. 124 is... Jinx. Oh boy, this Pokemon has a long, troubling history. Alright, so, Jinx is a dual-type Ice-Psychic Pokemon introduced in Generation 1. It evolves from Smoochum at level 30. It is known as the human-shaped Pokemon, and its Japanese name is Rugula. Rugula? That is an interesting name. It can have either Oblivious or Forewarn from Generation 4 onward, with Dry Skin as a hidden ability. And the biology for it states, Jinx is a bipedal humanoid Pokemon that resembles a woman. It has a purple face, pink lips, saucer-like eyes, and long blonde hair. It wears a red gown with 2 gold circlets on the chest. While the anime has shown it to possess feet, the game shows only blackness under the dress and it lacks a footprint. Despite this, it is able to learn the kicking move Triple Axel. I have never heard of that move before. It has white arms of 5-fingered purple hands. Jinx is a female-only species with no male counterpart. Okay, I have to talk about this. Originally, its face was colored black. Pokemon Stadium's fainting animation had it disappear, leaving only its hair behind, implying that what appears to be dark-colored skin is actually just darkness. I think we all know the real reason why that black skin was removed. Jinx has a language that sounds similar to human speech and includes several cry patterns. However, this language has yet to be deciphered. It prefers to communicate by using dance-like movements. There are some musicians who compose songs for Jinx to sing. These rhythmic movements often cause people to dance along with it. The Jinx and Alola are said to have wonderful, precise movements. In certain parts of Galar, it has been feared and worshipped while being called the Queen of Ice. The Jinx and Galar are said to have beautiful and delicate voices and a fan base dedicated to them. Jinx are able to extend their lips to kiss its opponent. Jinx is often found in urban areas. Jinx is the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Lovely Kiss by leveling up. And in terms of its stats, special attack is at 115 with special defense and speed tied at 95. However, its HP is at 65, its physical attack is 50 with physical defense at a measly 35. So here's the thing. I don't like Jinx's design, mainly because I feel like it's way too humanoid. It's just weird to me. It's way too human. And the fact that it has actual titties, like, there is something just uncanny about that. Like, why the fuck does a Pokemon need to have actual titties? There's no need for it. But yeah, it's just like, I find it way too human for me. It's just like, it just feels weird. It's like, this should not look like this. And it's just... I mean, I know that humanoid Pokemon exist, but it's like, I feel like Jinx is just straying a little bit too close to, like, being seen as a cartoonish human. You know, if that makes sense. I don't know, it's just... And the animations for it too are just like weird to me. So honestly, I think it's gonna go in C tier with Mr. Mime. But yeah, it's just, it's so weird. It's just, it's so uncanny to me. You know, so. Alright. Next up is 125. We're about halfway to the end, guys. Halfway to the end. And we're almost at 6 hours. Alright, next up is Electabuzz! Man, oh man. Electabuzz. Electabuzz is a pure electric type Pokemon introduced in Generation 1. It evolves from Elekid at level 30 and evolves into Electivire when traded while holding an Electorizer. It is known as the electric Pokemon, and its Japanese name is Erebu, and it can have the ability Static and Vital Spirit as a hidden ability. Its biology is stated as, quote, Electabuzz is a slightly humanoid Pokemon with a few feline traits. Where are the cats? It has antennae with bulbous tips where its ears should be, 2 long tufts of fur on top of its head, small eyes, and 2 large fangs in its upper jaw. It is covered in yellow fur with many black stripes. There is a large lightning bolt-shaped stripe on Electabuzz's chest, a V-shaped stripe on its forehead, 1 stripe on each side, a thick stripe down its back, 2 bands on each leg, several broken bands on each arm, and many rings around its long tail. There are 3 clawed toes on each of its feet, 2 in front and 1 in back, and 5 fingers on each hand. In the dark, Electabuzz will glow light blue from the electrical charges running across its body. It is constantly leaking more electricity than it consumes. Bearing near an Electabuzz will cause a human's hair to stand on end. Electabuzz often gathered groups around tall trees to wait for the upcoming storm. During torrential thunderstorms, Electabuzz will compete to find locations likely to be struck by lightning to absorb the electric power. Electabuzz is often used as an alternative to lightning rods because it is unharmed by the absorption of electricity. It is also capable of entirely nonverbal communication via electrical currents when near another of its species. Blackouts have been known to happen when groups of Electabuzz gather to consume electricity from power plants. They often get blamed for the occurring power outages. As a result, ground-type Pokemon are kept around power plants to keep Electabuzz from raiding. Although the blackouts are usually the fault of the electric company, is not Electabuzz. There is ongoing research on using Electabuzz to store away lightning until it is needed to be used later. As demonstrated in the anime, Electabuzz is sent into a rage by the color red. Electabuzz windmills its arms, apparently to add momentum to its punches. This method of battle seems ineffective, as opponents can escape in the meantime. Electabuzz typically resides near power plants and can cause blackouts in cities, though it can also be found in grasslands. And in terms of its stats, 490? Oh my god. Alright, its speed is its highest at 105, with special attack at 95, special defense at 85, physical attack at 83, HP at 65, and physical defense at 57. Now, I also caught an Electabuzz in Pokemon Moon. I named him Bolt. And honestly, Electabuzz is not that bad. Like, honestly, he has been taking care of a lot of Pokemon for me when I'm grinding. He is honestly pretty good. He's a bit goofy, but goofy in a good way. It's just like, he's just like, I'm here to have a good time. It's basically every time you go to pet him, he just raises his arms in the air like he's having a party. It's like, woohoo! It does look a little goofy, I'm not gonna lie. But he's honestly really good in terms of his stats and attacks. Like, I think if I remember right, my particular Electabuzz, his physical and special attack stats are nearly the same. And the thing is that obviously, if I can go back to the stats, I think it said the special attack stat is good. Yeah, so basically, because the special attack stat is damn near, or the physical attack stat is damn near identical to the special attack stats, like, basically, Electabuzz just be fucking killing things left and right. Like, I have Electric Punch, not Electric Punch, Thunder Punch, and of course, like, Thunder Shock. or Thunderbolt on Bolt, and he's just like killing things left and right. Though honestly, I think in particular I wouldn't necessarily have Electabuzz because I think it's a little too goofy. But I think he can go in the lower B tier because he's honestly good. I just think he's not my cup of tea. That is how you spell Electabuzz, right? I always gotta make sure because you never know. Eventually we'll get to an S tier, maybe. Gotta be getting close. Oh boy, this Pokemon! Do. Magmar, or better yet known as Tit Duck. I'll never forget, like, when me and Gary were watching the second season of the Pokemon anime, we were at, is it Blaine? Blaine. At Blaine's, like, the episode where Ash was battling Blaine. Like, I can never get over, like, Gary was, like, we were on voice call, and Gary just kept calling Magmar Tit Duck, and I just kept laughing, because I was like, God damn it, stop! Anyway, it's just fucking up with the Japanese name! Okay, Magmar is a pure Fire-type Pokemon introduced in Generation 1. It evolves from Magby at level 30, and evolves into Magmortar when traded while holding a Magmarizer. It is known as the Spitfire Pokemon, and its Japanese name is, I shit you not, Booba. Booba. I mean, granted, that's just how the Japanese pronounce it. It's pronounced Boober. Man, I've had way too much of this VTuber nonsense. I don't need to know about your Booba. It has the ability Flame Body, and it can have Vital Spirit as a hidden ability. Its biology is as follows. Magmar is a bipedal Pokemon that has a red body with yellow flame designs along the bottom half. It has a puckered tan beak, small eyes, and 2 lumps on its forehead, with a yellow flame on top of each one. Rigid red scales cover its arms, and it has 5 clawed fingers on each hand. Magmar's shoulders and thighs are yellow, and its red feet have 2 clawed toes each. It has black metal shackles around its neck and ankles. Down its back is a row of red spikes, and there is a flame at the tip of its tapering yellow tail. Magmar's body temperature is nearly 2200 degrees Fahrenheit, or 1200 degrees Celsius, giving its body an orange glow. Because it hates cold places, this Pokemon typically resides in and around active volcanoes where it is born from. This Pokemon has even been known to spit scorching flames to establish an ideally warm environment for itself. The Magmar found in Alola are said to be sturdier than Magmar found elsewhere. In battle, Magmar blows out intense flames from all over its body to intimidate its foes and incinerate its surroundings. The anime has shown that extremely well-trained Magmar can block electric-type attacks with superheated air. However, an outmatched Magmar will quickly retreat, using its fiery camouflage and its wavering rippling glare to blend into any present fires. As stated in the Pokemon Adventures manga, Magmar is very persistent and will hunt down anyone who manages to defeat it. It is able to heal its wounds and weariness by soaking in lava. Magmar has a bad habit of unintentionally burning its prey to a crisp. Its body is always constantly burning. Magmar is feared as one of the many causes of fire. So basically what you're saying is that, like, if we were to ever have Smokey the Bear here, he'd be like, don't be causing fires, Tit Duck. Anyway, in terms of its stats, special attack is its highest at 100, just a pure flat 100, with physical attack at 95, speed at 93, special defense at 85, HP at 65, and physical defense at 57. Honestly, these are not bad stats. I also caught a Magmar too. Again, I caught both an Elekid and a Magby. The Magby was hard as shit to get because fuck that thing for having Smokescreen and for having Flame Body. It's like, why the fuck does a Magby have a flame body? Like, I can understand the Magmar, because you can literally see the two glowing fiery nipples on top of its head. But why the Magby? What the fucking boss? I can't stop making these jokes. Wait, is the music playing? It should be, right? Yeah. But yeah, it is a really funny design. But I don't like I will say, it's the fact that it looks so weird that it's just like, it can't be ranked higher than a B. Like, why does it have to have the fiery, why does it have to have the fire tits? Why does it have to have the beak? Like, it just looks fucking weird. It just looks like a fucking, like, and it's like a duck. But it's like, what would possess people to make a fire duck? Honestly, I think it's a low B. It's so fucking weird. And I hate seriously, it's the titties that just throw me off, man. And it's so funny too that it's like that Magmar is known as tit duck, considering the fact that like the gender ratio for a Magmar is 75% male to 25% female, meaning males are way more common than females. Why the imagine if there was like a gender difference between the Magmar, where it's like the flames on top of Magmar's head are bigger as opposed to the female or something like that. Oh gosh. Alright, next up, 127. We just passed the 6-hour mark. And we just got halfway through. So we gotta hurry this up. Next up is Pinsir. However, it has a Mega Evo, and it's fucking freaky. Because it reminds me of dragonflies. And there's Mega Pinsir, not dragonflies. What does this remind me of? It reminds me of a... Actually, I think it's a beetle. That's it. It reminds me of stink bugs. Which I don't like. Anyway. Alright, so Pinsir. Pinsir is a pure bug-type Pokemon introduced in Generation 1. While it is not known to evolve into or from any other Pokemon, Pinsir can Mega Evolve into Mega Pinsir using the Pinsirite. It is known as the Stag Beetle Pokemon, and its Japanese name is Kairos. That's interesting, because the Romaji here says it's Kylios. So that's interesting. When it Mega Evolves, it gains the Flying type. Normal Pinsir can have Hyper Cutter or Mold Breaker from Generation 4 onwards, and Moxie as its hidden ability, but Mega Pinsir gains the ability Aerialate. And the biology is as follows. Pinsir is a bipedal Calypteran insectoid Pokemon with a wide dull brown body divided into segments by thin lines. On top of its head is a large pair of gray spiky pincers on top of its head. Okay, you just stated that twice, alright. In its mouth are many long, flat teeth arranged horizontally, and it has triangular eyes. Capable of seeing color to some degree, Pinsir appears to be attracted to the color green. Its legs are short and thick, while its arms are long and thin. It has 3 claws on each hand and foot, 2 of its toes face forward and 1 backward. Pinsir can use its pincers to crush, toss, bludgeon, or tear opponents, lift things twice its weight, and shatter logs. Captured prey is kept in place by the piercing thorns and sheer strength of Pinsir's horns and will not be released until they are torn in half. Pinsir's horns are quite flexible, as depicted in the Pocket Monster in the TCG game, where they have a wide range of motion. In addition to hunting prey, the anime has shown that it enjoys tree sap. Pinsir lives deep in the temperate forests and jungles, where it burrows underground or hides in the treetops on nights cold enough to render it immobile. In Alola, it has a rivalry with Vikavolt and gets along with Heracross. Pinsir are known to judge each other based on their pincers. The pincers determine its popularity with the opposite gender based on how more thick and impressive it looks. So basically, it's a literal dick measuring contest. Which dick is thicker and more impressive? Anyway, moving on to the Mega Evolve form. As Mega Pinsir, it gains a large pair of clear yellow wings with an area of orange venation near the base. Additionally, a set of brown elytra appear. Slicing through each elytron is a pair of orange blades. Its arms become longer and it has a T-shaped spike on each forearm. The pincers on its head are now longer with larger spikes, and its eyes are now yellow. When it mega evolves, Pinsir is left in a constant state of excitement. It rarely touches the ground due to its ability to now fly. Mega Pinsir can travel up to approximately 30 miles or 50 kilometers per hour and uses its 2 large horns to pierce its enemies before shredding them. Mega Pinsir can lift opponents up to 10 times heavier than itself with its horns and still fly around easily. Alright, in terms of the stats... Alright, first off, regular Pinsir. So, it has a 500 stat total, holy shit, with a physical attack stat of 125, physical defense of 100, speed with 85, special defense at 70, HP at 65, and special attack at 55. Honestly, that's pretty good. That is honestly really good. However, in terms of the Mega Evo... the physical attack stat is raised to 30 points to 155 with its physical defense at 120. It even gains more speed at 105. Special defense goes up to 90. HP remains the same, but its special attack now is tied with HP at 65. So honestly, not a bad stat gain, all things considered, with Mega Pinsir. However, to be fair, I don't like Pinsir. Especially don't like the Mega Evo form. Like, I'm not saying it's not cool, but it's just because, like, again, I hate bugs. I really fucking do. And it reminds me way too much of palmetto bugs, which I fucking hate, man. Palmetto bugs just kill me on the inside. It's like, can they please go away? But yeah, like, honestly, the stats are pretty good, but honestly, I just cannot see myself with a Pinsir, like, at all. I think I did catch a Pinsir just for shits and giggles, but, like, I cannot see myself having one of these. Like, I just can't. So, unfortunately, it's gonna go in the C tier. Man, we are really not getting lucky in terms of the Pokemon, huh? Alright, save just in case. Alright, next up is... What the fuck? Okay, apparently we are not going to go over these 3 things, because that is not relevant. Next up is Tauros, my astrological sign. Alright, so Tauros is a pure normal type Pokemon introduced in Generation 1. It is not known to evolve into or from any other Pokemon, but it is considered to be a counterpart of Miltank. It is known as the Wild Bull Pokemon, and its Japanese name is Kantaros, or Kantaros. Kantaros. Alright, so, the biology for Tauros states... Tauros is a quadrupedal bovine Pokemon. It is covered in light brown fur with a thick, darker brown mane around the neck. It has a rounded muzzle with a dark brown nose, small triangular eyes, 3 gray bumps running vertically down its forehead, and a pair of curved gray horns growing from atop its head. Each of its 3 black tails has a tuft of fur on the end, and there is a single gray hoof on each foot. Tauros is a male-only species. Tauros is a violent, rowdy Pokemon that whips itself into a frenzy using its 3 tails. It serves as a warning to others that Tauros is about to charge with astonishing speed. Once it starts charging, it is unable to stop or change course until it hits something. Tauros are capable of smashing through large boulders when charging. It lives and travels in herds on plains and grasslands. It will lock horns with others of its kind, and the herd's protector takes pride in its battle-scarred horns. While still ferocious, Tauros are calmer in Alola than elsewhere, likely due to the region's climate. The practice of riding Tauros is believed to have started in Alola. In Alola, Tauros are used as ride Pokemon. In contrast, Tauros and Galar are more volatile and don't like to be ridden. Tauros is the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Raging Bull. And in terms of its stats, if I can get to it, 490. I mean, speed is obviously its highest at 110, with physical attack at 100, physical defense at 95, and special defense at 70. Oh wait, and HP at 75. The only lowest stat it has is special attack, which is at 40. But honestly, this is not that bad. And I'm not counting Paldea and Tauros because, again, as I said, we're not counting Paldea as in general. Now, I did catch a Tauros in my Pokemon Moon playthrough, but that's more so that I could just have, like, Pokemon that I could use to do low-level to catch low-level Pokemon, and I didn't get O-code right away. Which is what a lot of normal-type Pokemon were to me. Honestly, I don't really have any strong feelings towards Tauros. Like, I know I said it's like, oh, my astrological sign, but obviously we know that's a joke. You know. But yeah, as I said, I don't really have any, like, special feelings towards this thing. I mean, it's a cow. Well, actually, no, it's a bull. It's a bull. But yeah, I don't really have any special feelings towards it. Honestly, it's gonna go in the C tier. Sushi, you haven't been here all night, and now you decide to show up? Alright, Tauros. But yeah, no real special feelings. I will say, I do like the three tails, like the 3 split tails. It's like, oh, that's kind of cool, actually. Reminds me of, that one D&D creature. I don't remember what the name of it was. That's basically like a cat, but with 3 tails. Alright, next up, 129. Oh, would you know it? It's one of the most useless Pokemon ever. Magikarp. The Pokemon that always gets made fun of until it evolves, and then you're like, oh shit. Alright, Magikarp is a pure Water-type Pokemon introduced in Generation 1. It evolves into Gyarados at level 20. It is known as the Fish Pokemon, and its Japanese name is Koiking, or Koikingu. It has the ability Swift Swim, and it can have Rattled as a hidden ability. Its biology is as follows. Excuse me. Magikarp is a Piscine Pokemon with large, heavy reddish-orange scales. It has large, vacant eyes and pink lips. Its pectoral and tail fins are white. On its back is a stiff, 3-peaked yellow fin resembling a crown. There is an identical fin on its underside. It also has long barbels. Barbels? Barbels. The barbels are white on a female and pale yellow on a male. A long-lived Magikarp is able to utilize its immense splashing power to leap high enough to scale mountains. It also has a strong enough immune system to survive in the most polluted of waters. However, it is usually overlooked by trainers because of its perceived weakness. Even in the heat of battle, it will do nothing but flop around. It is believed that the ancestors of Magikarp were actually much stronger than modern Magikarp, and this led scientists to research this species. Magikarp is found in many bodies of water, such as lakes, rivers, and ponds. However, due to its weak swimming ability, it usually lives downstream of the water's flow. In Generation 1, Splash was its signature move. Music paused again, sorry about that. It is often seen using Splash to leap out of the water, which makes it an easy target for predators such as Pidgeotto and Pidgeot. Frillish is also known to prey on Magikarp. And then in terms of these stats here, they're probably all crap. As soon as I can get to it. Yeah! I mean, its speed is its highest stat at 80, and its physical defense is 55, but everything else, like, its HP and special defense are tied at 20, special attack is 15, and physical attack is 10. Like, listen, we basically know that this Pokemon is just like, no one would get it if it didn't evolve into one of the best Pokemon ever. Like, it's fucking useless. Like, even when it gets Tackle, it's like, you have to, it's not even that strong either. Like, again, this is mainly more for experience share than it is for, like, battling. And because of that, it's gonna be easy to just say Magikarp belongs in the C tier. Because it doesn't really have any use outside of the evolution of it. Anyway, speaking of the evolution, 130. I was gonna say, is it not playing? The music, I mean. Alright, we've got almost 20 left to go. Alright, so next up we have Gyarados. And it had a Mega Evo too, so we gotta examine that as well. Man, these are salmons. Alright, this is a dragon. That is not a dragon. Alright, so Gyarados retains its water typing from when it was a Magikarp, but it gains the flying type, and it can Mega Evolve into Mega Gyarados using the Gyarados. It is known as the Atrocious Pokemon, and its Japanese name is the same as its English name. And as Mega Gyarados, it retains its water typing, but the flying type is replaced with the dark type. As regular Gyarados, it has the ability Intimidate and has Moxie as a hidden ability, whereas with Mega Gyarados, it gains the ability Mold Breaker. The biology for Gyarados is as stated. Gyarados is a Piscine Draconic Pokemon with a long serpentine body covered in slightly overlapping scales. It is mostly blue with a yellow underbelly, and it has a row of yellow spots down each side. Its mouth is very large and gaping, bearing 4 pointed teeth and yellow lips. It has 1 pair of barbel and a small white fin on each side of its face. The barbels are white on a female and blue on a male. It has small red eyes, a 3-pointed dark blue crest on its head, and 4 white spiky dorsal fins. Gyarados' tail fin is similar in structure to the crest on its head, except with a thin white fin spread between the points. The process of evolution causes a change in its brain structure that is believed to cause its violent nature. Gyarados' fangs can crush stones, and its scales are harder than steel. Gyarados is feared for its fierce temper and wanton destructive tendencies since ancient times. In some regions, Gyarados is called the deity of destruction because of this. It appears in times of conflict and destroys the surrounding area. Its rampages have been known to last a month at a time. These rampages can occur even during a harsh storm. A Gyarados' rage won't stop completely until everything is destroyed. Some believe any human settlement is fated to be destroyed should a Gyarados appear. Gyarados lives in both fresh and salty waters. Both Gyarados and its Megaform have demonstrated that in the anime that it can leap huge distances both from the water and from the ground, usually several times its own body length. However, Gyarados is rarely seen in the wild. The move Hyper Beam is often associated with Gyarados due to it being powerful enough to instantly destroy everything it hits. And in terms of the Mega Evo, when it Mega Evolves, Gyarados becomes bulkier. The fins on its cheeks become longer and gain a yellow tint. Its crest is larger and black, and its barbels also gain considerable length. A large spike extends downward underneath its chin, and it now has a black underside with a red stripe around the edges. The yellow spots along its body are replaced by raised red scales, which propel Mega Gyarados through the water. 2 large yellow fins with blue spines appear on its back. Most of the other fins along its back disappear, replaced by 2 rows of blue spikes. There are now 4 yellowish spiky fins near its tail, 2 on its back and 2 on its underside. Due to the stress Mega Evolution puts on a Gyarados' body, it becomes even more ferocious than before. All other brain functions cease when Mega Evolution occurs, except for the destructive drive to burn down anything into cinders. Despite its brain having a powerful destructive instinct, it will obey a trainer it truly trusts. Mega Gyarados can launch at Mach speed by using its orifices to release water from both sides. With this speed, it has enough power to split large ships in 2. Mega Gyarados is tied with Hoopa Unbound as the tallest dark type. And in terms of the Mega Evos, so regular Gyarados has a stat total of 540, with physical attack at 125, special defense at 100, and HP at 95. Speed at 81, physical defense at 79, and special attack at 60. However, as Mega Gyarados, which is scarier, the physical attack stat damn near basically doubles to 155, with special defense at 130, physical defense at 109, And everything, and special attack even goes up a little bit by 10 to 70, whereas the speed and HP remain the same. Now, I will say this, Gyarados is fucking cool. I always go out of my way to get a Magikarp so I can have a Gyarados. I will say, though, I actually don't like its Mega Evo that much. Like, because here's the thing, I understand the mythology. I understand that basically, like, Magikarp is seen as, like, you know, the carp Pokemon. You know, the weak Pokemon, right? And the reason that it evolves into a dragon is due to Japanese folklore. I don't remember exactly what it was stated, but it said that, like, you know, when a carp, it's either a carp or a salmon, or it's a koi, because I'm thinking of Yakuza. When a fish swims upstream, eventually there's a point where it'll die, and it basically turns into a dragon, I believe. I could be wrong. Don't take me for fact here. But honestly, I do like Gyarados. I really do. And its shiny form is so pretty. Like, it's such a beautiful shade of red. Which I know is like, wow, really, Hyrie? And it's like, yeah, what can you say? I don't remember what the shiny shade of Mega Gyarados is. But honestly, I always like to have a Gyarados on my team. Like, I know it makes it 4 times weak to electric type moves, but listen, that's what the Mega Evo's for. It takes off that 2 times weakness. So honestly, I will put it at a... Is that how you spell Gyarados? In the A tier. Gyarados. Yeah, so yeah, we finally have another A-type Pokemon. We still have not gotten an S-type yet. And we're so close. Like, we're almost at 6.5 hours. Anyway, moving on. 131. We have 20 more to go. Oh, now this might actually be an S tier. Because I do like this Pokemon a lot. And it is... Lapras! Oh, it's so pretty. So beautiful. Alright, Lapras is a dual-type water-ice-type Pokemon introduced in Generation 1. While it is not known to evolve into or from any other Pokemon, Lapras can Gigantamax into Gigantamax Lapras if it has the Gigantamax factor. It is known as the Transport Pokemon, and its Japanese name is Lapras, or Laplace. It can have either Water Absorber Shell Armor with Hydration as its normal abilities and Hydration as its hidden ability. And the biology for that states, Lapras is a marine reptilian Pokemon that resembles a plesiosaur. It has a blue hide with darker blue spots and a cream-colored underside. It has large brown eyes, a short horn on its forehead, and tightly curled ears. It has a long neck and 4 flippers. The foremost flippers are larger than the hind. On its back is a heavy gray shell covered in blunt knobs. Lapras is a gentle, helpful Pokemon that enjoys ferrying people across bodies of water. In the past, its docility made it an easy target for hunters, and it was driven to near extinction. Recent protection efforts have seen Lapras become overabundant instead, which is now affecting the fish Pokemon numbers in some areas. An intelligent Pokemon, it can understand human speech. Lapras has been known to travel in large pods across the seas, spanning both polar and tropical areas. To keep in touch with others of its kind, it sings enchanting melodies. Lapras usually sing when it is in a good mood. In the anime, it was shown that Lapras can develop psychic abilities such as telepathy. In Alola, Lapras is used as a ride Pokemon called Lapras Paddle. Alola natives use Lapras to travel and fish for Pokemon in the water. Alright, moving on to the Gigantamax form. As Gigantamax Lapras, it becomes larger in size and more armored. Its shell crew resembles a cruise ship or ocarina with 4 gray and red stripes surrounding it. And it has 4 spikes on top of its shell with 1 steel spike resembling a funnel, which has 3 red clouds surrounding it. The sclera in Lapras' eyes change colors to white, yellow, and blue. A light blue ring of fine, thin lines resembling a musical sheet created from ice particles circles around its shell. 5,000 people can ride on the shell of Gigantamax Lapras for a very comfortable ride without any issues. Lapras can use its giant ring to break any icebergs that may prevent it from swimming. According to Oleana, who is a character from Gen 8, Gigantamax Lapras' shell is not part of its body, as the shell has a logarithmic
logarithmic spiral structure. Gigantamax Lapras is the only known Pokemon capable of using the G-Max move, G-Max Resonance. And in terms of the stats, it is pretty bulky, with HP as its highest at 130, with special defense at 95, physical attack and special attack both at 85, with physical defense at 80, and speed at 60. But here's the thing, I don't care about the speed of this thing. I honestly really like it. Like, it's so beautiful. It's so, like, just, I don't know how else to describe it. It's just like, it's so pretty. It's so beautiful. And I think it's just because, like, it just looks so, like, it feels weird to say elegant, but it has, like, that vibe of elegance in a way. Maybe it's just due to how the eyes look. But honestly, I really do like it. And I always go out of my way to try and capture one. And I don't know, like, and I think it's just because I've been so inspired by the anime during the Orange Islands arc, where, like, you had, like, Ash, Misty, and Tracy just riding on the shell of this thing. And it's like, it couldn't have been comfortable, because it's like, dude, that shell don't look that big. Like, it sounds like it barely holds, like, 3 people. But still, like, I love it. It's I know it's supposed to be, I know it's, like, influenced by the Loch Ness Monster, but it's just so pretty. It's so cute. It's so beautiful. Honestly, I think this is an S tier. I didn't even spell it right. Whoops. There we go. Lapras. So yay, we finally have an S tier Pokemon again. Feels like the first one of the night. We're almost 7 hours in. Alright, next up. Oh no, it's the whore. It's the whore. You'll know what I'm talking about as soon as you see it, huh? It's Ditto! I call it the whore because this Pokemon is known by so many fucked up names. I just call it the whore because it's like, well, I gotta catch it in order to breed. Alright, so Ditto is a pure normal type Pokemon introduced in Generation 1. It is not known to evolve into or from any other Pokemon. Ditto is well known for its unique ability to breed with any Pokemon other than the Pokemon in the No Eggs Discover group and other Ditto, including some gender unknown Pokemon to produce eggs of the other species. It is known as the Transform Pokemon, and its Japanese name is Metamon. It has the abilities Limber and it can have Imposter as a hidden ability. Oh, this is a long-ass frickin' biology section. What the hell? Alright, well, excuse me for a moment. I'm gonna take a drink real quick, but I need to make a loud noise for it, so I'll be right back. Oh dear. I noticed my internet start to go bad. Uh-oh. Oh dear, oh god, don't tell me my fucking ISP is gonna be doing some shit right now. It's too late for that. Alright, we're gonna have to get through this quickly then. Alright, so, Ditto in the biology is, in its natural state, Ditto is a light purple or pink blob-like Pokemon with vestigial facial features. It is often referred to as amorphous, but as it has a relatively consistent appearance in official artwork, including 2 small nubs on its head, a few soft lumps at its base, and 2 pseudopod-like protrusions in place of arms. The face consists of beady eyes and a simple mouth, almost always pulled into a smile. Ditto bears a variety of unusual and often entirely unique traits that set it apart from every other Pokemon. It is capable of transforming into an exact replica of any physical object or living creature, including its form and abilities. Each Ditto has its own strengths and weaknesses when it comes to transforming. Being unable to remain transformed while laughing and getting details of its transformation wrong if based on memory being apparently universal. The TCG game depicts Ditto being able to transform separate sections of its body into parts from multiple Pokemon at once. The anime, TCG, and some spin-off games have shown that occasionally Ditto cannot change its face during transformation, a trait that has become synonymous with the species despite being incongruous with their depiction in core series games. While its transformation ability allows it to get along with almost anything, it does not get along with its own kind, which it will quickly, and generally fruitlessly, attempt to transform into. It is shown to be able to transform into humans as well. However, it cannot mimic human speech. It transforms into a rock when sleeping to avoid being attacked. As mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, Ditto is known to sleep while still transformed into either a rock or Pokemon. On very rare occasions, a sleeping Ditto will transform back to normal when it is relaxed. Ditto is never far from civilization or people, and is the only Pokemon capable of using the metal powder and quick powder items. It is also the only known Pokemon that can have Imposter as an ability. Okay, that is Gen 9 stuff, which we do not talk about. As for the stats, wow, it's literally just all across the board, 48. So here's the thing, I don't care for Ditto. I do not care for Ditto. As I said, I only see it as a breeding monster, but I have heard other people call it really fucked up names, and I don't think I need to repeat that for you. It's just, please no. Please, just, like, let's just say, like, at the very least, it is C tier. It is C tier. I would never use this outside of breeding purposes, and even then, it's just, I haven't been breeding any Pokemon in, like, years, so, yeah. Sorry about that. Alright, next up, oh, speaking of the whore, no. Oh, speaking of, our next Pokemon is Eevee! Eevee! Alright, Eevee. Oh boy. Alright, so Eevee is a pure normal type Pokemon introduced in Generation 1. It evolves into one of 8 different Pokemon through various methods. In Generation 1, it can evolve into Vaporeon when exposed to a Water Stone, Jolteon from a Thunderstone, and Flareon from a Fire Stone. In Generation 2, it can evolve into Espeon when leveled with High Friendship during the day, or Umbreon with High Friendship during the night. Since Generation 4, it can evolve into Leafeon when leveled up near a Moss Rock or when exposed to a Leaf Stone, and Glaceon when leveled up near an Ice Rock or exposed to an Ice Stone. And from Generation 7, it can evolve into 7-6. It can evolve into Sylveon when leveled up while knowing a Fairy-type move and having High Friendship. Additionally, Eevee has 2 forms, the Partner Eevee and Gigantamax Eevee. We're only going to be talking about the Gigantamax. It can Gigantamax into Gigantamax Eevee if it has the Gigantamax factor. The Partner Eevee and Eevee with the Gigantamax factor cannot evolve. I'm going to check my OBS real quick. Eevee is the game mascot of and the player's first Pokemon in Pokemon Let's Go Eevee. It also serves as the player's first Pokemon in Pokemon XD, Gale of Darkness, and Pokemon Conquest. It also is the first Pokemon employee in Pokemon Cafe Mix. In Pokemon Yellow, Professor Oak had originally intended to give Eevee to the player as their first Pokemon, but it is taken by Blue instead, leaving you with the Pikachu. Eevee is known as the evolution Pokemon, and its Japanese name is Eevee. Eevee. Basically Eevee. It can have either Runaway or Adaptability from Generation 4 onward, with Anticipation as its hidden ability. Now, the biology of Eevee is as stated. Eevee is a small mammalian quadrupedal Pokemon with primarily brown fur. The tip of its bushy tail and its large furry collar are cream-colored. It has short, slender legs with 3 small toes and a pink paw pad on each foot. Eevee has brown eyes, long pointed ears with dark brown interiors, and a small black nose. Eevee is rarely found in the wild and is mostly only found in cities and towns. It is said to have an irregularly shaped genetic structure that is easily influenced by its environment. This allows it to adapt to a variety of habitats by evolving. Eevee can potentially evolve into 8 different evolutions. Eevee can also start to adopt the face of the trainer that owns it. Eevee's genes are believed to have the key to solving the mysteries of Pokemon evolution. As mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, Eevee is believed to be dreaming about which form it will evolve into. Eevee is the only known Pokemon capable of using the Z move Extra Evo Boost. Alright, in terms of the Gigantamax Eevee form, as Gigantamax Eevee, it has become larger and more fluffy. The fur collar becomes longer with several triangular furs pointing straight up. The right ear has 3 round clouds circling it. Due to the fur becoming fluffier and more luxurious, any enemies caught in it will become enamored and lose the will to fight, much like me. Eevee becomes even more playful and rambunctious after Gigantamaxing, desiring to play with its opponent and often unintentionally crushing them with its size. Cutie patootie! And in terms of its stats... Sorry, I just saw something really cute. Alright, so it's pretty rounded across the board with HP and physical attack at 50 and speed at 55, with special defense at 65, I'm sorry, physical defense at 50, and special attack at 45. Honestly, this is an S tier for me. It is really freaking dickin' cute! Like, seriously, it's so cute! It's like, imagine this is a plushie! I imagine there are plenty of Eevee plushies. Not to mention the multitude of forms that it has, that I've used almost all of. Like, seriously, like, I'm not gonna lie, I caught 8 Eevees, and I evolved all of them into their separate evolutions. So yeah, of course I did that. It's so cute, and I love the tail. The tail is just like, it's like, for some reason I just think of it as like a paintbrush. It's just so cute. I love it. I love it. I love it. Honestly, I could see why a lot of people love the pairing of Pikachu and Eevee in Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, because Eevee is so adorable, and then when you combine that with Pikachu, it's like, I didn't even spell it with an E. Alright, there we go. Why'd I do that? Why'd I save after that? Alright, next up, we're gonna have to take a little bit of a detour again, because we're getting close to the end. But yeah, we have less than 20 left. Thank God. We're almost done. We're almost done. We just gotta get... Oh, Jesus Christ, don't do that. That scared me. Alright. Yay! One of my favorite evolutions. And I know this one also has a very raunchy meme attached to it, which I will not describe. But, here's the thing. So, it is... Vaporeon! I love Vaporeon. One of my favorite evolutions, honestly. How are we doing? Okay, OBS, you're doing good so far. Alright, Vaporeon is a pure water-type Pokemon introduced in Generation 1. It is one of the... It can evolve from Eevee when it is exposed to a water stone. It is known as the Bubble Jet Pokemon, and its Japanese name is literally Showers. It has the ability Water Absorb and Hydration as its hidden ability. The biology for Vaporeon is as follows. Vaporeon is a Pokemon that shares physical traits with both aquatic and land animals. Vaporeon's body is light blue with a dark blue marking around its head and a spiky ridge down its spine. It has black eyes and a tiny black nose. There is a white fin encircling its neck and 3 fins with cream-colored webbing on its head. 2 of these fins are on either side of its head, similar to ears, and 1 is directly on top of its head, resembling a dorsal fin. Vaporeon is a quadruped with 3 small toes on each foot and dark blue paw pads on the hind feet. Its split tail fin has been mistaken for a mermaid's in the past and is believed to be the origin of mermaid folklore. It can detect moisture with its fins, which vibrate when sensing incoming rain. Vaporeon is mostly found in urban settings under the ownership of a trainer. It is rarely seen in the wild, but it prefers clean freshwater lakes and shores. It has developed gills to become better suited to an aquatic lifestyle, and its cell composition's similarity to water allows it to melt into the water. This ability allows Vaporeon to remain camouflaged while swimming, hiding itself from enemies and allowing it to ambush its prey. Fish Pokemon. And in terms of the stats, so HP is its highest at 130 points, with special attack following close behind at 110, with special defense at 95. However, its physical attack and speed are tied at 65, with physical defense at 60. However, that don't matter to me because I really do truly like Vaporeon. I love the fins. I love the fish combo with the cat thing. Like, it's a catfish, let's just say that. Honestly, I really do like it. It is one of my favorites. Evolutions. Now, the only question is, do I want to put it in A tier or S tier?
Because, yeah, it definitely deserves to be higher than B. I just don't know whether, like, the thing is, like, I also use Vaporeon as an Ice-type Pokemon when it's not Ice-type. God, the thing is that, like, I really do like Vaporeon, but it's also, like, but it's like, where would I put it? Do I put it in S or A? Because it's like, the thing is, like, when you have, because the thing is, right, the only reason I was able to get all the evolutions in Pokemon Moon is because of the, Pokepelago. Like, when you get, like, the second island where you can hunt, where you can, send your Pokemon out to get stones from a cave, if you upgrade it enough, you can get evolutionary stones, and that's how I got a lot of them. Yeah, and that's how I got, like, all the evolutions, along with the fact that you can just catch Eevees. Yeah, you know, but it's like, that's only in Pokemon Moon. I don't know if you can do the same in I don't think you can do the same in X, or in Sword and Shield. Can you even do it can you even get multiple evolutions in Scarlet and Violet? Actually, why the fuck am I saying that? Of course you can. I mean, one of the characters has, literally, I think, has a whole team of evolutions. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna cheat. Vaporeon is added to S tier. Because again, honestly, if I wasn't so limited in terms of the, like, if I could have an evolution, right? If I didn't have to seriously consider my options, Vaporeon would always be on my team. Because I really do like it. I really do like it so much. It's so good. So yay! Vaporeon is done. Moving on to number 135. Alright. Jolteon! Oh boy. Okay. Jolteon is a pure electric-type Pokemon introduced in Generation 1. It is the evolution that happens when Eevee is exposed to a Thunderstone. It is known as the Lightning Pokemon, and its Japanese name is literally Thunders. It has the ability Volt Absorb, and it can have Quick Feet as a hidden ability, and its biology is as follows. Jolteon is a quadrupedal mammalian Pokemon. It is covered in yellow fur with a spiky fringe around its tail and a white ruff around its neck. Its ears are large and pointed with black interiors, and its eyes and small nose are black. It has slender legs and small paws, each with 3 toes and a pink paw pad, the pink toe beans. Jolteon creates electricity using an organ in its lungs, which causes crackling noises as it exhales. It can also generate low-level electricity in its cells, which is amplified by the negative ions it gathers and generates in its fur, allowing it to discharge 10,000-volt lightning bolts. Jolteon's prickly fur is made of electrically charged needles, which create a sparking noise as it moves. It is capable of launching its fur at enemies when agitated or startled. The charge is so powerful that it can remain on the shed fur for a long time. This Pokemon is most often found in cities and towns under the ownership of trainers. However, its high-strung nature and tendency toward mood swings can make it difficult to train. As mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, the crackling sound of electricity can be heard while Jolteon exhales during slumber. And in terms of the stats, unlike Vaporeon, its speed is its highest at 130, its special attack is still at 110, with special defense at 695. However, its HP and physical attack are tied at 65, and its physical defense is 60. Now, I will say this, I don't really have many memories of having a Jolteon, because I always went for Vaporeon, obviously. But I'm not gonna lie, I remember when I was giving affection through the Pokemon grooming thing on Moon, it always had like the cutest freaking reactions. Honestly, all the evolutions are really cute, but I'm obviously gonna have my favorites. And I will say this, I think out of the original 3 evolutions, I think Jolteon is my least favorite. Mainly because it's like, I don't know, I just don't feel like there's anything really special about it.
You know, not to mention, it literally says that, like, it's got sparky fur. However, I wouldn't necessarily... I mean, while it may not be an S tier, honestly, I think it will still be an A tier. Because it is really nice. It is really cute. But yeah, it is really nice. Really cute. Alright. Oh, Jesus Christ. Stop that. We're almost done here, guys. Alright. Moving on. 136. The last of the evolutions. At least for Kanto. And it is... Flareon! Alright, Flareon is a pure fire type Pokemon introduced in Generation 1. This is the Eevee that happens when exposed to a Firestone. It is known as the Flame Pokemon, and its Japanese name is literally Booster. It has the ability Flash Fire, and it can have Guts as a hidden ability. That's interesting. And the biology for Flareon is as follows. Flareon is a mammalian quadrupedal Pokemon covered in short reddish-orange fur. It has long ears with black interiors, dark eyes, and a small black nose. There are 3 small toes and a yellow paw pad on each foot. Fluffy yellow fur forms a small tuft on its head, as well as its bushy tail and a mane around its chest and neck. Flareon's body temperature is caused by its internal flame sac and rises when it is excited. If its body gets too hot, it will fluff out the fur on its collar to cool down. Flareon stores and heats inhaled air in its flame sac, and then exhales it as fire with temperatures of around 3100 degrees Fahrenheit or 1700 degrees Celsius. Flareon's average body temperature is around 1300 to 1500 degrees Fahrenheit or 700 to 800 degrees Celsius, but it can reach 1700 degrees Fahrenheit or 900 degrees Celsius. It is an omnivore that roasts either berries or prey before consumption. Flareon has a curious personality and is mostly found in populated areas, rarely seen in the wilderness. As mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, it is believed that Flareon is regulating its body temperature while sleeping. Due to its fur releasing heat to help cool it down, Flareon is able to sleep comfortably. And in terms of the stats, unlike both Vaporeon and Jolteon, Flareon's physical attack stat is its highest at 130, with special defense at 110, special attack at 95, with both HP and speed being 65 and physical defense being a 60. Now, I will say this, I do like Flareon more than Jolteon, but I think a lot of it just has to do with the fact that it has a lot more fur. And honestly, it looks so furry. It's a lot more furry. I mean, listen, would you not bury your face into its mane here, around the neck? Like, wouldn't you? It's so fluffy. It's so furry. And again, I like it better than Jolteon. Now, granted, I don't like it as much as Vaporeon, but Flareon, I think, deserves to be in the A tier along with its brother, Jolteon. So... oh boy, we're almost done, guys, I promise. Alright, moving on. Oh no, it's the seizure Pokemon. Alright. Next up is Porygon! And as I said before, the seizure Pokemon. Oh boy. Oh, my music is not going, by the way. I am so sorry. I didn't realize it. I swear, I think oh my god, the PC is gonna definitely need to go into sleep mode after this. Alright, so, Porygon is a pure normal type Pokemon introduced in Generation 1. It evolves into Porygon 2 when traded while holding an upgrade, which then evolves into Porygon Z when traded while holding a dubious disc. It is known as the Virtual Pokemon, and its Japanese name is the same as its English name of Porygon. It can have Trace or Download from Gen 4 beyond, with Analytic as its hidden ability. God damn it, why am I thinking of this as a virtual YouTuber? VTuber Porygon! Woohoo! Alright. Porygon, and the biology for it states, Porygon is an artificial Pokemon made completely out of programming code. It has a pink polyhedral head that ends in a blue beak and has hexagonal eyes, and it has a pink polyhedral body with a blue front, blue triangular prism feet, and a blue rectangular prism tail. In 3D games such as Pokemon Stadium, it can open its beak and can detach its limbs and head from its torso. According to its Pokédex entries, it has copy protection built into its code, preventing duplication through electronic means. It was created in 1995 by Silphco, but documents at Silphco claim it was created at the Pokemon Lab on Cinnabar Island using the state-of-the-art technology of its time. Because it was created decades ago, many of its parts have since become obsolete. It was the first artificial Pokemon to have ever been created through computer programming. Due to its man-made origins, Porygon does not need to breathe or eat, though it can still accept food if given. It has the ability to convert its body into digital data, allowing it to travel through cyberspace. Recently, it has become more helpful inside cyberspace by searching for any suspicious data that exists. Some believe Porygon has the power to potentially travel in space, despite the species not displaying that ability yet. Because it is man-made, it is generally found in computers or in labs and other buildings where people work. Porygon and its evolved forms are the only known Pokemon capable of learning the moves Conversion and Conversion 2. Prior to Generation 5, Sharpen was also one of its signature moves. Additionally, prior to Generation 5, Porygon and its evolved forms are the only known Pokemon that could have Download as an ability. It can use Conversion to change its appearance to mimic another Pokemon's and has also demonstrated the ability to change color for camouflage. And in terms of these oh, okay. That scared me. 395, not great. Special attack stat is its highest at 85, with special defense at 75, physical defense at 70, HP at 65, physical attack at 60, and speed at 40. 40, excuse me. I'm getting really burpy. Because I've been speaking for too long. Anyway, yeah, so if you don't know the lore behind this Pokemon, basically what happened is that there was an episode of the anime where Porygon where basically, at least it aired in Japan. I don't think it aired in America. It's basically called the Porygon episode, where essentially a bunch of fucking kids got seizures. Now, I mean, now granted, I did actually watch the clip itself that featured, like, I guess the trigger. And here's the thing, it wasn't Porygon's fault, it was my boy Pikachu's, but you know what? I'm gonna call bullshit on that and say it was Ash's, because he's the one who orders the fucking thing! But yeah, honestly, I can also understand the epilepsy warning for that, because oh my god, it is just flashing colors, like, rapidly through, like, a second, and it's like, oh my god. I can actually understand why kids had seizures and had to go to the hospital for it. And I don't think it was after that the episode aired again. Which, to be fair, would you air it again after knowing that? But, yeah. Other than that, Porygon is really fucking annoying. Because it's like, here's the thing, it's not so much I forget that it's a normal type when I send out a fighting type, but a lot of the times it has psychic type moves, and I fucking hate that. It's like, no, you're not supposed to know that! But, I mean, here's the thing though, I will say, I do think it is rather cool to have, like, man-made Pokemon, especially because we are gonna eventually encounter a man-made Pokemon that is a lot cooler than Porygon. So yeah, its origins are pretty neat, especially because of the fact, especially when you think about way back when, because they said 1995, like, the internet was not a thing back then, at least in America. Maybe in Japan it was at that point, because they're always advanced. But in America, right, the internet was essentially, like, it existed, but it was nowhere near as, like, grand and vast and wonderful as it is today. And I say that knowing everything that comes with it. And the idea that a Pokemon could be created using just programming codes, it's like, it is pretty cool. And the fact that it can just, like, I don't know, it's very interesting.
You know, and it makes me wish there were more Pokemon like that. You know, like, give me more Pokemon that were made at the hands of humans instead of gods. That would be so cool. Anyway, I will say this. The very origin of this Pokemon saves it from being a C tier. Other than that, it belongs in the lower B tier. I mean, again, the origins of Porygon are very interesting. And especially because it really does give you a lot to think about of, like, you know, how can a Pokemon be made? You know, like, the fact that it can be made by humans, it's like, oh my god. And even now, and you can even take the form that Porygon has now, like, as basically, like, a relic of the quote-unquote ancient times of the internet. Like, because, I mean, again, this is all polygons. And when and the thing is that a lot of 3D models back then were made with polygons. I mean, you think back to the old days of the PlayStation, the Nintendo 64. I mean, listen, all my older adult friends can be like, yeah, this is what it was back then. So yeah, I do think this is a really neat concept. I just wish it was a better Pokemon. Alright, gonna save real quick. Next up, 138. Oh my god, it is Helix. It is the god. It is Helix God. It is Ammonite, our first prehistoric Pokemon, our first fossil Pokemon. Alright. Ammonite is a dual-type rock-water fossil Pokemon introduced in Generation 1. It is resurrected from a Helix fossil and evolves into Omastar at level 40. It is known as the Spiral Pokemon, and its Japanese name is essentially the same thing as its English, just spelled differently. Well, actually, Omonaito. Omonaito. That's interesting. It can have the abilities of either Swift Swim or Shell Armor, with Weak Armor as its hidden ability. And the biology for Ammonite is, quote, Ammonite is a small extinct cephalopod mollusk Pokemon similar to an Ammonite or Nautilus. It has a sky blue body with 10 tentacles and a pale yellow helix-spiraled shell on its back. The shell's rim has 2 circular indents where Ammonite's large saucer-like eyes protrude. If attacked or threatened, it quickly withdraws into its hard shell. Ammonite is considered extinct, although it can be revived from fossils. Its fossils have been excavated in areas that were once oceans long ago. Ammonite regulated its buoyancy by storing and releasing air within its shell and controlled direction by twisting its tentacles. While Ammonite fed on plankton, it was preyed on by Archaeops and Caracosta. Ammonite can now be found in the wild due to being released by people or escaping after being restored to life, causing this species to become a problem. And as for its stats, it's not super great, with physical defense at 100, special attack at 90, but everything else is below that, with special defense at 55, physical attack at 40, and both speed and HP time for lowest stat at 35. So here's the thing. I know the memes behind the Ammonite. I know the memes. I know it is God. It is the Helix prayer to Twitch plays Pokemon. I know. But I've never really been interested in fossils. Like, seriously, it's not like Lapras where it's like, that's a plesiosaur. You know, that was an actual dinosaur back then. But I never had that phase of being interested in dinosaurs. The only dinosaur I'm interested in now is a Triceratops, and that's mainly because my fucking autism brain rot makes me revert back to my Kage Pro days. And I even have a Triceratops plushie that I got so many years ago. And as far as I'm aware, I don't think there is a Triceratops Pokemon, is there? No, there isn't. Is there? So yeah, I know the memes behind it, but I don't think that's enough to really save it for me. I've never even used an Ammonite. Never, ever, ever. So honestly, I think this is gonna go into C tier. Next to Ditto. Feels like it's been forever since I've had to do that. Is that how you spell Ammonite? Yeah, okay.
Okay, good to know. Alright, next up is... Alright, speaking of which, I'm gonna go quickly check on something real quick. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Next Pokemon up on the platter is... Almastar! An even freakier version of Helix God. This is the Eldritch Abomination. Alright, Almastar is retaining its typing of Rock Water. It is still known as the Spiral Pokemon, with its Japanese name essentially being the same as its English name, and it carries the same abilities as it did as an Ammonite. Alright, so the biology for Almastar says, Almastar is a cephalopod mollusk Pokemon similar to an Ammonite or Nautilus. Its sky blue body has several tentacles. The tentacles toward the front are shorter and thicker than those in the back. There is a pale yellow helix-spiraled shell on its back. Several sharp spikes line the shell's midsection from the front to about halfway down its back. The shell's rim has two circular indents where Almastar's eyes are visible. Its eyes have yellow sclera and vertically slit pupils. It has an oval mouth with a four-sectioned fang-like beak. It is believed that Almastar's extinction was a consequence of the increasingly heavy weight of its shell that affected its mobility, including its hunting. Sorry about that. Almastar swam the seas in search of prey, including prehistoric shelter. It attacks only when prey comes near its tentacles. Almastar uses its tentacles to ensnare its prey before biting down with the deadly force of its beak. Its fangs are powerful enough to crush through rocks. With the shell broken, it would suck out the contents. Almastar was in turn preyed upon by Caracosta. Almastar is thought to be a distant ancestor to Octillery. Why? Because they're both fucking octopuses? Alright, in terms of stats, it's a little bit better than the Ammonite, with the physical defense stat at 125 and special attack stat at 115. HP and special defense both tied at 70, with its physical attack at 60 and speed at 55. Alright, here's the thing. I find it freaky. It is Eldritch, like, this is a more Eldritch Helix God. Let's just say that. Like, I know that this is meant to be a fossil Pokemon, and it's like, basically it just seems like a fucking bloodsucker. Like, look at the beak! The fact that it doesn't open up like a bird's beak and instead just opens up like I was gonna say a butthole. That doesn't make sense. Oh, I think the exhaustion is starting to set in. It's been 7 hours, and we're almost done, thank God. But yeah, it's so freaky. It's just like, imagine this thing screeching at you. Just like, ah! I think it's gonna go in the C tier, hun, guys. I think it's C tier material. So sorry. Alright, Almastar is done. We're really gonna have to, like, speed this up here. Alright, 140. We have 11 left. Hi, cat. I know it's late. Alright, next up is another fossil Pokemon, and it is Kabuto. Sushi. It's not bedtime yet. Even if it is, I can't stop. But yes, Kabuto! Alright, Kabuto is a dual-type rock-water fossil Pokemon introduced in Generation 1. It is resurrected from a dome fossil and evolves into Kabutops at level 40. It is known as the shellfish Pokemon, and its Japanese name is the same as its English name, and it can have the ability of either Swift Swimmer Battle Armor with Weak Armor as its hidden ability. The biology of Kabuto states, Kabuto is a small arthropod Pokemon resembling a horseshoe crab. It is mostly flat with a protective brown shell covering its body. There are 2 small black eyes on top of its shell, which it uses for sight when it hides on the ocean floor. Underneath the shell is a black space that hides the structure of its main body. Only its 4 short yellow legs and a second pair of luminescent red eyes are visible on its underside. In its original time, Kabuto was prominently found on beaches, likely aided by its fast and powerful swimming ability. While it is completely believed to be extinct, isolated populations of Kabuto have been unchanged for 300 million years. And in terms of the stats for Kabuto, physical defense stat is at 90 with physical attack at 80. However, everything else is just barely scratching 50 or below, with special attack and speed at 55, special defense at 45, and HP at a measly 30. So here's the thing. I do find it freaky, but I do like the fact that it is based off of a horseshoe crab. Horseshoe crabs are fucking big. Like those are big motherfuckers. And it does make you wonder, like, what is underneath this thing? Like, what is underneath the shell? Not to mention, if you look at those sprites of those things, like in Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, it's like, you can see the dents in the back. It's like, oh my god, what happened to you? But, I will say this, it's another fossil Pokemon that I don't really care much about. And honestly, it's like, I don't know if I would really choose between it or Almond. I would just probably skip over both of them, because I'm like, I don't care for this. So yeah, unfortunately, I think it's gonna join its buddies here and just be like, in the C tier. So there's that. Alright, number 141. Oh, 10 more. And it is Kabutops. Sushi, what are you doing? Come on, I do not have time. I gotta finish this up. That's why I'm going a little bit quicker than usual. Alright, Kabutops is retaining its rock water fossil typing. It has a Kabutop. It is still the same as a shellfish Pokemon. Its Japanese name is the same as its English, with the same abilities as Kabuto, and the biology for it states. Kabutops is a bipedal prehistoric arthropod Pokemon with a skeletal, armored build. It has a flat half-circular head with a point on each side and 2 small eyes on the front. It is mostly brown, except for its light gray chest and abdomen. There is a ridge down its back with 3 flat spines on either side, and it has a flat, pointed tail. Instead of hands, its forearms have large, sharp gray scythes. Its thin legs are brown. That sentence does not make sense. Its thin legs are brown, leading to small feet with 2 large gray claws. Before it went extinct, Kabutops was in the process of evolving into a land dweller, as evident by changes in its gills and legs. This change is thought to be due to its prey moving onto land as well. In its ocean home, Kabutops could tuck up its limbs to help it swim extremely fast, up to roughly 29 knots. It used its sharp scythe to slice enemies and drink their internal fluids. Any leftovers left behind by Kabutops are consumed by other Pokemon. It is unknown what led to Kabutops' extinction. And as for the stats, physical attack goes way up at 115, with physical defense at 105, and its speed is at 80, with special defense at 70, but special attack is at 65, and HP is at 60. Honestly, the first thing I'm thinking of when I look at this thing is I think about the Xenomorph, because it has a very similar body structure. Like, it's super long, it's super thin. You know, like, the only I actually don't remember what the Xenomorph's arms look like, but it's like, this just, like, the scythe arms. It's like, listen, this is fucking freaky. Like, the only thing it's missing is the cock head. The phallic head. And the thing is, right, is that unlike a lot of people who would fuck the Xenomorph, I would not fuck the Xenomorph. I'm not into that. I'm not. I will say, the way it walks with them heels, I will say that's some walking there. But other than that, it just looks fucking gross. Anyway, the reason I bring that up is because that's what it reminds me with Kabutops. Kabutops is freaking freaky. I don't know, it's just like, I don't like it. I don't want it. I don't want it anywhere near me. It's just, ugh. It reminds me more of a fucking bug than it does a freaking horseshoe crab. I mean, I know it's an arthropod, but it's like, eh. So yeah, it's gonna be joining its buddy here in the C tier. Alright, save just in case. We're almost done. Alright, number 142. The last of the fossil type Pokemon. But this one has a Mega Evo because fuck you, Irie, we can't go off until 8 hours. Alright, so next up is Aerodactyl. And it has a Mega Evo, which is honestly pretty freaky, and probably the reason why I like Mega Evo so much. But, let's see. I'm getting distracted, and I really shouldn't be getting distracted. Alright. Aerodactyl. Alright, so Aerodactyl is a dual-type rock flying fossil-type Pokemon introduced in Generation 1. It is resurrected from an old Amber, and while it is not known to evolve into or from any other Pokemon, Aerodactyl can Mega Evolve into Mega Aerodactyl using the Aerodactylite. It is known as the fossil Pokemon, and its Japanese name is Patera. Patera. Its normal abilities can be either Rock Head or Pressure, with Unnerve as its hidden ability, but when it Mega Evolves, it gains Tough Claws. Now, the biology for regular Aerodactyl is... Aerodactyl is a reptilian bipedal prehistoric Pokemon that resembles a pterosaur with several draconic features. It has small, sharply pointed ears, narrow dark green eyes, a rigid snout, a gaping mouth, and a strong lower jaw full of serrated fangs. Its body is covered in light blue-gray skin, and it has large violet membranous wings. The clawed hands at the end of each wing allow it to grasp objects. There is a hump-like ridge with a spike on its back, and it has a strong tail with an arrow-shaped tip. Its talon-like feet have 2 toes in front and 1 in the back, and are capable of scooping up and tightly clutching its prey in flight. Aerodactyl's serrated saw-like fangs and ferocious attitude were very imposing in its time. Its fangs can rip out throats and tear through the skin of any Pokemon to pieces, even Steel-type Pokemon. By spreading its wings, Aerodactyl is believed to have flown by gliding through the skies, freely letting out its high-pitched cries. However, it is slow to walk on land. It liked to nest in the mountains, where it enjoyed both safety and seclusion. Aerodactyl lived in prehistoric times and was theorized to become extinct thanks to a giant meteor impact. Pretty close to how our dinosaurs died, huh? It was restored in modern times using genetic material extracted from amber. Some casualties occurred during these attempts. Even still, this restoration is not considered perfect. I love how they can just drop that. It's like, yeah, some people died, but it's fine. Not like Jurassic World happened, right? Moving on to the Mega Evo form, which is this thing right here. As Mega Aerodactyl, its eyes turn bright green and parts of its body turn to stone, which some researchers believe to be its original appearance before fossilization. It grows larger and sprouts jagged black spiky rocks all over its body. 5 spikes at the wrist joint of each wing replacing its hands, 3 small spikes along its tail, 1 spike on each ear, and a long spike on its chin. The spike on its back and its rear talons have also become black and stony. Rocky plates cover its eyebrows and the corners of its jaw. Similar stone ornaments are present on its chest and on its torso. 2 small ridges flanking a longer ridge. The power of Mega Evolution allows some of Aerodactyl's dormant genes to reawaken. The rocks on Mega Aerodactyl's body are harder than diamond. Because of the burden of Mega Evolution, Mega Aerodactyl is fiercer and more irritable than before. As a result, Mega Aerodactyl attacks anything that moves. And in terms of the stats for regular Aerodactyl, it is... So speed is its highest at 130, its physical attack at 105, HP is at 80, with special defense at 75, physical defense at 65, and special attack at 60. So this is a speedy little pterodactyl here. And then with Mega Aerodactyl, which, fuck me, that is a lot of stat increases I'm seeing. Its speed goes up to 150, its attack to 135, special defense to 95. HP is the only stat that remains the same, with physical defense going up to 85 and special attack to 70. Now here's the thing, I do have an Aerodactyl in Pokemon Moon, because you can get a free Aerodactyl given to you in the Seafaring Village, but honestly, I don't really care for Aerodactyl. Like, here's the thing, I don't like the fact that it has hands on its wings. Like, I don't like the fact that it has hands on its wings. It's freaking freaky. Not to mention, I don't necessarily like the way that the jaw is. I don't like the way that the jaw is shaped here. However, in Mega Evos, like, this looks a lot, like, fearsome and a lot better. However, I don't like the rocks. Like, I will say that I do think the Mega Aerodactyl is way better than just regular Aerodactyl. But honestly, it's like, I can't see myself with a Mega... I never even got a Mega Aerodactyl. I don't think I've ever even seen one outside of the magazines and such. But yeah, honestly, I just can't see myself with an Aerodactyl. Like, I have one because I got one because I could. Not necessarily because I needed one. I don't know, maybe it's possible I could need one. But the thing is that this thing is kind of uncanny looking to me. So unfortunately, it's going to be joining all of its buddies in... Is that how you spell Aerodactyl? How did I guess that? What the hell? So unfortunately, it's going to be joining the rest of its fossilized buddies here in the C tier. Alright. 143. Oh, we're getting into the nitty gritty, guys. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Oh dear, I can already see the internet is struggling right now. Alright, next up is... Snorlax! The Pokemon that is always transformed into a beanbag. Alright. Snorlax is a pure normal type Pokemon introduced in Generation 1. It evolves from Munchlax when leveled up with High Friendship. Snorlax can Gigantamax into Gigantamax Snorlax if it has the Gigantamax factor. In Generations 1 and 2 games, their remakes, and Pokemon X and Y, wild Snorlax can be found sleeping in inconvenient locations. In order to catch one, a trainer must first awaken it with some music from either a Pokeflute or the Pokegear sent to the Pokeflute channel. And of course, Snorlax is the game mascot of Pokemon Sleep. Snorlax is known as the sleeping Pokemon, and its Japanese name is Kabigon. Kabigon. It can have either immunity or thick fat as its abilities, and it has gluttony as a hidden ability. Now, the biology for Snorlax is as follows. Snorlax is a huge bipedal dark blue-green mammalian Pokemon with a cream-colored face, belly, and feet. Its body is composed of mostly its belly, as its limbs are comparatively small. Its head is large with small pointed ears and 2 pointed teeth protruding from its lower jaw. It has round feet, which both have 3 claws and a circular brown paw pad, and short arms with 5 claws on each hand. Snorlax's bulk makes it the heaviest normal type. Snorlax is often found in mountains and forests. It wakes up only to eat, requiring 900 pounds or 400 kilograms of food per day before returning to its slumber, although it can also eat while it is resting. It is not a picky eater, as its strong stomach allows it to eat even moldy food without feeling any ill effects. It can even handle thorny plants or Muck's poison. Snorlax is docile enough to let children and small Pokemon bounce on its large stomach. Despite its apparent laziness, however, Snorlax can exhibit tremendous power when prompted. Snorlax is known to appear without warning in villages and steal their food supplies, such as rice granaries, which has long been considered a disaster whenever it happens. Oh, I think that's Pokemon Sleep stuff. Snorlax is the only known Pokemon capable of using the Z-move Pulverizing Pancake. And in terms of the Gigantamax forms, as Gigantamax Snorlax, seeds and small pebbles that were tangled in its belly fur go through immense growth, causing patches of grass, bushes, rocks, and a large tree to sprout upon its belly. The tree has 3 red clouds circling it. The berries that grow on Gigantamax Snorlax's tree include a citrus berry, a magos berry, and a haban berry. Gigantamax Snorlax almost never moves. Even when in battle, it only slightly lifts its body and attacks by flailing with its arms and legs. However, its attacks are very powerful. Gigantamax Snorlax is considered to be one of the strongest Dynamax Pokemon to have been discovered. Gigantamax Snorlax is the only known Pokemon capable of using the G-Max move, G-Max Replenish. And in terms of the stats, obviously it's going to be super fucking bulky, with its HP at 160, and special defense at 110, and physical attack at 110. However, its defense and special attack leave much to be desired, and its speed is obviously pretty bad. Now, I will say this, Snorlax can be a fucking monster in competitive. Like, I've seen Snorlax in competitive fights before. This motherfucker can outlast anything. He is meant to be both a wall and basically like a, not a glacial cannon. What the hell is it called? Like, he can hit hard. But yeah, he can hit hard. Like, this motherfucker hurts. And the thing is that it is just a sleeping giant. It's, like, I will say, it is pretty cute. Like, it's not my type, obviously. But I have seen people make this motherfucker cute before. Like, it can be very cute. And I've seen, as I was saying before, I've seen this be transformed into, like, beanbags and plushies. Like, there are several, like, big-ass plushies you could get of this thing. And honestly, I think because of that, we'll move it into the lower B tier. Because I normally never use Snorlax as a fighter. But again, it can be very effective in battle. You just gotta learn how to use it, honestly. Alright, so next up, gonna save real quick. Alright, 144. We're moving on to legendaries, which is good. Alright, and unfortunately we got more fucking forms. Next up we have Articuno, the first of the legendary bird trio, and of course it has a Galarian form as well, so we gotta show that off even though it was introduced in the DLC. And there's the Galarian Articuno. Alright, so how are we doing in terms of the music? Okay. Alright, Articuno is a dual-type ice-flying legendary Pokemon introduced in Generation 1. However, in Galar, the ice-flying type is replaced with a psychic flying type, and it was introduced in the Crown Tundra expansion. Neither Kantonian Articuno nor Galarian Articuno are known to evolve into or from any other Pokemon. Along with Zapdos and Moltres, it is one of the 3 legendary birds of Kanto. Now, Kantonian Articuno is known as the Freeze Pokemon, Galarian Articuno as the Cruel Pokemon. However, they both share the Japanese name of Frieza. I'm not joking about that. Kantonian Articuno has the ability Pressure. Galarian Articuno has Competitive. However, they both share the hidden ability of Snow Cloak. And in terms of the biology of Kantonian Articuno, it states, Articuno is a large avian Pokemon with predominantly sky blue plumage and wings said to be made of ice. On its forehead is a crest that consists of 3 darker blue rhombus-shaped feathers. It has circular red eyes, a short gray beak, and long, thin gray legs. Each foot has 3 forward-facing digits and 1 facing backward. On its chest is a mass of white downy feathers. Its long streamer-like tail is longer than its body and the same shade of blue as its crest. Articuno has the power to control ice at will. When Articuno flaps its wings, it can chill the moisture in the air around it, making snowfall. It flies from icy mountain to icy mountain. According to legend, it appears before doomed travelers lost in icy regions. As seen in the anime episode Freeze Flame, Articuno sometimes aids travelers and guides them to safety. Articuno lives in cold, isolated locations such as snowy mountains filled with permafrost. I had to check my music right there, excuse me for a moment. Articuno... Okay, wait a minute, this might be something I don't know anything about. Articuno is the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Shadow Chill. Moving on to Galarian Articuno, which I will say, this is a fucking cunty-ass form. In Galar, Articuno has a distinct appearance. Its main body has lavender coloration with a black marking covering its chest. Its feet are black with lavender talons. The 3 feathers of its crest, which are longer, fused, and folded to the back, have the same purple color as its beak and tail. Its eyes glow light blue, appear to be mostly closed, and are surrounded by a black, mask-like facial disc. When Articuno utilizes its psychic power, the entire mask glows the same color as its eyes, as do the white feather-like blades of condensed psychic power at the edge of its wings. Galarian Articuno keeps itself airborne with its psychic power, almost never having to use its wings for this purpose. Instead, the blades on its wings can be used to slice through iron as easily as paper. Its eyes can fire beams of psychic energy that leave its opponents stuck in place as if frozen solid. This is what earns this Pokemon the name of its Cantonian counterpart. It also has the ability to create mirages of itself in order to fool its opponent and escape. Its elegant and refined movements belie a cold and callous personality. It is constantly migrating around the world but can be found in the Crow Tundra once every few decades, congregating with the other birds at the Dyna Tree to eat its fruits. Galarian Articuno is the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Freezing Glare. And in terms of the stats... Alright, so first with Cantonian Articuno... special defense is honestly its highest stat at 125, with physical defense at 100, special attack at 95, both speed and attack at 85, and HP at 90. I forgot to take note of that. Considering the fact that this is a legendary Pokemon, of course the stats are going to be good. We know this. However, moving on to Galarian Articuno... instead of special defense, special attack is at 125, with special defense at 100, really nice. Speed is at 95, HP is at 90, and both physical attack and physical defense are at 85. As I said before, because this is a legendary Pokemon, it's always going to be good. And yeah. So I will say this. I did not really recall a lot of the Galarian forms of the birds, but I will say this, I love this form of Galarian of Articuno. Like, it's so... I love it so much. It's so evil. Like, it's so villainized. Like, this is like the closest I can get to like a Pokemon so far to a Pokemon that can serve cunts. Like, this is a cunty design and I love it so much. And the fact that you can see it in it, like, there's a picture on Bulbapedia that shows it attacking, and bro, why does it look so good? I love the fact that the wings and the eye mask just turn into the same shade of light blue as its eyes. Like it's so good. It's so good. Like, this is a villainess Pokemon right here. This is a villainess. And honestly, I think if anything, I think Articuno would probably be like my favorite of the legendary birds. Mainly because I feel like it's the closest that we have to an actual bird. It's a burb. I mean, not to mention, I do honestly love the streamer tail feathers. Like, it looks so, like, I don't know, it seems like, it's so cool. It's so cool. So now we move on to, like, where would I rank it?
Honestly, it would have to be either A or B, because I will say this. I don't like the idea of using, like, unless otherwise, I don't like the idea of putting legendary Pokemon in the S tier, because that feels, because I want there to be some challenge, obviously. Like, it would just feel like a little, what's the word? It would feel just a little, like, a little unfair, let's just say, to have a legendary Pokemon in the S tier. Because otherwise, every legendary Pokemon's going to be in the S tier. But where would I oh my god, put it? Honestly, I think I would put it in the high B tier. I mean, because again, I can go without the birds, honestly. But yeah, this is honestly, I love this form so much. It's so cunty. Seriously, I wonder if it's possible for people to cosplay that. Alright, moving on to 145. We are so close, guys. We're so close. We are getting there. Alright, so next up is Zapdos, our electric bird. And then Galarian Zapdos. Oh my god, why does it look like Red Hot Chicken? Like, look at this, it looks like Red Hot Chicken. Alright, Zapdos is a dual-type electric flying legendary Pokemon introduced in Generation 1. However, the electric type is replaced with fighting, and it was in Galar, and it was introduced in the Crown Tundra expansion. Neither Kantonian Zapdos nor Galarian Zapdos are known to evolve into or from any other Pokemon. Along with Articuno and Moltres, it is one of the 3 legendary birds of Kanto. If you didn't notice, you know, obviously with Articuno, we have the Spanish word for 1, which is uno, and as you can see now with Zapdos, we have the Spanish word for 2, which is dos. So Kantonian Zapdos is known as the electric Pokemon, Galarian Zapdos the strong legs Pokemon. However, they both share the Japanese name of Thunda or Sunda. Kantonian Zapdos has the ability pressure, but it can all... Oh wait, okay. Has pressure, and Galarian Zapdos has the normal ability of Defiance. However, Kantonian Zapdos can have the hidden ability of Static from Generation 4 onward, and Galarian's... Oh wait, no. It can have both. It can either have Static or Lightning Rod from Generation 5 onwards. Okay, I did not get that. Alright, so Kantonian... Okay, good, just making sure. Alright, Kantonian Zapdos... Zapdos' biology as follows. Zapdos is a large avian Pokemon with predominantly yellow plumage. It has small triangular eyes with black around them and a long, thin, light orange beak. Its wings and tail are a mass of spiky feathers, and there are black feathers covering the back of its wings and inner tail feathers. A large crest of spiked feathers surrounds its head. Its thighs are tan and it has thin, light orange legs. It has feet with 3 forward-facing toes and 1 backward-facing toe. Each toe has a short talon. When Zapdos flaps its glittering wings, it releases electricity that can potentially cause thunderstorms. It produces massive crackling and snapping sounds when it flies. These are attributed to the lightning bolts it sheds when airborne. Zapdos reportedly appears only during thunderstorms and gains power when struck by lightning. It is said to live among thunderclouds, but it is rarely seen. Zapdos is the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Shadow Bolt. Alright, moving on to Galarian Zapdos. In Galar, Zapdos has a different appearance. Its body is red-orange with black plumage. Its head features yellow eyes with more pronounced mask-like black coloration around them, a shorter black beak, and a longer, more visible neck. Its legs are black, longer, and more muscular. Its thigh feathers are also black, and its talons are yellow with red rings at their bases. Its red-orange wings are smaller, with small black markings that appear to be remnants of its Kantonian counterpart's black plumage. Finally, it has a row of spiky feathers along its chest, and a similar row of black feathers on its back.
Belligerent by nature and ever thirsting for battle, Galarian Zapdos seeks out opponents stronger than itself so it could test its might. Its powerful legs allow it to perform devastating kicks capable of destroying a dump truck. And it can run across mountains at up to 180 miles or 300 kilometers per hour. Its wings have atrophied to the point that it can barely fly, but its movements are so swift that they have been compared to a lightning strike. This Pokemon earned the name of its Cantonian counterpart due to the electric-like crackling sounds that come from its feathers rubbing together. It is constantly migrating around the world, but can be found in the Crown Tundra once every few decades, congregating with the other birds at the Dyna Tree to eat its fruits. Galarian Zapdos is the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Thunderous Kick. In terms of these stats, Cantonian Zapdos. Alright, so highest stat is special attack at 125 with its speed at 100. HP, physical attack, and special defense are all tied at 90 with defense at the lowest at 85. Physical defense at 85. Galarian Zapdos. I'm gonna accidentally open Discord if I'm not careful. Instead of special attack, it is physical attack that is 125 with speed remaining the same. Special attack is at 85, but HP, physical defense, and special defense are all tied at 90. So I will say this. I don't like Galarian Zapdos' form, because again, it just looks like teriyaki chicken. I mean that is like what red chicken looks like. It's teriyaki chicken, like. And look at the, like, I will say, the legs, like, these are strong ass legs. These are strong ass legs. And I don't necessarily like the red coloring across its body. Like don't get me wrong when it's like, I love the color combination of red, gold, and black, but I feel like the red is just too, like, orangey to really help with the yellow and black. Like, it's just, it feels way too orangey. Like this, the orangey red feels more like an accent color than it should be more of an accent color as opposed to like a main color. But in terms of Cantonian Zapdos, it's like, it is so pointy. And look at the size of that fucking beak. Like, it is so fucking ridiculous. It's like, this is like a mosquito bird. This is a mosquito bird. But yeah, this is a mosquito bird. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I would honestly put this on the B tier. Or at the very least, the high B tier. I mean, to be fair, electric flying does render at least one of the weaknesses against flying with null and void, pretty much. What typing was the, Oh, wow. Galarian Zapdos is, wow, a fighting flying type? That's very interesting. I don't know. Like, it's not bad. It's not bad. And it's obviously one of my favorite typings of electric. But it's just like, I don't know. I'm not really feeling it. I think it's gonna go in the lower B tier. Alright. Next up is the last of the legendary birds. We're almost done, guys, I promise. Next up is Moltres, the third of the legendary birds, as you can note by the Spanish word for three, tres. Oh my god, I will say that Galarian form, oh my god. Look at that shit. Holy. I do like the pattern of the freaking flames. Alright. Alright. Moltres is a dual-type fire-flying legendary Pokemon introduced in Generation 1. However, in Galar, the fire is replaced with Dark, that was introduced in the Crown Tundra expansion of the Galarian variant.
Neither Cantonian Moltres nor Galarian Moltres are known to evolve into or from any other Pokemon. Along with Articuno and Zapdos, it is one of the 3 legendary birds of Kanto, and it is the last of the legendary birds. Cantonian Moltres is known as the Flame Pokemon, Galarian Moltres the Malevolent Pokemon, that's one hell of a fucking title. However, they both share the Japanese name of Fire, literally fire. Cantonian Moltres has the ability Pressure, while Galarian Moltres has Berserk, but they both share the hidden ability of Flame Body. Hello. Excuse me. Alright, so Cantonian Moltres' biology states. Moltres is a large avian Pokemon with a light yellow plumage. It has a long flowing head crest and a billowing tail, both made of reddish flames. Additionally, its wings are also shrouded in fiery plumage. It has a long, thick neck, a pointed brown beak, and small triangular eyes. Its thin brown legs have anisodactyly feet, don't know what the fuck that means, with 3 forward-facing digits and 1 facing backward. Moltres sheds embers with every flap of its wings, creating a brilliant flash of flames. By dipping itself into the magma of an active volcano, this Pokemon can heal itself. It migrates from the south with the coming of spring and is said to bring an early springtime to cold lands. There have been stories of Moltres using its wings to assist those lost in the mountains. Moltres is rarely seen. Moltres is the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Shadow Fire. In Generation 2, Sky Attack was its signature move, but other Pokemon could still inherit it via breeding. Moving on to Galarian Moltres. In Galar, Moltres has a similar build but a drastically different color scheme. Its body is primarily black with scarlet highlights and bright blue eyes. Its scarlet beak is hooked at the tip and leads to markings that run down its front and behind its head. Its feet are also scarlet with black talons. Its wings, crest, and tail are mostly black, with the crest having an extra curl at the front and the tail being split in 2, and all 3 of these features exude a magenta flame-like energy that earns it the name of its Cantonian counterpart. Its body apparently feels lukewarm to the touch. The sinister energy that blazes from within its body is so oppressive that most Pokemon can't even approach it. Galarian Moltres attacks by spreading its wings wide to unleash its energy in a powerful aura that attacks the minds of its foes, inflicting deep fatigue as it burns away their energy from within. Sounds like a fucking D&D monster. The aura has the power to consume the spirit of its victims, reducing them to burned out shadows of themselves. As seen in the anime episode Charge Galar Mine, the only way to overcome the effects of its aura is to have a strong spirit. It is said to have a haughty personality and a calm demeanor. It is constantly migrating around the world but can be found in the Crown Tundra once every few decades, congregating with the other birds at the Dyna Tree to eat its fruits. Galarian Moltres is the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Fiery Wrath. And in terms of its stats, we have, in terms of the Cantonian Moltres, special attack is its highest at 125. Physical attack is at 100, HP, physical defense, and speed are all at 90, with special defense at 85. In regards to Cantonian Moltres, its special defense is its highest stat at 125, with special attack at a nice 100. HP, physical defense, and speed are at 90 as well, with physical attack being slightly taken down to 85. I will say this, I like the color scheme of Galarian Moltres, and I love the way that I love the pattern of the flames, it's so, it's cloudy, it's clouded malevolence. This I honestly and I honestly love the way that the pink and the red, the pink, red, and violet just blend together, it's so good. And I love the title, known as the Malevolent Pokemon. Holy shit. What a badass title. What? Come here. Do you see the Firebird? Look at... What? Do you see the Firebird? Don't you think it's cool?
Yeah? You want down? But yeah, like, it's such a cool design. But then you have this where it's just a fire chicken. Cantonia Moltres, a fire chicken. I think back to the Pokemon Mystery Dungeon sprite of Moltres, and it's like how you can literally see the wing bones, or the bones of the wings, or the cartilage in its sprite, and it's just like, it just looks like a spry chicken. Like a spry chicken. But honestly, I'm not gonna lie, I think it deserves to be in the upper B tier. Like, Moltres is really, like, that Galarian Moltres, like, that color palette and the way that, like, the clouds look on this, it's so wispy, so, like, fluffy in a way. It's just so good. Fuck. Come on. Alright, next up, we're gonna save just in case. Alright, 147. We just gotta get through 4 more. Well, technically 5 more, but it's fine. Alright, how are we doing in terms of music? I'm surprised we haven't needed to, like, I haven't needed to do another thing yet. Anyway, next up is our first dragon type, technically. It is Dratini! It is Dratini. Alright. Dratini is our first pure dragon type Pokemon introduced in Generation 1. It evolves in the Dragonair at level 30, which then evolves in the Dragonite at level 55. It is known as the Dragon Pokemon. That was a repeat. And its Japanese name is Miniryu. It has the ability Shed Skin, and it can have Marvel Scale as a hidden ability. The biology of Dratini is... Dratini is a reptilian Pokemon with a blue serpentine body and a white underside. It has 3 white pronged fins on the sides of its head and a white bump on its forehead, which is its horn glowing. Above its round white snout are oval purple eyes. Dratini's life energy is constantly building, so it is always growing, and can reach lengths of over 6 feet or 2 meters. As it grows, it sheds its skin regularly. It hides behind a rapid waterfall during the process to protect itself, since the new skin is soft in texture. The shed skin can be tanned and used to create luxury boots. What? Well, I guess it's better that it's shed skin instead of, like, actually skinning the Dratini alive? But still. Dratini has been referred to as the Mirage Pokemon because its existence was originally thought to be nothing more than a myth. Dratini was first discovered by a fisherman who spent 10 hours attempting to capture it. A small colony has also been found underwater, further confirming its existence. Dratini live near or in bodies of water with a rapid flow, such as the pools at the bottom of waterfalls. It lives a quiet life underwater, eating any food that sinks down to the bottom. As mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, Dratini's sleeping habits used to be a mystery due to how rare it was. However, in recent years, Dratini's sleep styles have been discovered and well documented. This is due to trainers who have obtained Dratini and observed its sleeping habits. The four different sleep styles discovered are called Coiled Sleep, Wriggly Sleep, Uncoiled Sleep, and a Top Belly Sleep. In Generation 2, Dratini and its evolved forms were the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Outrage, but other Pokemon could still inherit it via breeding. Alright, in terms of its stats, it's honestly not that great. I mean, physical attack is alright at 64, but special attack, special defense, and speed are all tied at 50, with physical defense at 45 and HP at 41. These motherfuckers are so hard to catch. It's like, bruh, why are you so hard to catch? I mean, I will say though, it is kind of cute, but I feel like it's a little too plain. Like, it's a little too plain. I mean, it makes sense. It's a bit of a baby, ain't it? And all that. It's a bit of a baby. But again, these motherfuckers are so hard to catch. It's like, why are you only 1%? Why are you only 1%? Why are you, like, why do I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. And I hate that, like, seriously, I love dragon types. I do.
But it's like, you gotta give me something to work with here. Because Dratini is like, Dratini's fucking suck. That's why you gotta wait till level 30 to evolve it into a better form of itself. Anyway, where would I rank this as? Honestly, I think it would probably be lower B. Because, like, it's like, it's like, it's cute, but it's a little too plain. And its stats are just not great. And again, I fucking hate 1%ers. So yeah, it just goes in the lower B tier. Alright, we gotta take our one last detour before we can officially end this. But hey, it does follow up with a really good Pokemon that we can get. Why am I thinking of that song? I mean, hey, at least singing a portion of it isn't gonna get me copyright struck. Alright, next up, 148. It is, as soon as I can get to it, oh, I didn't take out the fucking thing, is Dragonair! Alright, so Dragonair keeps up with its pure dragon typing. It is still known as the dragon type Pokemon, but its Japanese name this time is Hakuryu. And it keeps these same abilities as it does, it retains the same abilities it had as a Dratini. The Dragonair biology is as follows. Dragonair is a long serpentine reptilian Pokemon with sky blue scales and a white underside. It has a rounded snout, oval purple eyes, and a small white horn on its forehead. On each side of its head is a small stylized wing, which is white and curves into a swirl at the base. 3 blue crystal orbs adorn its body, 1 on its neck and 2 on its tail. Dragonair emits a gentle aura that gives it a mystical appearance. As seen in what is this? Is this an anime episode? I don't know. In Pikachu's rescue adventure, it can make its wings grow larger in order to fly, but otherwise moves through the air unaided. Dragonair hosts a large amount of energy within its body, which it can discharge through the crystals on its neck and tail. This causes its body to brighten and give off a different aura that changes the weather in its vicinity. As a result, Dragonair has been referred to as a divine Pokemon since ancient times by agricultural peoples. Dragonair is a rare Pokemon that inhabits pristine seas and lakes. The lakes Dragonair lives in are usually filled with offerings from people in gratitude. It is said that a person who sees a Dragonair at the start of a year will be healthy for the whole year. As mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, Dragonair is known to channel power and change the weather even while it sleeps. In Generation 2, Dragonair and its evolutionary relatives were the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Outrage, but other Pokemon could still inherit it via breeding. Moving on to the stats. So unfortunately it doesn't get much better, but it does get a little better, with its physical attack stat at 84, special attack, special defense, and speed all at 70, physical defense at 65, and HP at 61. Now I'm not gonna lie, I really do like the Dragonair's design. Like, there is something really just like not elegant, like graceful about it. Like, it's so graceful. It carries like an air of grace and dignity, you know, and it's just like, and I really like, and I've seen the animations, like it moves like so smoothly, you know, and when you go to pet it, it will gently like sway its head back and forth, but the wings will be, you know, but the wings will flap in and out. It's like, oh my god, why is it so cute? Why is it so cute? I'm trying to remember I named it Sapphire. I was like thinking to myself, like, what did I name my Dratini when I caught it? And I said, oh, and it's like, it had to be a jewel. And I was like, oh, it's Sapphire because of the beads here, like the one on its neck and the 2 on its tail. Honestly, I'm not gonna lie. I think it belongs in the S tier. Like, I really like it. Like, I really like I just really like the design. It's so simple, but it's like, it just works in a way. It just works. It works! Not to mention, that's like, I also imagine that the wings here, like, maybe kind of like paying a little bit of homage to the more fantastical, to the more Western fantasy dragons. Because obviously, as you can tell, like, Dratini and Dragonair, I think, follow a little bit more along the lines of, like, eastern water dragons, which makes sense because it's like they're both known to reside in water. You know, but then when we get to Dragonite, I mean, we'll actually see in a moment here. Like, moving on to 149. Alright. Dragonite! Alright. Dragonite retains its dragon typing, but it also adds the flying type to its repertoire, and it's known as a pseudo-legendary Pokemon introduced in Generation 1. It is still known as the Dragon-type Pokemon, but its Japanese name this time is Kairyu. However, its abilities change to Inner Focus, and it can have Multi-Scale as a hidden ability. What the fuck? Okay, the biology of Dragonite is... Dragonite is a draconic bipedal reptilian Pokemon with light orange skin. It has large grayish-green eyes and a round snout with small nostrils. A pair of long, thin antennae sprout from the top of its head with a small horn set between them. Its striated underbelly is cream-colored and extends from its neck to the tip of its long, tapering tail. It has thick arms and legs ending in 3 claws each. The leg joints are well-defined, while its arms have a smooth, rounded appearance. Dragonite's wings are small relative to its body with teal wing membranes. Despite its bulky build, Dragonite is capable of flying faster than the speed of sound, being able to circle the globe in 16 hours. A kind-hearted Pokemon with human-like intelligence, Dragonite shows signs of altruism. It is said to save humans from drowning and lead lost or foundering ships to safety. As demonstrated in the anime episode Great Bowls of Fire, however, it will go on an uncontrollable destructive rampage if its environment is threatened. I remember that episode with Lance and the Dragonites. Oh, what was it? Pokemon Masters? Yeah, that sounds... Not Pokemon Masters. What was it? What was that mini-series called where where you got to see, like... I don't remember what it was called. Like, I know what it is. I just don't remember what it's called. Anyway, Dragonite will usually calm down and be satisfied after smashing down anything that has angered it to smithereens. It is known to engage in fierce battles with Kingdra whenever they meet. Dragonite has been referred to as the Sea Guardian and the Sea Incarnate. As such, there are many ships with figureheads decorated with Dragonite's look. Drayden stated in the anime episode Thrash of the Titans, right? I don't know what that means. That Dragonite's power is capable of affecting the weather. And Fior, I think that's in Pokemon Rangers. Dragonite used by Pokemon Rangers that travel to different areas in the region. This flying service is called the Dragonite Bus. Dragonite is very rare in the wild, typically living near the sea. Some claim that there is an island somewhere in the ocean that only Dragonite inhabit. As mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, Dragonite is known to sleep soundly while displaying its belly. This rare sight is said to be an exhausted Dragonite resting after flying over the vast seas. In Generation 2, Dragonite and its pre-evolved forms are the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Outrage, but other Pokemon could still inherit it via breeding. And in terms of the stats, obviously this is going to be a pretty powerful Pokemon. I mean, its physical attack stat is at 134, with special attack and special defense stats both at 100, physical defense stat at 95, HP at 91, and speed at 80. Again, this is the power of a pseudo-legend. I love pseudo-legends. Now, obviously, as you can see here, Dragonite is definitely... I personally feel like it's based off of the more Western style of dragons. Because, I mean, look at it. It has the antenna, it has the wings, this looks like a Dragon Tales character, as opposed to, both Dratini and Dragonair. Like, this is meant to be a more Western fantasy version of a dragon as opposed to the Eastern style folklore dragons. I mean, for fuck's sake, I saw the Genshin Impact dragons. Those are Eastern, this is Western. Now, I do have Dragonites are fucking good. Of course they are. Like, they're pseudo-legends. Pseudo-legends have to be good in battle. I mean, after all, you raise a fucking Dragonair up to level 55. That's endgame, motherfucker. These pseudo-legends better be fucking good. But honestly, Dragonite can be cute.
Besides, seriously, this motherfucker has been around everywhere. I remember the first movie. You were adorable as shit while handing me an envelope full of doom and gloom. Honestly, you're going in the A tier. I know it's funny that, that Dragonair is apparently up above Dragonite, but listen. Alright? I'm weird like that. Alright, we've got 2 more to go, and then we'll be done. Alright, number 150. One of the best Pokemon fucking ever, and it has 2 Mega Evos. Come on, guys. You all know how much I love the first movie, don't ya? It's Mewtwo time, motherfuckers! Alright, let me get the Mega Mewtwo X form. And then the Mega Mewtwo Y form. Please handle it, you can do it. I'm getting way... Oh, these 2 can fit! Nice! Alright. So here is the regular Cantonian Mewtwo. Cantonian, sorry. Just regular old Mewtwo. Alright. Mewtwo is a Psychic-type legendary Pokemon introduced in Generation 1. While it is not known to evolve into or from any other Pokemon, Mewtwo can Mega Evolve into 2 different forms. Mega Mewtwo X using Mewtwo X, and Mega Mewtwo Y using Mewtwo Y. It is a member of the Mew duo along with Mew. Alright, so something to keep in mind. Mewtwo is the genetic Pokemon, and its Japanese name is the same as its English name, and across all the forms of Mewtwo, Mega Mewtwo X, and Mega Mewtwo Y, it keeps the Psychic typing. However, with Mewtwo X specifically, it gains the Fighting type variant as well. Alright, regular Mewtwo has the ability of Pressure with the hidden ability of Unnerve. However, Mega Mewtwo X gains the ability Steadfast, whereas Mega Mewtwo Y gets the ability of Insomnia. Alright, so, in regards to this motherfucker, regular Mewtwo, it is stated, Mewtwo is an artificial Pokemon. It is a bipedal humanoid Pokemon with some feline features. Its body is primarily gray with a long purple tail and a purple underbelly. On top of its head are 2 short, blunt horns, and it has purple eyes. A tube extends from the back of its skull to the top of its spine, bypassing its neck. It has a defined chest and shoulders which resemble a breastplate. Where am I? The 3 digits on each hand and foot have spherical tips. Its tail is thick at the base but thins before ending in a small bulb. Mewtwo was created after years of horrific gene splicing and DNA engineering experiments based on Mew. It is widely known as one of the most powerful Pokemon in existence and is said to have the most savage heart among all Pokemon, lacking compassion and striking fear into its enemy with cold, glowing eyes. Because it was engineered to be the ultimate opponent in battle, it can only think of defeating its foes. In the first movie, Mewtwo Strikes Back, one Mewtwo exemplified these vicious characteristics. It was shown to be capable of levitation, telepathy, mind control, memory erasure, teleporting others to another location, and the creation of powerful storms. However, it was later shown to be caring, protective, and even altruistic. Another Mewtwo in the Pokemon movie Genesect and the Legend Awakened also shared its aversion to contact with others but was much less belligerent. As shown in Detective Pikachu, the movie, Mewtwo can also transfer a human soul into a Pokemon's body, causing this person to gain control of the Pokemon's body and abilities. Mewtwo conserves energy by remaining motionless in order to unleash its full power in battle. Though rarely seen in the wild, it is said to be resting in a dark cave somewhere. It has a rivalry with Mew. As seen in Genesect and the Legend Awakened, Mewtwo can breathe in outer space. According to the scientific logs found in the Pokemon Mansion of Cinnabar Island, Mewtwo was born from a pregnant Mew, found deep in the jungles of Guyana, whose embryo had been tampered with to alter its DNA. It was held and studied in the mansion where a scientist performed horrific gene splicing experiments that made it vicious and extremely powerful. It eventually broke free of the mansion, destroying it in the process, and fled. It can be encountered in Cerulean Cave, accessible only after a trainer has proven their skill at the Indigo Plateau. Moving on to both Mega Evos, we'll start with Mega Evo X. Mega Mewtwo X is larger and bulkier than its normal state. The horns on its head are longer and extend from V-shaped ridges on its forehead. Additionally, the horns are now pointed and curve upward. It now has 2 tubes behind its neck, its eyes are light blue, and it has large purple growths over its shoulders. Its torso is smooth and small compared to its long, bulky limbs, and a Y-shaped line connects the collar and underbelly. Its forearms and thighs each have 2 raised ridges, and its digits are now longer and thinner. Its tail is slightly shorter and stiffer than before and has a curled tip. Its muscles are augmented with psychic power, giving it a grip strength of 1 ton and the ability to sprint 100 meters in 2 seconds. When using moves in battle, it is shown to be able to stretch its arms and legs. Moving on to Mega Mewtwo Y, it is smaller and lighter, losing its long tail and the tube behind its neck. However, it grows a long purple appendage with a curled tip from the back of its head that is similar to its previous form's tail and also slightly resembles Jessie's hairstyle, which is a character from the anime. On its head, it has 2 pointed backward curving spikes and a half-ring structure connecting to the base of each and crossing over the top of its head. Its eyes are now red and slightly larger. The digits on its hands and feet are now purple and more bulbous, and the middle toe is longer than the others. A bumpy ridge similar to a sternum replaces the breastplate structure on its chest, but this form is still largely smoother than the other 2. Despite its decreased size, it has phenomenal mental power and is capable of smashing buildings with a mere thought. In terms of the stats, we have base Mewtwo. Base, get it? Special attack is its highest stat at 154 with its speed at 130, physical attack at 110, HP at 106. Ironic and honestly, its physical defense and special defense are both at 90, but who gives a fuck about that? That's fucking great. Mega Mewtwo X, moving back down to the Megas here. Mega Mewtwo X has the highest stat at 190 attack, 154 special attack, 130 speed, 106 HP, and 100 defense and physical defense and special defense. Mega Mewtwo Y has 194 special attack, 140 speed, 120 special defense, 150 attack, 106 speed, and 70 physical defense. Honestly, Mewtwo is going in the S tier because fuck you. This motherfucker is the coolest son of a bitch ever. Listen, I will say this. I don't like Mega Mewtwo X's form. I don't necessarily think he should have been bulky and all that. I do think that Mega Mewtwo Y's form is pretty alright, but honestly, nothing can beat the original for me. Maybe it's just because the first movie just had such an impact on me, and I have such a nostalgia boner for it, but for fuck's sake, it's just like, I love this thing so much, and as I said before with Porygon, I love the concept of man-made Pokemon. Mewtwo is an artificial Pokemon. Mewtwo is like the perfect love child of experimental horror. Like, this is fucking great, and I love the first movie so much. So of fucking course, he's going into the S tier. Of course he's going in the S tier. He's so fucking cool! What the fuck makes you think I wouldn't have him in the S tier? Alright. Last but not least, in terms of the Kanto Dex, we have number 151. The mother of all Pokemon, at least that we know of. Mew. Oh my god, that sounded awful. Alright, Mew is a Psychic-type mythical Pokemon introduced in Generation 1. It is not known to evolve into or from any other Pokemon. Mew is notable for its unique ability to learn every technical machine, technical record, hidden machine, and move tutor move, except those exclusives, such as It is a member of the Mew duo along with Mewtwo. It is known as the new species Pokemon, with its Japanese name being the same as its English, and it has the ability Synchronize. The biology of Mew is as, quote, Mew is a pink bipedal Pokemon with mammalian features. It has a rounded wide snout, triangular ears, and large blue eyes. It has short arms with 3-fingered paws and large hind paws with oval markings on the soles. Its tail is long and thin with an ovoid tip. Its fur is so fine and thin, it can only be seen under a microscope. Mew has shown a playful, childish personality, showing signs of high intelligence, curiosity, shyness, playfulness, and even selflessness. It is said to have the DNA of every single Pokemon contained within its body. This causes many scientists to theorize that Mew is the ancestor of all Pokemon. It is an incredibly adaptable species, capable of levitation and teleportation. It can use almost all known moves regardless of their types. It is also shown the rare power to transform into all known Pokemon. It is capable of making itself invisible at will, so it entirely avoids notice even if it approaches people. As seen on several occasions, it has the ability to create an orb of energy around itself for protection, which can come in many colors such as green, yellow, and pink. In Cinnabar Island's Pokemon Mansion, scientists who managed to gather some of Mew's DNA used it to create a modified clone of it, aiming to create the most powerful Pokemon of all, resulting in the creation of the legendary Pokemon Mewtwo. Reports found in Pokemon Mansion note scientific expeditions in which Mew was sighted. Since Mew can make itself invisible, very few people have seen it, leading some scientists to declare it extinct and most to assume it to be a mirage. However, sightings of it are still being reported to this day. Even though it's rarely seen, it will show itself to a person who is pure of heart and has a strong desire to see it. In the anime, it has shown to be capable of splitting to transform into 2 Pokemon at the same time. It has also shown a strong rivalry with its clone, Mewtwo. According to the radio drama The Birth of Mewtwo, Mew was discovered by Jesse's mother Miyamoto, who registered its cry in a forest 20 years before the events of the games. It was worshipped for its protection by ancient people who created a song in its honor and believed it appeared once a year with the rising sun. It wasn't rediscovered until 18 years after Miyamoto met Mew by sunrise on the peak of a high mountain. Mew is the only known Pokemon capable of using the Z move Genesis Supernova. As for the stats, all around 100, HP, attack, defense, special defense, and speed, culminating in a perfect 600 stat total. Mew is perfect. Mew is adorable. Mew is cute. And I love the design. It's so cute. It's so cute. Like, how can you say no to that face? How can you say no to it? How can you just not want it? It is mother, it is mama, it is mommy, it is mom. Like, why would you reject it? Why? What purpose would you have to reject it? Now, honestly, where would I put this? Would I put it in S or would I put it in A? I would honestly put it in A because I already have Mewtwo up on the S tier and it would just feel wrong to have, I don't know, it's just like, I love Mewtwo, I love Mew, but it's just like, I think I have a little more love for Mewtwo because I love the origins and I love the movie, whereas with Mew, it's like, it's just there. Anyway. We're finally done with the tier list. Holy shit. We're finally done with the tier list. Holy shit. This took over 8 hours. And this was with me expediting. So,
we have ranked all 151 Pokemon into a tier list. Well, actually, I should say this. We have ranked all 151 of Kanto's Pokemon into a tier list. And now I shall read out the results of the tiers. So, in the S tier, we have Bulbasaur, Charmander, Charizard, Pikachu, Vulpix, Growlithe, Arcanine, Lapras, Eevee, Vaporeon, Dragonair, Mewtwo. In the A tier, Ivysaur, Venusaur, Wartortle, Raichu, Clefable, Ninetales, Wigglytuff, Dugong, Muck, Gengar, Cubone, Rhydon, Gyarados, Jolteon, Flareon, Dragonite, Mew. In the higher B tier, we have Squirtle, Butterfree, Pidgeotto, Nidorina, Nidoqueen, Clefairy, Jigglypuff, Gloom, Poliwrath, Alakazam, Victreebel, Ponyta, Rapidash, Magneton, Seal, Grimer, Haunter, Rhyhorn, Articuno, and Moltres. In the lower B tier, we have Charmeleon, Blastoise, Caterpie, Pidgey, Pidgeot, Spearow, Arbok, Sandshrew, both Nidorans, Venonat, Meowth, Psyduck, Mankey, Poliwag, Poliwhirl, Abra, Kadabra, Machop, Machoke, Machamp, Slowpoke, Slowbro, Magnemite, Cloyster, Executor, Marowak, Weezing, Chansey, Kangaskhan, Horsea, Seadra, Staryu, Starmie, Scyther, Electabuzz, Magmar, Porygon, Snorlax, Zapdos, and Dratini. In the C tier, we have Metapod, Weedle, Kakuna, Beedrill, Rattata, Raticate, Fearow, Ekans, Sandslash, Nidorino, Nidoking, Zubat, Golbat, Oddish, Vileplume, Paras, Parasect, Venomoth, Diglett, Dugtrio, Persian, Golduck, Primeape, Bellsprout, Weepinbell, Tentacool, Tentacruel, Geodude, Graveler, Golem, Farfetch, Doduo, Dodrio, Shelder, Ghastly, Onyx, Drowsy, Hypno, Krabby, Kingler, Voltorb, Electrode, Execute, Hitmonlee, Hitmonchan, Lickitung, Coughing, Tangela, Golding, Seaking, Mr. Mime, Jinx, Pinsir, Tauros, Magikarp, Ditto, Ammonite, Amistar, Kabuto, Kabutops, and Aerodactyl. That is all the Pokemon of the Kanto Pokedex. There we go. We are done. We are done. Let's move on to the end. It is over 5. It is 5 in the morning again. At least when I ended the last stream last time, it was like 4. God, why do I do this to myself? Why do I do this to myself constantly? Alright. We're finally done. Man, we were trying to expedite that, and it still ended up being over 8 hours long. And I think a large part of it is just because of the fact that, like, Kanto just had, so many of the Pokemon just had, like, different forms from different regions, and of course the Mega Evos. So now, actually, now I can speak about this. But while I do that, I need to stand up because I need to stretch my fucking legs. But, here's the thing. So, some of you may be wondering, what is my opinion in terms of Kanto? Well, Kanto, I'm not gonna lie, is my second least favorite region of all time. And this is keeping into account, I'm keeping Sinnoh. Like, this is taking into account of Sinnoh and Johto. Like, well, I shouldn't say Johto, I actually like Johto. But regardless, Kanto is my second least favorite gen. Or region. Hi. Got the cat. I know, it's bedtime. I should be getting ready soon. Yeah. Anyway. But, basically, there is a reason for it. And anybody who knows me, who's watched these streams over the last, like, God knows how long. Actually, how long, am I quickly approaching a 10, no, I'm not approaching 10 years. I know I'm approaching it, but, like, I know it's not 10 years. But anybody who knows me knows that I'm very much someone that goes against the grain of a lot of popular stuff, right? And in terms of Pokemon, Kanto is definitely one of the most popular regions in terms of Pokemon, and a lot of that I think is because of my fellow fans and especially closer to my age of 26, you know, that are very much stands of Kanto, that have a huge nostalgia boner for Kanto. Here's the thing. Now here's the thing. Unfortunately, I feel like unfortunately, the thing is, with these people, they're usually called Gen 1ers. And these kinds of people are people that very much just prefer Kanto. And here's the thing. There's nothing wrong with that. Ain't nothing wrong with preferring Kanto over regions. However, they constantly use Kanto, and by extension, first generation overall, the first games overall, as a way to shit on the later gens of Pokemon. And here's the thing. While I can definitely understand that Kalos, Alola, and Galar, and probably Paldea all have their, you know, issues and problems and such, they are not nearly as bad as a lot of Gen 1ers tend to think. Like, seriously, I don't think they're that bad. A lot of times these Gen 1ers are blowing up issues that they don't like about those styles of games. And here's the thing, you're allowed to have your opinion. But it's like, you need to consider the fact that you might be letting your nostalgia blind you to the fact that these regions can be good, they're just not for you. Much like how Kanto isn't for me. I mean, you saw how... and I also just find Kanto to be, like, the most boring, honestly, in terms of the gens. I mean, I say boring, it's just like, that's... So how the hell is it rated second place to Sinnoh? And it's like, well... Like, here's the thing. I think Kanto's saving grace, in regards for me, is, of course, the Pokemon. Like, obviously, I would not have Pikachu as my favorite Pokemon of all time if it weren't for the fact that Kanto existed, right? I do owe Kanto's... And again, you always got to give credit to your predecessors, right? You always got to give credit, because if it weren't for Pokemon Red, Blue, and Green, and the success of that, we wouldn't have all the other Pokemon games. We wouldn't have Johto, we wouldn't have Hoenn, we wouldn't have Sinnoh, we wouldn't have Unova, Kalos, Alola, Galar, and Paldea. We wouldn't have any of those games if it weren't for the success of Pokemon Red, Blue, and Green. Let's keep that in mind. And obviously, the Pokemon really, like, listen, as much as I say that some of the designs of the Cantonian Pokemon were boring and etc., whatever, I still have to give credit, because again, they exist, like, they are there, and they helped contribute to the success of Pokemon as a whole. And again, we always got to give credit to our predecessors, because if it weren't for the first thing in the series, we wouldn't have this awesome thing in the series. However, I feel like it is because of how much Gen 1, like, I honestly do feel like Gen 1 has a bit of a favoritism problem. Because remember, I just said, a lot of Kanto Pokemon have Mega Evos / regional variants. Whereas you're lucky if any other Pokemon whereas you're lucky if some Pokemon from another gen get it. Like, it's honestly surprising to think about how, like, in terms of... It's honestly surprising to think about that, like, in terms of Mega Evos, like, the 3 Hoenn starters got Mega Evos. Johto doesn't have that. Sinnoh doesn't have that. Unova doesn't have that. Like... and again, keep in mind, how many what are the regional variants in regards to, like, the other regions? Can anybody, like, until we get to the other regions, like, does any Pokemon from Johto have a regional variant? What about Hoenn? What about Sinnoh? What about Unova? I mean, technically, if we count Hisui, yeah, I know for a fact that the Hisuian starters have different forms in their final forms. Like, I know Rowlet, Oshawott, and Cyndaquil have regional, or I should express, Decidueye, Samurai, and Typhlosion all have Hisuian variants. And that's great! It's showing, like, you know, love to other Pokemon. But Hisui can only do so much. And keep in mind, the Hisui region is from a game that is considered a spin-off. And I know that Paldea, I know that Pokemon Scarlet and Violet also did some weird timey-wimey variants of other Pokemon, but even with the Kanto, I still saw Kanto Pokemon getting, like, the timey-wimey variants. And I feel like, if anything, I don't know, it's like, I don't know how to explain it. It just feels like Kanto in particular has a bit of a favoritism problem. Because that is always the first region that always gets picked for regional variants, for Mega Evo, like whatever the fucking gimmick the Pokemon generation has, whether it's Mega Evo, Z moves, Dynamaxing, whatever the hell that Gen 9 gimmick is called, Terrasalizing, I don't remember. Or the timey-wimey bullshit. Like, Kanto has, like, seriously, Game Freak has a Kanto favoritism problem. I just want more love shown to the other generations, especially because, like, I don't have Generation 1 as my favorite gen, even if it did give me, like, my lifelong obsession with Pikachu. That's all I'm saying. Not to mention, like, you also think about how many games Kanto has in particular. Like, obviously we have, like, you know, the original. We have Red, Blue, Green, and then American versions. They also had the remakes of Fire Red and Leaf Green. But now, but then you also think about Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee. Why did we need more Gen 1 remakes? We didn't need that. And from what I heard people say, Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee was basically made for toddlers, which basically solidified my decision to never get those. Because I don't want baby versions of these child games. God, why do I sound like I'm a grown-ass adult bitching about a kid's game? I am a grown-ass adult bitching over a kid's game. Is this how fans of Yu-Gi-Oh! Felt? Sushi! You almost made me step on you. But anyway... I can't really think of anything. I just want Kanto to stop getting in the way of things. Like, please let fans of other generations go. Like, at least with Johto, it's like, Johto doesn't get as much love, despite the fact that a lot of people considered Gold, Silver, and Crystal to be fucking fantastic, miles above Red, Blue, and Green. Speaking of Johto, you might be wondering, hey Irie, when are you gonna do the Johto tier list? And, honestly, I was thinking Sunday, but now I'm not so sure. You know, honestly, because of how long these streams are, I was initially thinking of doing Johto next week, but honestly, I think I'm gonna be way too worn out from just doing two 16-hour streams of a week. I'm just gonna be way too fucking tired. So unfortunately, I think I'm gonna have to postpone the Johto tier list stream to, I think it is the 12th. So yeah, we'll do Johto tier list stream on the 12th. Or at least the first half of Johto on the 12th. Who knows, maybe it could go quicker, considering I know for a fact Johto doesn't have nearly as many, like, regional variants or Mega Evos. I don't know. I mean, honestly, I think if the music doesn't drive me insane first, it'll help. Anyway. Yeah. So, obviously, May 12th, which is a Sunday, I'll be doing the first half of the Johto tier list stream at the usual time of 8 p.m. CST. So I think with that, I think now it's about time to start wrapping things up. It is almost 8.5 hours. And I think you guys will finally be free of Lavender Town. Like, listen, when we eventually get to the Johto playlist, we'll finally be able to explore more areas outside of Lavender Town. Thank fuck, right? But, yeah. So, thank you all for joining me. I hope you had a wonderful time. Again, I can't believe it still ended up being like 8.5 hours, even though you could hear me trying to expedite some shit. Like, I got started earlier. We had the break even earlier, too. But it was just like, nah, fam. Nah, fam. It just doesn't work. Anyway. So, yeah. I'll see. Hope you all enjoyed, and I hope to see you all again on the 12th of May for the first half of the Johto decks. Until then, stay safe, have a good night, have a good couple of weeks, and I'll see you all next time. Good night, everybody.